2004 period, and then there was a demerger in 2015, 14, I think, 15, 14. And they became Sefako Makgatho University. So we're having an interaction with them today, members, about the state of governance, management, and related matters. We will get presentations from governance structure, or the governance structure there will lead the presentation and management will take over. Then we have information from Institutional Forum, a very important forum that advises the University Council on key appointments and other key issues. Then we have the Student Representative Council, which will also make representation on behalf of students. Then we have labor that will also make representation on behalf of the workers. This is how, when we normally meet with the university, we structure so that we get the global picture, not only from one side, but from all the role players. I would like to ask all of us to put our phones on silent so that our meetings are not disrupted by your ringtones. I heard the ringtone of Honorable van der Walt. It sounds like a disco sound.
So now you
Yeah. So if we can just put all our phones on silent, and we'll, this venue is not really big. It can take up to about 50 people, but it's not really big. So when we want to have a conversation, we want to advise that please let's be mindful that the venue itself is very small, and it will be very difficult for us not to hear you when you are chit-chatting there. So let's try and avoid that by all means. The venue has got very good network connectivity, so you can chat on WhatsApp if you want to send something to somebody. Before we enter into the opening of our meeting, I will ask that we introduce ourselves, then we'll then adopt the agenda. Then I know I've got something I need to disclose to the meeting quickly, where members would have written to our office. I will deal with that part quickly, then we'll go to the agenda item. So we'll start by introducing ourselves. My name is Sefako Makgatho. I'm a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. I'm going to give Anele. After Anele, we'll start with on the left, on my left, with the university. Will come here. We'll end with members on my right. Anele.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to honorable members and our guest. My name is Anele Kamingesi. I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and the honorable members. My name is Nonhlaza Sizani. I am the Deputy Chair of Council of Sefako Makgatho University and the leader of this delegation today. I'm also the chair-elect, and let me take this time to also apologize for our chair, Ms. Maria Rambavuli. She could not make it today because of pressing commitments. Thank you, Chair.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Thandi Macha Erasmus. I am the new Vice Chancellor at SMU.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Eminos Manyau. I'm the Substantive Chief Financial Officer at Sefako Makgatho Science University. But currently I'm acting as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Operations. Thank you.
Acting as what?
Deputy Vice Chancellor for Operations.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Jeffrey Mavelevele. Substantively, I'm a registrar of the university. and I'm acting in the position that Prof. March has just vacated, as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to honorable members and colleagues. My name is Jafta Pala. I'm the President of Convocation of Sefako Makgatho University and also a council member. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members and colleagues. My name is J.G. Chiflaro, Chairperson of Institutional Forum at SMU. Thank you.
Good morning, members and other members. My name is Nkosa Ntlangongoma. I'm the council member for SMU. I'm also a chairperson of the IT Governance Committee within SMU. Thank you.
Yeah, chairperson of what?
IT Governance Committee of the council.
Morning, Chair, and morning, honorable members. My name is Tapelo Mamuno. I am the Director Legal Services, but I'm currently acting in the position of Registrar.
Good morning all. My name is Odette Ramsing. I'm the Senior Director responsible for Human Resources.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. I'm Johan van Heerden, External Member of Council and Chairperson of the Human Resources Committee of Council. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. My name is Purpero Nsieni and I am the SRC Secretary General.
Morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Mushanyane Katlego Peter, the current SRC President.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Sinindlandla Mthembu. I'm a council member at SMU. I serve in the Planning and Resource Committee of Council. Thanks.
Morning, Chair and honourable members. I am Sakile Masugu. I chair the Audit and Risk Committee of Council.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Mashudu, a council member who's representing academic employees that are not Senate members at the institution. Thank you.
What is your surname, Mashudu?
Mashudu Nemukura. My name is Mashudu Nemukura.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, everyone. My name is, sorry, Chair, this title is new. I am Dr. Abongile Bele. I'm the branch secretary of NEHAU at SMU. I am here representing organized labor. Sorry, Chair, to introduce myself as doctor.
Good. Chair, good morning to yourself and honorable member. Equally with myself as well, my title is not that new, but it's still fresh. I'm Dr. Chipiwa Murauzi. I'm here as the chairperson of NEHAU, representing organized labor at SMU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Kabelo Mukwabe. I'm from the organized labor. I'm the chairperson of APSA. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Jacob Mnedi Likabe. I'm here representing organized labor. I'm the chairperson of APSA SAPTU Collaboration, and I'm the chairperson of SAPTU as well. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, and morning, everyone. My name is Tato Masekwa. I'm a delegate from Institutional Forum. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues from the department and the parliament, and my name is Pora Zigana. I'm the ANC caucus researcher. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Tilivari Mkondeleri. I'm the senior manager responsible for university support at NSFAS. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. My name is Tinswalo Ngwenya, responsible for university governance in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Kola Kotlagala, senior manager from the Office of Auditor General. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Sefako Makgatho from the Auditor General. I'm the Stakeholder Liaison Manager.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sebonga Kone. I'm a journalist from Daily Maverick.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlame, the PLO, the Office of the Teacher.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, delegation. Agnetha Arendse, the researcher for this committee.
Morning, Chair, members. All protocols observed. Mampaho Mudiba, Content Advisor for this committee.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Sipho Stirman. I'm a parliamentary liaison officer and media relations manager in the office of Deputy Minister Dr. Ngondwe, and she's really on her way. She's just slightly delayed. Thank you.
Yeah, we're asking you to introduce yourself, not to send apologies.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Nolwa Zikasa. I'm the Deputy Director General, Planning, Policy and Strategy. Greetings to honorable members and fellow colleagues from Sefako Makgatho. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Marcia Sotoko. I'm the DDG for University Education Branch. And good morning to all the honorable members and the colleagues from SMU.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues from SMU. My name is Nkosinathi Sishi and I'm the Director General.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Nkateko Sawaningobeni, an acting branch coordinator under University Education Branch at DHET.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Khabu Machani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, and greetings to everyone. My name is Mandla Shikwambana, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. You will know very well, Chair, that the member of this committee is Sikhelonzi. So he's on a organizational deployment. So I'm here to stand on his behalf.
Yeah, that's why we always say just introduce yourself and not bring apologies, because the apology you sent is different from that one. No, that's what I was saying. Just introduce yourself. We have an office dealing with the apologies.
But it can't be true. You are playing politics, but it's fine.
No, there's no politics. Karabo, as my deputy for today, please tell Sugambana it's true. Desiree?
I thought he was proactive. Good morning, Chair and colleagues, DG. My name is Desiree van der Walt and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, members. My name is Sidugan Notsepolo. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education.
Good morning, everyone. And I'm also a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. And good morning to our invitees. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues from former Medunsa. My name is Matlodina Seko, and I'm also the member of the Portfolio Committee.
Chairperson, greetings are extended to the House at large. My name is Mngobi Msezane, and I'm a member of this Portfolio Committee.
Kialeva Mdula Stulo, good medis Mdula Stulo, Kikadimedi to Medisosotlet Swing, respecting the department and its delegation, the university and its delegation, the committee at large, everybody here. My name is Karabo Larato Khachau, and I am an alternate member of this committee.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Wanted to check if there's anybody who we have not given an opportunity. I think everybody has introduced themselves. I'm expecting at least 2 more people. One from the AG side, but also one, there's one Zintle who must come, who I'm expecting, and we're also expecting the auditors of the university. They should be here. Once they arrive, we'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. Colleagues, you have an agenda. I want us to adopt the agenda. The agenda is what I've said. We'll have the presentation from Sefako Makgatho. The deputy chair will lead the delegation from this side, and then management will run it. Then we'll have institutional forum presenting. Then we'll have a student representative council. Then we'll have labor presenting, and then we'll have discussions. But before the chair of council, obviously, the DG will lead the presentation from the department. And if the deputy minister arrives before, then she will then lead that part. So that's the agenda of today. We do have, like I said, colleagues, I've received, following our meeting on Friday, I received letters from three members of the committee representing their political parties. I received one from Honorable Khachau of the Democratic Alliance. I received one from Honorable Ngubane of MKP, and one from Sanele Zondo, Honorable Zondo from the IFP. The letters have got similar content. They are not similar, but they've got similar content. Following our meeting on Friday, they wrote to me requesting me to consider the possibility of summoning the response or the advisory panel of the minister, who must summon it, as they would have said that the minister is refusing to give us the advisory panel. I wrote to them on Monday, all of them, and I indicated to them that I honestly don't think that is necessary. I believe that the minister did indicate that she's going to find out from those affected people. She's going to check the POPI Act and come back to us whether she can release the name or not, the names or not. I subsequently wrote to all members who wrote to me, and I indicated that I think it's a bit, I don't think we are would be giving or would be fair to the process, because the minister did not say that she will not give it. She said she will go and consult. I did go and check even on the meeting how it would have came out. Indeed, initially she was refusing, but ultimately she agreed that she will go and consult, and therefore summoning them, they will be premature. So subsequently I've received another letter last night from Honorable Khachau, disagreeing with that guidance that I would have given, indicating that we must bring the discussion here before you so that you members can take a decision on the matter. So that is the point I wanted us to start with. Like I said, we went to check if the minister really is refusing, or she did say that she will consult and come back. So my advice would have been that maybe let's have that discussion, but give her timelines to respond to us. Honorable Khachau says, wrote to me, like I said last night, says no. Let's bring the discussion before Parliament. So I'm going to give members about 3 minutes each. Those who want to comment on it, I'll start with you, Honorable Khachau. Those who want to comment on it, and then we'll take a posture from there. Honorable Khachau.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I appreciate the speed with which you... I appreciate the speed within which you've operated in responses. I think that's very proactive, and I think it works. My issue here, Chairperson, is you're correct that initially the minister refused 100%. But even in the minister's communication that she is going to come back, the minister wasn't saying she's going to go gather the information, draw up the information we want, and come submit it to Parliament. The minister said she's going to ask for permission from the people, whether imaginary or not, that comprise the selection and evaluation panel. And then only if she gets permission from those people will she table the people before Parliament. That is something that is completely different from if the minister says, I understand that it is something I must do, given the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, as you correctly outlined, Chairperson. You would know, you would know that yes, Section 92, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So it's completely different, because she can't tell us she cannot give us those names, or if she wants to, she must first go get permission from those people because of Poppy. There's no such thing. And we know that. And
that's okay. Let's. Are we on TikTok, Deputy Chair?
yeah. So as I said in my letter, and I would like to maintain, it is not up to the minister to dictate to this committee and to Parliament whether or not she will answer the questions of Parliament or not. It is up to Parliament to dictate to the minister that she must, as it already is there's a provision in the Constitution for her to do so, and it is also up to us to decide by when she should do so. So the only reason why, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I submitted that there must be a subpoena process is because even if she comes back tomorrow, she made it very clear that she's not interested in telling us who those people are. So it is incumbent on us as Parliament to take our authority seriously and act to ensure that the minister doesn't come back again tomorrow and say that she has consulted her imaginary people or her secret panel, and that those people are saying no. So it shouldn't be up to her. The committee must get that. The people of the Republic of South Africa deserve to know who the secret selection and evaluation panel for the appointment of SETA boards are, if it exists, and if it exists under whose authority they acted, according to which timelines, and we need to have a clear understanding of the process that followed from the 573 applications that were received up until the 20 ultimate selections of the board appointments. So I don't think we should be graceful there, particularly because we're dealing with a minister who hasn't been graceful herself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. I think we appreciate, Chair, to open the conversations a bit. From our side, as MK Party Chair, we accept your response to our letter, and we will wait for it. But I want to highlight that on our letter, we've clearly stipulated that we give Minister 7 days to give us all that information. And the conversation about it's on the minister's prerogative to go and ask for permission, to us it doesn't exist. This is a public entity, and minister is a public official as well. She doesn't have a right of whether she will consult with whoever she will consult with to get the permission. If these people were involved with the public work, whether they were voluntary or what, This is a public institution. The public that voted for us here deserve all that information. On top of that, Chair, to show that it's not on the minister's prerogative to give that information, us as MK, we filled in the BAJA form, Promotion of Access to Information Act, which is, I think, on the implementation of Section 32 of the Constitution of the Information Regulation of RSA, which she is bound to give that information. And then on top of that, since we've given the minister 7 days, if it comes to a push and within 7 days she doesn't respond, as MK Party, we're going to go to court and go and subpoena to court that we get all those records that we want to know, so that the public knows who's this anonymous panel that has given us this disaster that we've experienced in CITAS, whom today the CEOs are now acting as board as we speak. They sign, they approve on their own. It's a mess. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much. On a lighter note, when you say you want to go to court, I'm reminded that this week you've already lost the court case. No, I'm joking. Anybody else want to take a bite on Honorable Low?
No, thanks very much, Chair. I wish to align myself with your ruling, mainly because it is a way that says, let's allow the minister to go and deal and process the matter and come back, because we'll only be fair as legislators that we appealed to the minister last week and then she's processing our response, and we should give her time also to come back, because she's been coming back, being responsive, and immediately after that she will be able to assist the committee in going forward. And for the interest of time, having the fact that we're having a sitting, I was proposing that such items must, in most instances, we should deal with the agenda item as it is, or we should make them an item, so that we're able to understand that they fall in part of our meetings, so that we'll be able to preserve time. And I think it's only fair we allow her time, so she can come back and say, this is what I've said, and this is what I've consulted with, and I'm going to report back to South Africans. So I want to align myself with your ruling, and I want to agree that we allow her time and space, and then she will be indeed come back, as she's always come accountable to this parliament, and she understands the roles and the rules of the country. Thank you.
Crocodile.
Thank you, Chair. I think the minister has actually displayed a level of arrogance towards the committee, and then coming forth with disclosing the names of the people who are advising her in making sure that she executes her responsibilities as a minister. It's a matter of a fact that she must come before the committee and report and give names of those people. But to say that she's going to consult, I mean, you cannot come before the committee and say, I'm having a list of people who are advising me, but you do not want to disclose the names of those people that are actually advising you as the minister. Why do you come publicly and tell us that you've got people who are advising you? But when we ask you questions, who are those people, you are unable to tell us who are those people. So I think as the EFF, we really need to know who are those people, and the minister must come as quick as possible to come and give us the list of those people. If it takes time, Chair, it will take the EFF also as well to look for other avenues to compel the minister to come before this committee and give us the list of those people who are advising her, because the public need to know the name of those people. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I hope the other avenues is not caught, because you are fresh from losing yesterday. So I'll come back to you. Let me just give others who have raised their hand. Mama Seko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the reality of the whole thing is we must use also the right word. It's not advisors, it's the panelists. Yeah, the volunteers. My volunteer are the panel. So those are the names that we need. It's not a consolidated report that you can say pushback. It's just the name, and it's only 5 names, as she indicated, that she just have to tell us who are those people. So I don't see a reason of us beating around the bush seriously to say, go back and
try to consolidate a report about the names. Give us the names, and that's all. I mean, that's the only thing that each and every member in this committee that's saying they want those to know who are those people. So if maybe you can communicate with her to say that she must give us the names. And if she doesn't give us the names, what are their reasons? So that I think each and every political party, they're going to exhaust every revenue to make sure that at the end, the South Africans, they know who are those 5 people that were on the selection panel. So it's better for her to give us the names or communicate to you, because it's giving you a headache of trying to mitigate this thing of the 5 names. So rather communicate with us through you to say, I'm not going to do it. And then we know what is it that we have to do. Then it will be clear to us what is it that we have to do. And the unfortunate part, the MK party, they've given the 7 days. So that means she has limited time. In fact, 7 days is a lot. It's for the court, but from us it has to be about the 3 days, because already we engaged with her and we said we want those names, and then the commitment she did on that day was she's going to consult with them and then she'll come to us and tell us who are those people if they agree. But she doesn't have that option, so she needs to give us the names.
Thank
so
you.
if we can get them. Thank you.
Khabo? Please let's give Honorable Soul space to be next to us this side. Honorable Khabo?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me firstly agree with the proposal that the minister must be allowed an opportunity to present before the committee. But at the same time, take this opportunity to demystify a narrative that is finding expression or that has been perpetuated by certain members for their own reasons. A narrative that seeks to paint a picture that the minister is literally refusing to present names. That's the narrative that is wrong, because unless deliberately we are quoting the minister out of context. Because the minister, she has indicated in last week's meeting is that she would be providing the committee with the names. What she would not rather do is to avail the details that includes your ID numbers. That's what the minister has indicated. So for us to come into this meeting and behave as if the minister literally refused to report back to the committee in relation to the names, it is wrong. But number 2, Chairperson, it is equally wrong for us to go around and fundraise for items that are not existing on our agenda. It's wrong. It's wrong because we are here to address the issue of Sefako Makgatho. Unless we are on a fishing expedition, of which some of us were not part of it. And that fishing expedition must be confronted and be exposed for what it truly is. Because we are now misusing the time of Parliament to address other issues that are not even relevant for today's engagement. You know, we are like some honorable member who wanted to cry in a wrong funeral in the last meeting. He comes into a meeting very late. We have adopted the agenda. He decides to deviate from the agreed or the engagement that is at hand. We must refuse to go to that level, Chairperson. Even if we are tempted, driven by the social networking narrative, we must refuse that temptation, Chairperson. With that being said, Chair, I'd propose that we continue with our agenda and deal with the business of the day. I therefore move to adopt the agenda. Thank you very much.
Susan?
No, thanks, Chair. In fact, thank you very much for also exercising your prerogative of putting in an item that is pending before the committee, which I think is your prerogative, Chairperson, before we deal with the agenda. There's a saying, yes, Zulu eti ngishutulu indoda. So I was not tempted to speak on this matter because Honorable Ngubane had already alluded to the views of the organization, Umkhonto weSizwe Party. But I feel it's important for me to emphasize the fact that what we are interrogating, or some of us are interrogating on this very matter of the independent panel, is the credibility of the panel. And also it's of public interest that the minister present the names of the independent panel. And I think my fellow honorable member who Honorable Khabo is speaking about a different matter. The matter that we agreed to are the names of the applicants where the minister had indicated that she will provide the master list without the details.
Sure.
For now, what we are engaging on is the matter of the so-called
Composition.
independent panel. We try to find out from the minister the process and the criteria and all of that as it relates to that particular independent panel. She was not forthcoming. Now, we want the profiles of this so-called independent panel because it's of public interest, and secondary, it played a pivotal role in the outcry of the public as mentioned in many engagements on this subject matter. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Desiree?
Chair, I'm not going to add. I also felt that we should not wash our washing in front of entity that's supposed to be appeared. Maybe if we did it afterwards, it would have been better. But I think we've taken note, and we must be careful. There are names of applicants, there are names of panels, whatever, who responds to who and who's forced to give. Who can use a POPI Act, not only the department or minister, so can we as individuals, as you. I just don't think it's the right time to discuss this matter because it's of no interest to our entity.
Thank you very much. Let me summarize what you are saying. When I started, I said political parties wrote to the chair. The chair responded and indicated that the chair does not agree that the minister has refused to give the names of this panel. There's a process that the minister wanted to follow, which in the meeting last week, I thought we had agreed that she will go and come back. And that's why I responded. That's why I did indicate in my letter to these political parties that indeed Section 92, subsection 2, empowers us to do X, Y, and Z. But the minister did not refuse. And I said, I went back and checked in the meeting, and she said, these people are not being paid by the department. And seated here, I'm not sure whether providing their names will be prejudicing on their rights or not. And therefore, I will go and check, and then I'll come back. And that's why I wrote to you, and I said, I went to check there. Initially, she refused, but she did say, please switch off.
Yeah, because I wanted to speak.
No. Switch off. I will come back to you guys. And I responded to you guys. And last night, like I said, Honorable Makgatho said, no, I don't agree with your ruling. Bring it before the committee for a decision. I've listened to all of you. There's no one who's saying the minister must not be given a chance to bring the names. So what you guys are saying without saying it is that we must now write to her and give her a time frame to respond on this matter. And what I'm going to open for you now, because I've listened to all of you here, none of you are agreeing or are disagreeing that she must be given a responsibility. Welcome, Honorable Souls. I'll give you as well if. But what I'm going to open for now is on the time frames. What is the time frame that we're going to we're not discussing? Now, I've listened to all of you. There's a consensus, even though it's not unanimous, but there's consensus that she must be given space. So we're agreeing that we will give her that space. I now want to note hand on those who are going to say we're giving her until this time to give us the time. So I'll start with you, Honorable Makgatho. How much time are we giving her?
Chair, I think it would be justified for me to say that the minister, she had Friday, I guess was the last meeting, and then today is Wednesday, and she had had her time to consider whether she wants to do this or not. I think it would be fair to say, because those people, if they exist, she knows who they are. There's no need for us to give her a plethora of time.
How long?
So days, by end of business tomorrow.
End of business tomorrow, one. Mama Seko?
Chair, I think because we are mandating you to communicate with her, Monday will be the day that will give enough time for you also to do administration communicating with her. So let's do Monday.
Thank you. Susan?
No, thanks, Chair. We have submitted 7 days from the day of the meeting. So when 7 days are ending, I think it would be Friday. 7 days since the meeting.
Chair, as exactly as my colleague has agreed, what I raised hands for, Chair, I wanted to highlight that on our letter we even included the requirements as well for NSA board's appointment, because I saw in your letter you responded about the CETA and the NSF, so we've included the NSA board as well, that because we seems to be told that we're scratching on the surface. Thank you.
Yeah, you sent 2 letters. Yeah, so we're dealing with one letter. Yeah. Desiree?
Chair, I think there is a solution. If the letter was sent on Friday for 7 days, it's coming Friday. You can do, I think, by law till the end of business, and Monday morning it would be available, as Honourable Maseko has proposed. There is no reason to do homework on it. It's put a pen on paper and write to you. Because the names are known to the minister, she used them. So I think I agree with the proposal, the 7 days and the Monday. Works out.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's just a matter of giving us names. It doesn't have to take long. The minister must, as soon as end of business tomorrow, give us those names, because we need those names. That is why also I want to agree with the previous speaker.
No, it's okay. I said
No, Chair, but what you are doing is wrong.
we're opening for that.
No, but Honorable Ngubani spoke, he gave the proposal and he also articulated after the proposal.
No,
and
you're
I
speaking
also
on
want
a
to make a
separate
point
matter.
to say that this thing of opening this type of discussion here in front of these people, it's open loopholes where Honorable Khabo will come and openly politically defend the minister, who has never agreed to even want to
You're
give
out
us
of
this
order.
consent.
You're going
So
to-
it is wrong. We're supposed to do
Mamela,
this thing after we are done with this
Sugamban,
process.
no, don't do that. You are going to disrupt our meetings.
No, I'm not disrupting. I'm
Honorable
just
Khabo.
giving a clear indication, because he just exposed himself.
But I've not recognized you, please.
Now, if defending the truth is exposing oneself, then there's no problem. It's the truth I'm willing to die for.
Timelines?
7 days from the day you'll be sending that letter to the minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. I want to concur that we give the minister 7 days, because it's a new item already. We've discussed it in this day. So 7 days. Thank you.
Honorable Souls? Introduce yourself as well, my brother.
All right. Good morning, Chair, and everyone else, Deputy Minister, DG, and everyone. My name is Ashley Koike, the First Salt. I'm a member of this committee. My response, Chair, 48 hours. So I agree with Friday.
No, okay, thank you very much. I've listened to yourselves with very different timelines. Ordinarily, when we write to even the entity here that's before us, we normally give them 7 days from the time we've written to them. We do so because we don't want these entities to say that we're punitive. We want to find them at fault. So I want to plead with you to agree that we'll write now whilst we're in the meeting, we'll write to the minister who's in cabinet. She'll probably see it when they close, when they leave cabinet, in any case today. So we ask her that today is the 4th, that by no later than Wednesday, the 11th, she must give us the names there, so she will have enough time to consult with the work that she wanted to do, noting that if we say tomorrow, she might not even get some of those people. So let's just be cognizant to that. So we'll give her till the 11th. We'll write the letter here, and then what's wrong with this?
Chair, the provisor is that we're meeting next week Wednesday. So if you give us 7 days, it must be in time for the meeting on Wednesday.
Yeah, next week Wednesday we are meeting for Ingwe. We are meeting for a separate matter, so there's no bearing whether she send it at 11 next week or at 9. Please, colleagues, let's continue. Yes, what's wrong?
Thank you, Chair. I hear the ruling, it's fine, I have no dispute,
Yeah.
because, I mean, democracy says all of you don't think we must give him time because you're like cuter than I am. My issue is we haven't resolved, however, that if the minister does not comply, then what do we do? Because I don't want us to, after, if
Yeah.
let's just make sure that our house is neat, so that we agree that if the minister doesn't, are we continuing with the summons process, or what are we doing?
Yeah, we have legal process that will follow. We'll then speak to legal to advise us on what will be the best possible way to do this thing if that does not happen. Honorable Khabo, but
No,
I don't understand.
Chairperson, I get why reseka molato motho e sa shwe.
Yeah.
Why are we preempting the outcomes?
Yes.
Why let's allow the 11th to come.
Yes.
Then we'll take it from that point.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Sefako Makgatho, welcome, Deputy Minister. We'll now start with yourselves. We had given Sefako Makgatho a framework to respond to what we wanted you to respond to. We then wrote to you. You did respond, I must say. We then wrote to you on Monday after my office again received requests that you must include your staff profile, paying attention to a number of foreign nationals who are employed at the university. That was sent last night. The updated presentation was sent late last night, very late last night, by Sefako Makgatho. Will not be harsh on you on that because we asked you on a Monday to do so. But your presentation, your original presentation, did not arrive on time. When we say submit the presentation on this day, it's because we want to do a lot of preparation for our meeting. So when we say by close of business on Friday, it must be by close of business on Friday. We can't get it on Sunday because if you get it on Sunday, we only go through it on Sunday, and on Monday we write to you and say, please add X, Y, and Z. But if you had responded on time, we could have told you on Saturday, and on Monday we could have given us an updated something. So when we ask you, colleagues, please submit the things on this day and that day. Please stick to that particular thing. On Monday, I saw a university presser indicating or informing us that the university has appointed a new vice-chancellor. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Vice-Chancellor, on your new responsibilities. We saw it on social media again. I hope that Council, you will write to us, and I hope you have written to the department, as I hope they are not hearing this. You see, people of the department, they are not on social media, so they might not have seen social media. I hope they are not hearing this thing for the first time from me. But congratulations, Vice Chancellor. So I want to, because of time constraint, I can tell, having looked at your presentations and a number of issues that we would have received that we want you to respond to, I can tell you now that we will not finish our meeting with you. Members won't get the time that they require to interrogate your presentations. We will call you back. I want to tell you now, we will call you back. We will have another day with you in the next quarter. Once Parliament gives us the guidelines of the dates and all of that, we will schedule you. It's either you will come here or we'll go to you, depending on what is the schedule saying of Parliament. Because you know, I was showing members that these are my notes on you. You see, this is a file on just on you from myself. You can imagine these members. Me and you alone, we can spend about 6 hours and you'll still not finish responding to some of these issues. There were two people that I said were waiting for, so what I'm going to allow the Deputy Minister to introduce herself. No, Deputy Minister, I'll end with you. Let me start with my people from AG there and those who are auditing the institution if you are here.
Good morning. My name is Zintle Matthews. I am a senior manager from the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, honorable members.
Thank you. Those ones who have not introduced themselves there, who are they? Next to you, Tanya. Please ask them to introduce themselves. Those who have not introduced themselves.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tanya, Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson. Mabel Ndlovu from RSM. We are the auditors of Sefako Makgatho University for the financial year 2024. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chitizo. I'm from RSM, the audit manager for the current financial period of Sefako.
Thank you very much. If we can just switch off that mic. Like I said, there would have been many issues that when we prepare for our meetings, we really prepare. So when we look at some of the issues, I would have written to the AG, say, AG, on this matter, who was auditing, so that we want, when you respond to us and you don't respond honestly, we want them to respond and say, no, this is what would have happened. So we invited them because we want them to clarify certain issues. It's part of the work that we do when we are preparing for our meetings. So Deputy Minister, after introducing yourself, you'll then lead us with your opening remarks, and then you'll give the Director General said is a bit sick, but we thank you, DG, for coming. I know that you did say that when you were playing football, and so the injuries are coming back, but we really thank you for coming. So after DM, you'll give the DG, and then from the DG, you'll bring it back to us. We'll then give it to the chair. Thanks, DM. We do have apologies, sorry. The minister is in cabinet committee. The deputy minister, Manamela, is part of the BRICS meeting in Brazil. We have members of the committee who can be Honorable Younger Governor, who's not well, Honorable Sihle Lonzi, who has a family responsibility. What are you refusing? I'm telling you, we have a family responsibility. We have Honorable Sanele Zondo, who is not feeling well. And yeah, those are the apologies we have. So yeah, I hope they're in order, Deputy Minister.
Ke a leboga Chairperson and ke a le dumedisa lotlhe. Apologies once again for go tla late no go na le miscommunication around the starting time ya meeting, so ke kopa maitshwarelo. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, the senior management of the Department of Higher Education and Training, the leadership of Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences Universities, the representatives from the SRC of Sefako Makgatho Universities, representatives from Nehau, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, ke a le dumedisa gape lotlhe. The Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, as part of its oversight role, has requested the Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University to appear before it and account on the state of its governance, administration, and related matters such as teaching and learning. The Department of Higher Education and Training welcomes this request by the Portfolio Committee as it aligns with our commitment to foster transparency, accountability, and the safeguarding of good governance practices within the post-school education and training sector. In terms of the outline of today's meeting, through you, Chairperson, the department will start by providing a broad or general overview, and thereafter the university will present on its states of affairs in relation to its governance, administration, and other related matters, and also touching on the staff complement issue you just raised, Chairperson. Chairperson, allow me to join you to start by congratulating SMU on the appointment of Professor Thandi Macha Erasmus as its new Vice Chancellor. Professor Macha Erasmus is a distinguished and seasoned academic and scholar who holds a PhD in medical biochemistry and brings with her over 27 years of executive leadership experience in academia and at research institutions. Her appointment was effective from 1 June 2025. That brings the Chairperson to 9, the number of female Vice Chancellors that we have, and we're very excited about her appointment. In getting into the nub or the essence of this meeting, Chairperson, I think it's important for me to start at this point. On 2 September 2024, the department received an anonymous letter for the attention of the Minister of Higher Education and Training, containing serious allegations against the Chairperson of Council, Ms. Rambauli, and the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Manyawi. This letter was also sent to other individuals, including the SMU Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, Mr. Sandile Masuku, and to yourself, Chairperson, of course, in your capacity as the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. The anonymous letter first requested the Minister's intervention in instituting a forensic investigation into the allegations leveled against Ms. Rambauli and Mr. Manyawi. The letter further requested the immediate institution of disciplinary processes against Mr. Manyawi and Ms. Rambauli. Now, getting into some of the finer details of the anonymous letter, Chairperson, the letter alleges that both Mr. Manyawi and Ms. Rambauli have been siphoning money from the university and have essentially captured the institution, turning it into a criminal enterprise, through which they're able to facilitate corrupt tender deals and payments in a number of ways, which include some of the following. So I'm not going to get into all of them, Chairperson, for the sake of time, but they apparently misuse the critical positions that they hold by disregarding the law and the principles of good governance in selecting and appointing and paying service providers fraudulently in order to receive kickbacks, and in negotiating for 10% of the contractors' payments. Apparently, Ms. Rambauli has frustrated the 2,000-bed infrastructure project in that she meets contractors outside of the university to negotiate deals for her personal gain while misusing her title as chairperson of the council. The 2,000-bed project was allegedly negotiated by the CFO, the chairperson, and one former council member, and the contractor that received the tender was allegedly not qualified to be awarded the tender, given that DBSA also flagged this during the procurement stages of the tender. Chairperson, I said I will not get into all of the details, but I think it's also important for me to also mention that the anonymous letter also requested that Mr. Manyawi and Ms. Rambauli be suspended pending an investigation, that the university service providers also be investigated, that the various allegations leveled in the letter be reported under the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, that an audit be conducted of all tender procurement processes done through the Office of the CFO, and that a forensic investigation into the resignation of the former Director of Built Environment, Ms. Lengwasa, and other related matters be carried out. On the very same day that the department received the anonymous letter, Chairperson, the council wrote to the minister to appraise the minister of the letter. The council resolved that due to the seriousness of the allegations, the Audit and Risk Committee, supported by the chairperson of the Human Resource Committee of Council, should investigate the allegations. And in response to the letter from the council, the minister wrote a letter dated 11 November 2024, requesting the council to submit the report once the investigation had been concluded. In a subsequent letter dated 27 May 2025, the university informed the department last month that it had commissioned an independent investigation into the anonymous letters. The university further informed the department that the report of the independent investigation will be tabled before council for its consideration on or before 10 June 2025. That is next week, Tuesday, Chairperson. Chairperson, it is also important for me to highlight that the Office of the Auditor General South Africa is also conducting its own investigation into the allegations related to the 2,000-bed infrastructure project, and we look forward to the outcome of that particular investigation. The Ministry Chairperson views and takes the allegations leveled in the letters in a very serious light, and the department is therefore closely monitoring developments around the above-mentioned investigations. In closing, Chairperson, the regulations for reporting by public institutions of higher education require each university to submit their annual report to the department, providing information on their performance for the preceding calendar and financial year. The due date set for the submission of the 2023 annual reports and annual financial statements, Chairperson, was 30 June 2024. 7 institutions requested an extension and submitted their annual reports and annual financial statements after the due date, and Sefako Makgatho University was among those 7 institutions. Non-compliance in this regard is unfortunately on the increase or rise, Chairperson. As such, we wish to urge Council to view the timely submission of annual financial statements and annual reports as a serious compliance requirement. Institutions of higher education, much like other entities, Chairperson, are subject to legislation and are also audited for compliance with the applicable legislation in respect of their finances, financial management, and other related matters. Chairperson, SMU was among one of the 8 institutions that received an unqualified audit opinion with findings for 3 years in a row or in succession, and has been identified as part of a group of universities that need to address their inadequate internal controls, non-compliance with key legislation, and the unreliability of the reported performance information. Regarding the issue of compliance with the applicable legislation, Chairperson, SMU was one of the 9 institutions which had material findings on compliance with specific matters in relation to key legislation. It is against this background, Chairperson, that a decision was taken by the department that SMU will be part of a group of universities that must be engaged on their improvement plans. With those not so few words, Chairperson, thank you.
Well, it's not few, but yeah. TG?
Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee, the Council and the Vice Chancellor, congratulations. My esteemed colleagues, executives of the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Deputy Directors General that are present, I am very well covered by the remarks of the Minister. So allow me to skip all of those areas which have already been highlighted, because we anticipate that in the presentation by SMU, they will be able to lift those matters and clarify where the Minister has flagged issues. So I think it's only later in the conversation that we would like to come. But allow me to just make, firstly, 4 observations. Firstly, that allegations made are extremely serious. We have observed in the responses that we've received in the communication between us and the university. That there are certain silences in the documents exchanged that we would like to see in the presentation today being lifted, so that we are able to assure the public out there that when we are alerted of any irregularities, we take action and we investigate those matters. That is my other task as the accounting officer of the post-school education and training system. But on the other, it is also to observe where there are positive developments, where the institution and its interventions continue to yield positive results. We want to support those and assure the public that whereas there are problems on the other hand, but there are also issues that show the signs of progress on the other hand. That is a balance that we would like to see. And I think, secondly, my point, Chair, is that it's necessary that we further engage, to establish, whether or not our instruments, because we are expecting a report by the end of June, that is going to give us a sense of have we covered all the areas which have been lifted. Anyone can make allegations about any institutions at any time. We don't necessarily say because there are such allegations, the assumption is that they are all true, but we have a duty to interrogate them and make sure that we provide assurance to the public that we are on the task, and I think that is crucial. My last point, Chair, is that as a department we have invested almost 31 billion rands to 24 universities in the country. And in this particular university, the average allocation across the 6 cycles in the past has been about 1.3 billion rands. And I think it's important that I say this because this constitutes 6.63% of the total allocation. And I think it is important. The SIU allocation over the 6 cycles since 2007-8 financial year indicates that a total of 1.5 billion rands, 4.8%, has been allocated so far, and the university would be unveiling this infrastructure going forward. Further than this, Chair, the Sibusiso Pengo intervention seeks to close the gap between your elite, historically institutions, and those that are historically disadvantaged. It's important for us to see that gap closing, and that's how our transformation agenda for universities is going to be tested. When we invest resources, we want to see this gap closing. We don't want to hear that there are irregularities in the investments that we have made, because this slows down the pace of transformation that is the focus of our program as a department. The 2,000-bed student housing project is a focal point, and with the contract value of this particular program is 664.4 million rands. And phase 1 of the 1,000 beds is scheduled for completion this month. And we would like to hear in the presentation how this is done, when are we going to see, and we'd like to see our portfolio committee, the public, going there to see the progress that we are making in getting our system right. And so if there is allegations of 1 cent being abused, misused, it concerns us, and we support the efforts of the portfolio committee to try and lift up issues of accountability, not only in this institution and everywhere else in post-school education and training. And the minister's, response are very clear in this regard. If it is necessary and if it's not coming through in the presentation, the issues of infrastructure and how it has been managed, we will come back to show those gaps if they exist. But we will assume at this point in time that the presentation will cover all of those areas, Chairperson. I think there is a need for us, Chair, to indicate that the university system in South Africa is comparably to other countries doing well. With 51% of our universities overall in ranking by different international agencies, it shows an upward trajectory. So there is potential, but potential doesn't mean that what is happening is what we want to see. So when we dig in these issues, we are digging because we are interested in seeing the institution growing to become or towards realization of its full potential. So we'll urge all our officials to uphold the integrity of the system, the integrity of the portfolio committee, and ensure that our submissions are credible. And this is the department's take for now. Chairperson, thanking you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Director General. If you can just switch off the mic there. We'll give chair of a deputy chair or acting chair of council to lead the presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable members of this committee, Deputy Minister, DG, and all the representatives from the department. We thank you for your presence and guidance this morning. Chair, I would like really to extend our gratitude as SMU for the invitation that you have given to us to come and present in this session today. Our approach of this engagement, we approach it with profound respect for the oversight responsibility entrusted to this committee and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and sound governance within the higher education sector. I wish to assure you that we are here to engage sincerely and constructively on all the matters set out in your correspondence, as well as additional issues that the members of this House may wish to raise. We view your input not as criticism, but as a vital guidance to strengthen our institution. We acknowledge the oversight is a key mechanism to ensure that public institutions, particularly universities, are governed ethically, efficiently, with the interest of students, staff, and the nation at heart. No question from this committee will be taken lightly. We welcome all inquiries and will respond with respect and to the best of our ability. As an institution, we are committed to continuous learning and improvement. We appreciate the comments that have been shared right now from the Department of Higher Education, and we promise that all the issues that have been raised will be addressed by our presentation. I want to assure you, Minister, and DG and Chair of the Portfolio Committee, that indeed the anonymous letters have been taken very seriously by the Council and have been referred to the investigators. Unfortunately, we don't have the report today. We have not really gone through the report as a Council. That is planned for the next week, 10th of June, and thereafter we will then have a way forward. So I want to promise you that. Chair, I was very excited in your opening remarks when you said you will then invite us. We wish that you can come to our university. We are proud to say, DG, that we have completed the 1,000 beds. And we are planning to open that on the 13th. Chair, if the invite has not reached your office, I'll make sure that it does reach the office. So we will really be great. We appreciate if you can diarize that and be part of us. We had so many challenges. I don't want to escape that. On the infrastructure rollout, there were so many challenges. And you know the correspondence that has been shared between you and the department, and how the council has been trying to make sure that that project is delivered. We had delays. The council had to intervene just to make sure that we keep up to our responsibility to make sure that our students are accommodated within the campus. So the things that you have referred to, Deputy Minister and the DG, are not new to us. As I say, they will be covered in the presentation. Chairperson, according to your invitation, you really gave us a list of complex issues, and you have mentioned that you made some additional items, and we appreciate that. I want to apologize about the presentation that you received late, and we promise that we will keep to the time next time. So our presentation has incorporated the last direction that you gave to us. So the way we thought we are going to handle this session is that after my opening remarks, we have already introduced our new Vice Chancellor, which we are excited about the appointment. She will then take us through with the members of management the presentation, and with your direction, Chair, you will direct us whether you want then to give the other structures that are represented here according to the agenda, whether we go to them and then we have a question and answer session will be directed by you. So without, wasting the time of the House, I want to hand over to our new VC to take us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
So thank you. We have 40 minutes, VC.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members and Chair, thank you very much for the well wishes for the new position that has been bestowed on me. I do thank my council to have this confidence in me to be able to take this university forward. I just want to say something before I present. You mentioned, Deputy Minister, something about an unqualified audit, and that really got to me, because to me an unqualified audit is a very good thing, but I'm sure the auditors over there, when they have time to speak, they will then speak to that. So I got a bit worried about that. I'm going to really skip a couple of slides, because whilst we were asked to give a lot of information, I do realize that there's some pressing information that Jihad already wants to hear about, and I assume probably the portfolio committee. So you will see me skipping some of the slides, but basically this first slide tells you what is it that was asked from us in terms of talking about our governance and administration, our academic project, our finance and infrastructure, security, GBV and femicide, as well as obviously the anonymous letters was put as whistleblowers. All right, Chair, you've already explained to us where SMU comes from. So SMU is actually a new university, DG. So I was listening at those numbers you were giving, and you mentioned 24, and I saw you mentioned the 2 you left out, and I know why you left the 2 out. So we're supposed to be the 3. So I'm not going to go back, but I think what's important here is for us to understand. When SMU became a new university, practically in 2014, 2015, there were a lot of challenges that this university had. We were coming from a marriage with the University of Limpopo. We are a very small university. We're a university that offers a very expensive program to begin with, and a very program that is very controlled by also professional bodies. We offer health sciences universities. We also had a problem. We had to rebuild our capacities and capabilities in the last 11 years of the SMU existence. So I'm not surprised by the challenges that seems to be happening. For an 11-year-old university, I expect those. Most importantly, we had a very weak balance sheet with liabilities exceeding our assets. We then were technically insolvent in 2015. All right. We had a huge student debt that we had inherited right from the time that we were Medunsa, then Limpopo, and then we became SMU. We inherited all of that debt and so forth. I'm not going to go through all of them because you have them and in the interest of time. So there were quite a number of challenges that we had with SMU. With the new universities, there were a lot of instability at the beginning because there were a lot of people trying to find their own power. There were a lot of conflicts between management, labor, SRC, who is running the institution. But those things are now settled. I think those were important for us to appreciate where we are now. And then SMU is guided by a strategic plan. We had a 2021-2024, and then recently we've revised the 2024-2028. And it's got its own objectives that it had, looking at research, the quality of student life. I think that's important, underpinned by governance, digital transformation. Just briefly on our successes, you've listened to my challenges, but you can see that despite all that has been said, SMU has been performing pretty well. If you look at our APP in 2021 to 2022, 2023, you can see there's been an upward trajectory, an upward growth, and I think that's something that we must also remember as we go along. Then on to governance and administration, I'm not going to talk about it very much because I think we all know that the governance, it is as per the Higher Education Act of 1997. So these slides, one can read what we have, and I won't go, these are our external members, making sure that we have 60% and over 60% of our council members being external, and that is the case at SMU. And then we have different subcommittees, and you've already had some people mentioning which subcommittees they represent. But I've highlighted there the Student Affairs Committee of Council, which is, we are one of the few universities in council that has the Student Affairs Committee of Council. Okay, so obviously these are the instruments, I can skip them. And then we have Senate that looks at the academic affairs of the institution, that is chaired by the Vice Chancellor, and it meets 4 times a year. Okay, and those are the Senate subcommittees. And then we go into administration, and that's where we talk about the executive management and the senior management of the institution. And as you can see there, we've got our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research, vacant simply because I was holding that position and now have been appointed as a Vice Chancellor. We've got the Deputy Vice Chancellor Operations. That position has been a little bit vacant for a little bit longer, and otherwise all the other positions have been filled. All right, so we also have, as the executive management that I've put in your first slide, we have what we call as an executive management committee that meets twice a month. Then from that, we move into our senior management committees that also involve all the EMC members, the deans, and the directors. And this one meets at least once a quarter. And these meetings are really to look at the day-to-day management of the institution. We were asked about this, about our total staff, our racial breakdown. Specifically, that was the additional information that we received on Monday. On this slide, what you would then see is that we've divided it into academic and non-academic staff. And then you start to see that we mentioned joint appointees and DHET appointees. These appointees, joint appointees, are the appointees that are appointed by the Department of Health, and they work at our hospital and they assist in the teaching of our students in the hospital. And then we have DHET. From time to time we get ad hoc appointments to manage for DHET, and those are also part. So if you look at our total complement of staff, it will take you to about 1,893. However, for today, I'm focusing purely on those that are SMU appointees. Right, when we look at those SMU appointees, I'm focusing mostly on the graph, but this is what was asked. We wanted to see what was the racial breakdown, and that I take it that you can see yourselves. I'm not going to read it, and exactly where they are employed. I think my office does not have 207 staff members, so that I don't want that next time portfolio committee asks me why I have 207 people under my office. Those numbers are correct, but I think we have not put them correctly in the departments that they were in. But that is the spread of our staff members. Then if we go into our foreign nationals, we were asked what foreign nationals we have. We have divided our foreign nationals into those that have permanent residency and those that have work permit. And we have used the Home Affairs Act, and that describes what is a permanent residence. And as we understand it, it is someone who's got a permit from Home Affairs to work and stay in South Africa indefinitely. And therefore, it was very important for us to separate these two categories. Whereas your foreign nationals, as we've put them there, they only have a work permit to be in South Africa. On that graph, on that table, you can see that we have 10 foreign nationals, that is members with only a work permit, and 40 permanent resident staff members at SMU. The rest is South African nationals. So when we look at those foreign nationals, as we were requested which faculties you would find them, you can see most of them, you find them in the research office, and you find them in the different schools that we have. So, and the reason for that is because all these 10 foreign nationals that we have are postdoctoral fellows. They are not staff members, as you will see. So they will be in South Africa, either on a staff, or on a working permit, or a student visa permit. And then, of course, there is the distribution of our foreign nationals within the different departments. Okay. So we just talked a little bit about our achievements, but I'm taking that you have read this. I'm going to move straight into our academic project. Our academic project is managed by 5 schools: the School of Healthcare Sciences, School of Medicine, Dentistry, Pharmacy, and Science and Technology. And those are the deans of the schools. Okay. And then here I've just thought, let me give you our enrollment figures, our 2025 enrollment figures. As you can see here, our student enrollment plan from DHET was that we should register about 7,916 students, and we were able to register 7,336 students in these programs. And we are also increasing our F10s in the registration. Our biggest problem, if you study this graph, you will see our biggest problem is the undergraduates, the returning students. And this is something that we're investigating as an institution. Are we too good that we are graduating too many students, therefore we don't have too many students returning, and other factors, of course. Then the other things that we asked was that we talk about our student success, and I'm not going through these other slides because I'm taking that you have read them. I'm trying to keep up more time for other presentations. But basically, if you look at our pass rate as an institution, these pass rates, you see them, these are N1, N+1, and N+2, right? And you can see that it goes up 55%, 85% as expected by those different ones. Right, and this one is the throughput rates, which are different. The throughput rates, we've put them as N+1, N+2, and we've put them per school. And you can see that the School of Medicine and the School of Pharmacy have one of the highest, including the School of Healthcare Sciences, have some high throughput rates. And the reason for that is that the School of Pharmacy uses a method that is called problem-based learning, where there's too much more time on a student, less student, because there's more contact with the lecturers. Otherwise, that is our throughput. 40% for SMU at N1, at N only, sorry. Then we compared what was our throughput as institution versus 2023 versus 2024. So you can see that at 2024, we're sitting at 39.7. We were at 23, we were 42.2% in 2023. And that goes on again into N+1 and N+2. And then the dropout rates, those were other things that were asked from us. And what was important, I thought, there is that we should just describe where our students come from. You can see that almost 60% of our students come from quintile 1 to 3, and around 58% of our students are funded by NSFAS. And first-generation students that are the first time to come to the university is about 31%. And what does that tell you? It tells you of the profile of the students that we deal with at SMU, at least the majority of the profile of those students. That is very important because it allows you to be able to support those students appropriately and accordingly. So these are interventions that we have done, and I'm taking again that you've got these reports that you can read to save on time. And then here we look at our retention rate, or what you would look at as a dropout rate. So we like to look at it. If I took a class of 2021, the first years, in the first year that I've registered 100 students, only 88.5 of those students remained. And by the second year of that year, only 73%, and so forth, up to the 54.1%. Okay. We've had successful achievements there. Then I go into the research and innovation. Am I going too fast? Not too fast?
Nobody is complaining.
Okay.
They're fine, VC, continue.
All right. No, I'm fine. So let's look at here. We have a plan for SMU, which is a 2024-2034 research plan. And that research plan basically is looking at research chairs or university research chairs, the number of NRF-rated researchers, postdoc fellows, honorary professors, and retired professors. And then one column shows you that is our plan for the next 10 years and where we are in 2025, 1 year later. Yes. And then this one shows our publications and our units. You can see that our publications have been going up throughout the years. We keep on improving. And this slide was just really to focus more on the sustainable development goals that we are focusing on at the institution. And you can see that as a health science university, we focus on good health and well-being, as well as gender equality. And then obviously, what are the areas where our research comes from? The slide shows that. And then our number of NRF-rated researchers, you can see that we continue to improve all the time. And then we looked at our postdoctoral fellows and what we get from them, what is the importance of them. You can see that we have increased our number of postdoctoral fellows, and we see that they continue to publish as well. I think the DG has already mentioned this, how we have improved in the rankings. So this work that we are talking about has been proven because our rankings have improved over the years. And I've put here two methods of measuring this ranking. As you already said, that it depends which metrics you are using. The webometrics, where we jumped 200 places from 2022, 2023 to 2023 to 2024. So that's quite a big jump.
Once again, good morning to you, Chair, and honorable members. Good morning to the Deputy Minister and the DG and other colleagues from the GHEad. My name is Dr. Eminos Manyawi. I will take you through the section on finance and infrastructure. Chairperson, I should just give you a background in terms of where we're coming from as a university. In 2017, Chairperson, the university incurred a loss of 170 million. The 2 years before that, it was incurring an average a loss of 200 million per annum. We then negotiated and requested, and we are appreciative of the intervention that was made by the Department of Higher Education and Training. They gave us a special dispensation grant, which is called the Health Sciences Operation Grant, which is a 200 million grant. From there on, as you can see, in 2018, our revenues improved significantly, but we also started making a surplus. At that time, like my Vice Chancellor has indicated, we were technically insolvent. In fact, our liabilities exceeded our assets by 233 million. So that assisted us quite well, but there was a condition that over a period of time, we should change our financial fortunes. And we then embarked on what we now call the new business model for the Sefako Makgatho University. There were a number of push factors for us to incorporate this new business model as our long-term financial sustainability plan until 2035. We had inherited a balance sheet that was bankrupt from the demerger of the University of Limpopo. We also were saddled with a number of historical debts from other institutions. We also have got significant assets on campus. Our campus is about 307 hectares big. were underutilizing that asset. We needed to do something about it. Also, our intake was low. Our throughput ratios were very low, like my vice chancellor said. But so there were a number of challenges that the university was finding itself in. We then embarked on a new business model. This new business model was approved by Council around 2021 and endorsed by the Department of Higher Education and Training in September 2021. The new business model, Chair, I've just highlighted what it enjoins the university to do to sweat its assets, to diversify its program qualification mix, to improve its productivity ratios, to improve its third stream income, to also sweat its assets in terms of infrastructure delivery and control costs, but also to improve its fee structure. Chairperson, I should indicate that we have got very specific smart targets on the new business model. We are looking at having 13,500 students on campus. We are sitting at 7,300 now by 2035. We are also restructuring our fees in terms of our F10s as they come through the process, but we're also working towards other interventions that I've already highlighted. But we're also moving towards a university that is more digitized to control costs, but also to improve efficiencies. We have also progressively revised our program qualification mix over time. Chairperson, you would see that our projections are such that they have improved over time. In 2025, we are looking to have a surplus of 58 million. We believe that in line with this new business model, we'll be able to win ourselves from the special dispensation grant that we're getting from the department by 2028 as a result of that. Chair, I should indicate there are a lot of improvements within the Sefako Makgatho University. I've already alluded to the new business model. We've had 7 straight unqualified audit opinions at SMU. I want to give a context that we had a disclaimer of opinion earlier on, then we had a qualified audit opinion. Since then, we've had and maintained 7 unqualified audit opinions. Our working structure has been quite significant and has improved and is stable. We're improving our third stream income strategy. I'll come to this. We've got an approved commercialization strategy. We have also been introducing short learning programs to diversify our income stream, but also to increase the number of our enrollments, but also to increase our productivity, as I indicated earlier on. We have got a cost containment strategy that is approved by Council. We've got a procurement protocol to address the challenges that we have got. We are a university based in a peri-urban area, so we do collaborate with the Harangwa community on the basis of that platform. And we have, as an HDI, just established a small endowment fund that is growing right now, but also have managed to secure a funding or loan from the DBSA to improve our infrastructure. That speaks to our credit worthiness as a university. The chair on that table, I've just done some color coding there to indicate the improvements in our fortunes. I wish the deputy minister was here, and I wanted to indicate that I am cognizant of the fact that we requested an extension of our 2023 annual report. This was out of our own control, Chairperson, with delays in terms of the concurrence of our then external auditors. So we requested for a month's extension. It was duly approved by the Department of Higher Education and Training. I can assure the committee and the department today that 2024, we're not going to experience the same problem because we've since addressed the challenges that we've had. We also experienced the same delay from the AGSA this year in 2024, but by that time we had already addressed and we had a strategy in terms of administrating that and mitigating that. Chair, to improve our working capital, we've been looking at strategies to increase or to reduce our student debt numbers, thus reducing student debt. We've got a number of interventions that we've put in place. We've approached the private sector. We've got a number of private sector players who are funding our students on an annual basis. We've got quasi-government institutions, NGOs that are funding our students on an annual basis as well. So that has helped to reduce the number of student debt. In the sector, I will tell you, Chair, the average is about 300 days. We are sitting right now at 233 days in 2024, and we're projecting that by 2025, we will be reducing them to 210. So that's quite a significant improvement, Chair, from a working capital management point of view. I wish also to highlight that the capital expenditure at the university, like the DG has correctly indicated, From 2017, Chairperson, I'm highlighting 2017 because when SMU was established in 2015, it was more of a university managed by an interim management. The substantive management only came around 2017. So from there, you can see that we're not investing much into our future. We're averaging 60 million per annum from 2017 to 2020. We reached a peak in 2023 at 681 million. This year, Chairperson, we're expecting to spend 358 million on our capital expenditure. We've made a number of interventions on our students. This is one issue that was requested by this committee. I've already alluded to that, Chair. We've got a complement that has been shown already of 300 students. 3,300 of them are funded by NSFAS. We've introduced the Student Data Appeals Committee that helps students not to be financially excluded, but also not to suffocate the university from a liquidity point of view by looking on a date-by-date, on a case-by-case basis. But we've also secured long-term funding for students with collaboration from the SRC, from the Convocation, from management and other stakeholders. We've created what we call the Harambee Fund, Chairperson, to assist our students in terms of getting more in, food because they are on the missing middle, so they don't have food, or they come from other disadvantaged backgrounds. So those are the interventions that the university has made to assist the students. I'm not going to detail about what the Student Debt Appeals Committee does because it is an internal committee, but I've highlighted in total, like this year, that it has looked at 154 cases. So this is our strategy, Chairperson, financially. We are looking at increasing our third stream income, increasing our second stream income, which is income that comes from the students themselves in terms of fees, in terms of accommodation and other things. We use what we call the user pay principle, but whilst at the same time still relying on the government, but reducing that reliance to be aligned with the university norms. In South Africa, an average university gets 47 to 49% of its fees from the fiscus. We are as high as 50-something%. We want to reduce that. Chairperson, on the finances, I just want to highlight the changes and the interventions that we have made. We are a going concern now. We're not as far back as 2017. The supply chain management function has been turned around and has been effective since 2022. The function of gatekeeping finance has been strengthened. The credit risk of the university has improved. The asset base from 2015, when we were established, has increased threefold. We're university worth 3 billion. Now we're sitting at close to 7 billion. So that has also improved, Chairperson. I want to go now to infrastructure matters, Chair. I think these were highlighted by the DG, and I want to address them in the following fashion. I need to admit upfront, Chairperson, that we had a serious problem in terms of our infrastructure management at SNU. We started off in 2016 and 2019. We realized that we had no capacity to manage our infrastructure. We outsourced that service to DBSL from between 2016 and 2019. There are perceptions of corruption within the function, which we are dealing with, and we are addressing them. There is also high turnover within the infrastructure built environment, which is a concern to management. There is generally a lack of capacity in that area, and I'll indicate how we are addressing them. We've also got challenges with deferred maintenance share. We are considered to be a new university on one hand, but we were established in 1976. Our infrastructure is as old as 1976. So we have got a lot of breakdowns on our infrastructure. We've got lower funding that we would have wanted, Chairperson. But the department, we are grateful that it has allocated quite significant amounts of funding in terms of the projects that we are looking at. We have completed the library right now, which is to be commissioned on the 13th of June. The 2,000 beds, the first 1,000 beds will be ready by 13th of June. In fact, they are ready as we speak. We've got other projects that are ongoing. There is a long story to the 2,000 beds as to why they delayed, but I can assure you, Chair, Council has taken a decision and he has instituted corrective measures to address those. That's why we are able to deliver those by 13th of June. We've got 2,300 students that are based on campus. That's how limited we are in terms of student accommodation. What it means is that 3,500 of those students are based off campus, but they pay their own fees through their sponsors, so we use the user pay principle. Another 200 beds are projected to be available by end of this month. So by end of this month, DDG would have 1,200 students on campus, Chairperson. the other 800 beds of those 2,000 beds will be available by May 2026, according to our projections. Chairperson, I just want to shortly and quickly highlight the infrastructure challenges and the interventions that we have made. There is a regime of low funding, so we've leveraged on loans, DED funding. We've also improved our ICT, but also the new business model that I've indicated. We are setting up a project management office within the built environment function that will turn around the fortunes of that function. We have got town planning challenges. We have appointed, or the seat of Sweden has appointed members from the council to help us to unblock those blockages. Lack of skills, I've already spoken to Chair. There was also an inadequacy in terms of the policy regime. We've just had the council that approved an infrastructure procurement and delivery management policy. So those are some of the interventions that we're making. Chair, in terms of pictures, I just thought maybe let's show you where we are. Those are the 2,000 beds that we're referring to. We are showing the infrastructure there in terms of security. There is security installations. They are the beds there, and there's a third road there that has been completed now. These pictures were taken a few weeks back. And that's the interior of the 2,000 beds, Chair. Those are the 2,000 beds. I can assure you that the mattresses have now been installed. That's the library that I referred to. That's the other major project that is going to be commissioned on the 18th of June. Chairperson, I should also indicate that there are also road infrastructure networks that we are building around campus, and that's the work that is currently ongoing. We have had Residence 1C, which houses about 200 of our students, and that's the residence that has been commissioned. Chairperson, I want to conclude on infrastructure by indicating that there is an ICT refresher project that costed us to the tune of 390 million at a budget of 420 million. That will also be launched by the Minister on the 13th of June. That has been completed. And those are the other projects that we have completed. Chair, I need to close this by saying, in the last 6 months, this university has turned around its fortunes in terms of infrastructure delivery. There was a stoppage and no program delivery in the last 2 years. And we did accept that, but we have made interventions to ensure that there is delivery. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
We have about
How many minutes do we
6
have?
minutes.
How many minutes do
We
we
have
have?
about 6 minutes.
6 minutes. That I will make 6 minutes. We were then asked also to talk about gender-based violence at the institution. We have, we are very much commitment to GBV. We maintain a zero-tolerance policy towards gender-based violence and femicides. We have a GBV office that is situated within the HR and serves as a coordinating structure for prevention, case management, and advocacy. It is aligned to the DHET policy framework to address GBV in post-school education and training. So these are the policy frameworks that we have used, and we have certain response mechanisms to it. We have what is formal and informal processes. We have safe reporting channels where we have confidential, either through emails or call or walk-in services. We have a 24-hour security hotline as well for all students and employees, and also case management facilities where we offer psychosocial support, safety, planning, and reasonable accommodation, and as well as investigation and so forth. I'm trying to save the 6 minutes that we have. And then we also have some safety and security systems at the institution. We have biometric and facial recognition access control. We have over 250 smart surveillance cameras installed across strategic areas. And we also use drones in our institution, as it has just been mentioned, that we have such a big land, so we do need these drones to cover some of the securities. And of course, we have trained staff, over 200 of them, that patrol the institution. And then on residences, we also have 24/7 designated security officers in residences. I'm smiling because my students are here. And we have also offices that are fitted with secure door locks with an on-site locksmith responsible for key management within the institution. So when we look at our GBV statistics over the years from 2022 to 2024, we can see that the report cases have sort of remained more or less the same. We are at the beginning of 2025, so we've still got only 2 cases. And all of these cases have been investigated in 2022, and then the number that have been resolved and those that have been referred to the South African Police Services. Then the last part, I think we have time. It is about the anonymous letters that we were asked to talk about. Just to say that the university does support and recognizes that whistleblowing is an important tool for promoting individual responsibility and organizational accountability. The university has in place already a whistleblowing policy and anti-fraud hotline. This is administered independently under the auspices of the internal audit function as well, and which then reports to the Audit and Risk Committee of Council. There are guardrails in place under the whistleblowing policy and anti-fraud hotline that enable any person to anonymously report allegations of impropriety on a confidential basis and without fear of reprisal. So allegations of delays and attendant failures in the implementation of the infrastructure, as we've been asked, those have been done by Council, and probably Council will talk about it. Particularly, this has focused on, this retired judge had focused on the delays on the 2,000-bed residencies, the bulk water, as well as the boundary wall. In conclusion, Chair, we just want to say that we have been entrusted to steer a proudly South African health sciences university to meet the transformation imperatives of our country. As seen by indicators, we have shown throughout our presentation that SMU's transformation is on an accelerated path. SMU is ranked currently in number 10 of 26 universities, that was 2024. While more needs to be done, we have already shown that we will leave behind an institution in a much better condition than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. William, IF, do you have their presentation there? Yeah, please open their presentation. Thank you very much, management, for the yeah, you'll open your mic, you'll present from there. Yeah. IF, how much do we allocate that? We will have 15 minutes, IF.
15 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear for you.
Okay.
Just make it bigger without speaking VC. Let's allow the IF to be the ones who are speaking. Are the IF in the meantime?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorables of the House and my colleagues. IF is the institutional forum of the university, which is formed by about 8 structures. Representative of the council, management, the Senate, the academic employees, and trade unions, administrative support staff, SRC, and the Vice Chancellor's nominees. And those are the names as reflected on the screen there. Next slide, please. The functions of the institutional forum, as outlined and provided by the Act, Section 31(1) of the Act, the institutional forum must advise the Council on the following matters affecting the university. Number 1 is the implementation of the Act itself and the National Policy on Higher Education, and the formulation of race and gender equity policies that has been outlined by the VC when she presented, the suitability of appointment of candidates for executive management positions, the code of conduct of the whole, staff, particularly, the whole community, mediation and dispute resolution procedures, and the formulation of policy fostering institutional culture and characterized by you're moving fast. The functioning of the institutional forum, what we do. Number one, to advice given by the institutional forum must be submitted in writing to the council chairperson of the institutional forum. If we advise them, when they respond, of course, they must write to us. The council must consider the advice given by the institutional forum and provide written reasons if advice is not considered. If they have got a different view, they must respond in writing. That is very, very important. The institutional forum must perform such additional advisory functions as the council may delegate or award to it. When it functions, if the council decide that they want to add something to the institutional forum to do, we have to do it. The council may, after consultation with the institutional forum, revoke or amend the extended advisory mandate of the institutional forum and determined in paragraph 4 above. Focus institutional forum plan for 2025 to 2026. That is, the whole year. The focus area of strategic engagement and transformation include the following: recruitment process, executive position, transformation agenda, the gender-based violence that is found in the whole country. We also have to check that. Gender distribution across different levels, disability inclusions, policy development support unit, governance and instability at EMC level. Next slide. Addressing recruitment process, executive management position. This is key. Recruitment processes. The objective here is to promote fairness, transparency, and transformation in the recruitment. Actions: review and align recruitment practice with employment equity goals to ensure proper oversight and accountability. IF advised the council on the suitability of candidates for appointment to the executive management position, e.g. the Vice Chancellor's position or extension of term, appointment of a new VC, DVC, operations and Chancellor. These are some of the responsibilities that the IF are involved. Monitor demographic representation, appointment and promotion across academic and support departments. The council must consider the advice given by the institutional forum and provide written reasons if the advice is not accepted by council. They didn't give us a feedback why they didn't accept that. Addressing institutional transformation agenda. University transformation agenda objective to enhance the gender-based violence and sexual harassment policy. We have to see to it that that is being done. Actions: gender-based violence, strengthen institutional reporting and response mechanisms. B, promote awareness and prevention through training and support structures for all stakeholders. Provide supportive environment, monitoring and evaluation, gender distribution, analyze gender representation across all university levels, academic and support together, improve gender equity in leadership, academic and administrative roles. Now we can, skip this one, go straight to the last. Sorry, yeah. The top management, governance and instability at EMC level, top management instability over the last year due to acting positions. Here we realized that, some few years back, the whole of last year, there were a lot of acting positions, which, IMF was a little bit concerned about. Strategic plan for the institution in 2025 and 2029. I've requested, one of the members of the institutional forum to add to my presentation. I wonder whether you can do it from where you are. Masikwa.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, I think I'll just add on some of the things that he has added on, or rather just to emphasize that we have raised on multiple occasions on how IF is not taken serious. And I'm saying this because multiple times, as he has outlined, at IF, it's very clear. If we advise council on a position and a council does not take that position, what happens after is that council must write back to IF. And it only happens once, where we said to council that you guys don't respect us. But even today, there are about 2 recommendations made to council, and to date, you have not received a revert report back written to IF. And we said IF is a very important structure, by the way, because it composes of every level of the university. And all advices that have been given to council, they were deliberately ignored. That speaks to quite a lot of things. I mean, you would have seen that about 60% of students from the university are literally from quintile 1, but yet still financially excluded. We spoke about financial exclusion, on why it's an exclusionary matter. I think it was presented there about 15 or 20% of students remains excluded, but yet they want to maintain that they are a very progressive management for whatever that seeks to achieve. On another point that equally was mentioned, we are very aggrieved, by the way, I must say. There was a point on high dropout level. When you exclude a student at a final year, and yet you want to say that you are doing very well. You have indicated to us that black students, no, not black, let me say black, well, because a lot of us are very poor. A lot of students who are poor from the underprivileged families, you exclude them on a final year. It cannot be that is acceptable. And equally, there is an increased high rate of unilateral decision by management to increase residential fees. Residencies at Harangua, which is a location, cost about 51,000. It means that you are encouraging students to equally go to stay in the location. Because if you compare a 52,000 rent, you can equally go and stay at a back door for as good as 12,000. So that is equally one of the point of concerns that I think we are having there. There's fundis that they charge students 18 rand, and while they are doing that, students get to have less, arrangements. And another thing that I think we must make it very clear is that there seems to be deliberate ignorance of this particular transformative structure called institutional forum, and in particular as it relates to advising on particular measures that we have time and again have raised in the committee. All members of the committee say we have become a tick box. When matters come from council, they require us to vote. We said we are not voting cows. We want to be engaged. We want to advise, because you cannot advise on a vote. You must advise on engaging on a particular matter. Last but not least, Chair, I think we have spoken about on the issue of the anonymous letters and all of that. We have made it very clear that the university has on multiple occasions made it public to say that we have got anonymous letters on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 who are investigating. The university must deliberately, after getting that report, make sure that that report is public to all members of the university, not only to themselves and to everyone, including of the portfolio committees and everybody involved in this particular arrangement. And last but not least, some of these residencies on campus, I'm happy that, Chair, on one time you once arrived on campus, some of these residents are bad for the money they charge us. I wish we could carry this portfolio committee happening now to take them to one residence called 5B. You will be shocked by seeing what students are staying inside of. And yet the amount of money do not meet that particular arrangement that they charge students. And quite a lot of things in as far as governance is concerned, because once governance is ignored, then the entire infrastructure gets to be collapsed. I say this because when you look at the statute that is supposed to govern a particular institution, when that on its own is ignored, on a micro level, you can only imagine what happens on a macro level, where probably a lot of things are not seen. There is a lot of money mentioned. There are a lot of us who are within that entire infrastructure are not seeing the value for money that is mentioned. Maybe it happens on the sky, maybe it happens somewhere else. But what we need to see, and of course I want to agree, that we want improvement, but the improvement in institutions of higher learning must not deliberately be at the expense of financially or academically excluding those that are underprivileged, because an institution like SMU, if you ask an alumni who was there 10 years back, they will tell you the drastic changes that have happened. It seems as if now the institution is being conditioned to exclude those it intended to serve best, those that are from low quintile 1, those who are from low quintile 2, and those that it usually have accommodated in the past years. And as an important infrastructure, I must also mention that, actually, some of the things that I think, because maybe we don't have a lot of time, I would really wish that even when the portfolio committee came, when there was a letter flying around of the portfolio committee, that's when all of these things started flying around of the completion of things and on all of that. We live there every day. We must normalize maybe making unannounced announcement. Maybe you are going to rescue a lot of people who are underprivileged and going through a lot of difficulties in institutions of higher learning, in particular in SMU and other universities in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. IF, can you please put on the presentation of SRC? When the latter speaker was speaking, I almost said, thank you very much, President. So when I visited, the portfolio committee visited SMU, he was president of the SRC at the time. So I almost said President, and I saw how the current president looked at me. So I almost created problem for myself. President of the SRC, or SG, whoever is going to, we have 15 minutes.
Sorry? Yes, please. No, thanks so much, Chair. The Chair of Portfolio Committee, members of Portfolio Committee, the Sefako Makgatho University Management, and all stakeholders present. My name is Unethical Peter, the current SRC president deployed by the EFF Student Command. And next to me here, I have the Secretary General of the SRC. Her name is Folofelo Nzieni. So, Chair, our presentation is based on the state of affairs, challenges faced by the students, and recommendations thereof. And this is the outline of our presentation, Chair, that will look largely on the challenges faced by our students, of which encompasses the financial challenges, residential challenges, infrastructural challenges, academic challenges, sports-related challenges, restrictive policies and governance issues, and recommendations. So, Chair, I think I need to indicate that in terms of the state of affairs, Chair, in the past 5 years or so, there have been restrictive policies that have been suppressive on the student leaders and the students at large, wherein students can freely express themselves. And then in the process of that, Chair, our students have found to be financially excluded. Our students were academically excluded on the basis of such suppressive and restrictive policies. And in the middle of that, Chair, I need to indicate that there's never been a library whereas students are expected to do well academically in the absence of a library. So if you can check on the next slide, Chair, on the financial challenges, that is where we led the financial exclusion protest. So what we did, Chair, immediately after we got elected, because there in SMU, they understand that you must apply for a protest. So it doesn't make sense. I was asking this, so if I want to protest against the chair, and then I give you an application, are you going to process it, Chairman?
Yeah,
So I told no.
I hear where you're coming from.
Yes.
You're
No.
making a wrong example.
Oh, okay.
Say you are marching against you.
Okay, let me say the management. I apologize. The management, Chair. So I said the SG, let's go, right? Our students can't be financially excluded and we can't do anything like this. And then we call an SBM, that's why we were given a mandate to say that down financial exclusion, right? And then, Chair, it's very important to indicate that after we fought our management so hard, from this process, we have managed to raise 4.6 million as a part of a compromise. And then our student, we have managed to block financial exclusion. So, Chair, we have an issue of NSFAS, whereas you'd find that our academic project starts early in January, and then NSFAS gets to pay our students late March, April. How do you expect students to concentrate on an empty stomach? How do you expect students to do well academically on an empty stomach? So these guys are not doing well, Chair. And another thing that is really concerning with regard to NSFAS is that they have a tendency of defunding students in the middle of the year. And whereas that actually translates negatively into our students as far as academic proliferation is concerned. Chair, I think I need to indicate that the off-campus residence fees are so bad and so high and so crazy. As a result, Chair, you'd find that some of them are even exceeding the NSFAS accommodation cap. Obviously, that will translate into the issue of financial exclusion, that which we are fighting against. On the issue of residences, Chair, you'd find that on-campus residences some of them don't have basic things like stoves. Stoves are not working, washing machines are, whereas students are paying. And then we have a problem of poor fumigation process, Chair, and I'm going to elaborate on that. Early this year, whereas, by the way, we are the medical institution, our students have been suffering from bed bugs infestation. That's to another, our students, right? And we don't understand the logic behind that because these are basic things, right? We have dilapidated infrastructures and all that, and then this needs to be corrected. So another thing that we need to look into really is the issue of a library. So, Chair, what we did as leaders is that after we have been elected, we said that there is no way that we want to say our students must do well academically without library. So our library must be completed. And then we are being promised that on the 13th of June is going to be open. And we are very clear and sober to say that we are not going to take that until we see it coming into manifestation. All right? And then we have the issue of projects that are taking long to complete and all that. So in terms of sports-related issues, Chair, we have an issue of swimming pool. If you can check as to how much money has been spent on that swimming, I don't know how to swim, Chair, but a lot was spent, but we don't have a swimming pool there. So I think clarity needs to be drawn with regard to that. And also, our students are not being supported properly in terms of the USAs, because you find that others are being excluded and all that, and that is not fair. Our students must be empowered. So with regard to academic-related issues, Chair, back in 2022, when I was the chairperson of the School of Oral Health, what I did is that I led a march to the Department of Health to say that our oral health and general workers must be employed, Chair. And today I'm disappointed to come here to say that there is an issue of unemployment of healthcare workers. I'm very disappointed, right? Like, if I can give you a practical example, in the School of Dentistry and maybe the School of Medicine, you find that because there is an issue of overtime cuts off, so that impact negatively on the practical education and the teaching and learning process, right? And we have an issue, Chair, whereas you find that our laboratories are not being properly maintained, and then also in the School of Dentistry, Chair, you find that the chairs are not being properly maintained. There is lack of material and all that, right? But in my closing, before I can give my SG, I would like to say,
Chair, I think I'm very tired and I'm going to make this thing very clear again. I'm glad that you call me here. Dentists must be employed, oral hygienists must be employed, dental therapists must be employed, pharmacists must be employed, scientists must be employed, occupational therapists must be employed, dietitians must be employed, physiotherapists must be employed, audiologists must be employed, psychologists must be employed, medical doctors and radiographers must be employed. We must do away with this nonsense of unemployment of healthcare workers. And lastly, I think we need to put measures in place to ensure how we can actually draw a resource into our university. Like we need to approach the banks such as Standard Bank and all that so that they can assist us to mitigate this process of financial exclusion. So without wasting any time, Comrade SG, over to you.
Thank you so much, Comrade President. To the chairperson of Portfolio Committee and members on all the stakeholders in this place, I greet you all. My name is Purperon Tieni, and I am a young woman that believes that the future of this country lies in the hands of young, educated people. Chairperson and the House at large, allow me to take you through the slide of policies and governance-related challenges in Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University. As SRC, we are tired of how the policies in our university are approved because they actually utilize the procedure that we call in consultation with, wherein they ask for our opinions in some of the policies while the policy is already binding and affecting our students. For example, I will give example with the policy called the resident policy. In Section 10, Clause 10.4, it talks about 65% of postgraduate students, and in Section 9, it talks about 60% of undergraduate students for you to be able to qualify for the residence. This year, we had to fight for this policy to not be employed, but we don't know what's going to happen next year. And our university cannot be benchmarking with such policies while they are failing to offer us a basic need, which is the library. For the past 3 years, our students have not been having a library. And as the SG, I'm very shocked that they are saying that the library have been complete. We have started with examination periods, and our students, they don't have libraries. We had 4 EMC meetings wherein we have been promised that it will open on this date, on this date, on this date. And before the meeting of portfolio meeting, that's where they are letters that is spreading that it might open on the 13th of June. We have got a policy that is called resident segregation policy. This policy is adding into financial exclusions because our students are placed in different residences, which some of them they don't even afford. And when I question the rationale behind this policy, they say that it is in order to prevent GBV. But we are a health science university that has to train male professionals that will see females naked in hospitals. But yet the universities is teaching them that for a man to have sexual control, you must be segregated from a woman. That is wrong. In SMU, we believe in diversity, and our students are happy with staying with their males in the residences. We have another policy that is called Policy on the Management of Student Protest Action. It is the policy that requires you to apply for the strike. How can the person that I'm striking against approve my strike? We have to tell them the date, the location, the people will be there, and all those sort of things. That is the policy that is suppressing the student revolution. We have been silenced at the SRC because we know that the moment you stand up and say you are defending students, they will send you a very fast, immediate suspension that you must go home. We also have a policy wherein it talks about that in order for you to be a leader in Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University, you must actually have a 100% pass rate and full load. That is suppression to the student leadership. Because if you fail one module, you cannot lead. And leadership is not only dictated by you passing 100%. You can be a good leader and not pass every modules. There are leaders in the parliament who didn't even have PhD. I'm not suppressing academic excellence, but that's wrong. And also, as the SRC, we have got recommendation that we have to make to the management. For example, we have got financial crisis in our institution. And to NSFAS, I am saying that our university commences with academics in early January. We are pleading with you that please, may our students be funded as early as possible. We are tired of always protesting and boycotting instead of us having to be able to study. There are some of the sponsors that we have been briefed that they delay to pay our students. For example, NSF, they're saying that it have not been paying university and our students are suffering. We are urging all the sponsors to pay our students. And also, our university is always having events, but most of these events are not fundraising events. And they're always complaining that the university does not have money. As SRC, we are saying that stop doing events for funny and luxury things and do fundraising events that are going to raise money into the university. As SRC, as the president have alluded, we have raised 4.3 million in collaboration with management and members of convocation. So as this SRC, we are saying that this initiative must not die with us. We must have a Save a Student Foundation wherein each and every month, the workers of university, willingly so, they can contribute 5 francs towards this initiative. And from SRC levy annually, they can take 200 from each and every student to actually help those who cannot be able to fund themselves. And also, there must be investigation in the funding called Harambe. The former Vice Chancellor have initiated the funding called Harambe, and SSRC, we don't have transparency as to what is this funding is actually doing in the university, and we need a report regarding that funding. And also, we further add our management to stop this thing of always reducing financial camp, because our university is comprised of students who are from a very poor and very bad backgrounds. And back in the high schools, we were told that in order for you to change the situation at home, you must study very hard. But ironically, you study very hard and you are still excluded, and you have to go and sit home with your distinction without completing the academic year. And also to residencies. It is very shocking that we have to be talking about things like stoves. Our residences, they do not have adequate stoves, they do not have generators, microwaves, and other essential appliances. And SRC, we are saying that to the management. By the end of this week, we need to see functional stoves in those residences. And also, it is also imperative that our residences, they must comply with the national electricity compliance, because there are some incidences wherein our students, the residents 1B, nearly burned with our students inside of it because of these things of plugs, leakages and stuff. And also, we need immediate renovation of Residence 1B. I will assure you, Portfolio Committee, the only difference between Residence 1B and Marabastad is the location. That residence is not a good residence for students. We have been complaining and fighting, and what they do is to recycle students. If the students of this year complain, they take them out, and then the following academic year, they put another student inside without renovating it. We also need the external stakeholders to come and evaluate the capability of Residence 2,000 beds, because they're saying that on the 13th of June it is going to be open, and SSRC, we have visited the residence and it was not fully complete, and we are very scared of a situation wherein they will put our students inside there, wherein there will be lots of challenges such as electricity, water, and other stuff. So we need external investigators to come and investigate if that residence is good for accommodating students. And also, we must have an investigation when it comes to off-campus residences. Off-campus residences, it doesn't make sense that you can find yourself. Last year, there were rooms which were shared by 4 students, but all those students, they pay same amount, with people who are sharing into being in double rooms. The amount around that is the same. We want investigation as to how a person who's in a single room and a person who is in a 4 sharing, they're paying for the same prices of that residences. And also, all right. Also, in order to save time, I will also touch in the issues of sports infrastructures. The disparity in our sports facilities compared to other universities is very staggering. We need improvement in terms of sports. We need improvement in terms of lab. We need improvement in terms of innovation hubs and other stuff. And also in terms of academics, the fees, most especially in the School of Medicine, it's very high. We need investigation there. CUTL must be also are empowered to hire more mentors and tutors in order to enhance our academic activities. And also, I will move to, in terms of policies and governance, we want the formation of the student parliament, wherein the students' voice in Sefako Makgatho students will be brought back, and we will be able to challenge these policies heads on. And in the second semester, we want that there must be policy review of all these policies that were approved without students being consulted and the SRC. And also we have a vision for Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University. We want a varsity square on campus. We want a hospital on campus in order to enhance clinicals. And indeed we need proper sporting facilities. And in conclusion, I would like to say that as the SRC, we are for the student liberation, and we believe that as education is the key to success, resources and opportunities to enhance it must not be a privilege, but it must be a priority. And done with the inculpability of management, done with financial exclusion, and forward with the students' liberation and the voices of students of Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG. I think management, you have denied SRC an opportunity to strike. You see, they even raised their voices. With, it started with the president. We are not allowing students freedom there. Please put the presentation of labor. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, students, for the passionate presentation of the issues. Hey guys, there's somebody who has a mic on. Switch it off for, yeah. President organizer rally I think the voices alone no, thank you very much, student leadership. You have represented your students very well. Labor, we have 15 minutes, so it has passed at Korat.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, you can actually see that our title of the presentation in itself, we have written our title to be a failed university. That is after an extensive consultation with the workers whom we are here to represent. And we'll further in our presentation, Chair, maybe before we get to the presentation, indicate that I'm Dr. Chipiwa Mrauzi. I'm the chairperson of NEAO at SMU branch. With myself, the one who's rendering the slides there in terms of pressing next is Dr. Bele Abungile, who's NEAO branch secretary at SMU. Joined by my side is the chairperson of APSA, Chairman Mukwape, Kabelo Mukwape. Next to him, it's in fact Chairman Lekabe, who's the chairman of SAPTO. Chair, our overview, we looked into the entire university, when a university was in fact incepted, when we had to demerger from the University of Limpopo to who we are now as the Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University. We reflected extensively on the report that was done by the joint technical team, which envisaged how the university should look like. We looked into the vision of that was envisaged then. We went on to reflect on the governance collapse. After that, Chair, we then looked into executive management and perhaps the interference of council or the collusion, however, Chair, of council together with our university management. We'll then also dive extensively on issues of project. We appreciate the fact that they presented on project. However, we want to give a detailed presentation in as far as how does that affect our employees at SMU. Workers at SMU are grieved by the privatization of employment within SMU. This is now being done through issues of insourcing. Not insourcing, outsourcing, Chair. Thank you. We'll then conclude and also present issues of recommendation Chair, you have also presented in your preambles that the university started operating in 2015. It was aimed at being a specialized health sciences university. It had key targets in as far as issues of enrollment, in as far as issues of its infrastructure, and also issues of staffing. What we can present to yourselves, Chair, in the JTT report, there was an envisaged that by 2024, we'll already be enrolling around about 10,000 students. The project that would have underwent to complete would also be able to in-house both teaching, learning, and research together with residences within the university. We can equally indicate that when we present, we're also going to show yourselves how this management and council has failed to meet those targets. We're also now going to recommend in our recommendations the urgent interventions that are needed to avoid an institutional collapse at SMU. While we go to the next slide, Chair, we then indicate that we envisage to be an innovative university which is integrated and also offering socially accountable program. Our headcount was 7,000. It was envisaged to be 7,000 within 5 years. Chair, we need to indicate that we only met this target of 7,000 students this year. Before this year, we were registering less than 7,000 students. And that indicates to the failure of management together with council in achieving just this bare minimum target that was set when we envisaged that by 2019, we should already be registering 7,000 students. As we sit right now, our university is denying an extra of 3,000 students who are supposed to be enrolled within our health sciences and social programs that we are supposed to be offering. There were different schools that were also proposed that those schools must already be established and functioning. Those schools are some veterinary as well, should already be established. However, it's still a dream that we are invested to achieving because of the collapse of the management that we are having together with the council of the university. I think I just touched on the last part where we are talking about expansion of specialized schools, veterinary as well, Chair. As we proceed to the next slide. Chair, our collapse of governance, we have looked into the material that some of them we have submitted in a bundle when we make a submission to yourself last week. That council within our university, Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences, is in fact operating within or below the capacity that is actually required. The laws of the country, the statute as well prescribe that we should not be a maximum of 30. However, at campus, at our university, internal members who are supposed to be part and parcel of this committee are actually, in fact, not included in the committee. We've highlighted this issue to the then register, who's now the acting DVC, research and teaching. And since then, we were just told that there's going to be a revision that's still yet to come. Employees at the university are deprived of, in fact, expressing their voices at council because of issues that we're also going to raise in terms of the inconsistency of council at SMU. This inconsistency, Chair, continues to as far as issues of decision leaderships that are not transparent. We'll give you a typical example as to what then had happened in the appointment of the VC. We are aware, we have read that the VC has been congratulated, but we will be surprised that we are equally as organized labor, who is an important stakeholder at SMU, are just now finding out now that there's an appointment of a VC. We'll get to that in detail when we present, and that is what we mean when we say there's no transparency. Because we have since written to management, to council, in 2024, somewhere around March, on the inclusion of ourselves to be part and parcel of the recruitment processes in 2024. There's a serious breakdown of governance in as far as Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University. In the opening remarks, it was mentioned that there are several letters that were received which are anonymous. We want to find out, can council itself, if council members are pointed out to be involved in activities that are not at the best interest of the university, continues to be part and parcel of a university council, and can they investigate themselves? We just want to know as organized labor, because we have asked those questions, we've still not received any answer in as far as that is concerned. Council of the university has continued to interfere significantly with projects within the university. In fact, in the bundle that we have submitted to yourselves, we have demonstrated that the former Vice-Chancellor, whose term ended on the 31st of May, midnight of Saturday, had fingered some of the issues that these people, in his report, he has fingered that the CFO and the Chair of Council were somehow at the behest of some of the council members, making sure that there's delays at the project within the university, and there's still no accountability as far as that is concerned. We believe that this program should have been completed earlier, as we have presented as well in this report, when the project started and when the project were anticipated to start. Chair, I should indicate how this affects workers because of the following. In as far as the completion of 2,000 beds is concerned, I'll give you a typical example. If the university is able to receive residence fees from students, that becomes the income we're generating. When we're generating income, we then become a sustainable university. The impact of that is that workers at SMU are then going to be able to get salaries that are deserving. At this point, we should equally tell you that the disrespect of the management that is before ourselves, together with the council or enjoined with council, is that they are unable to prioritize anything of workers that workers are concerned. For example, our salary negotiations started on the 15th of March. We are expected to have salary increases on the 1st of April. Now tell me, in any other normal institution, can you negotiate salaries for 15 days? Management has went on over and above that to make discussion out of the bargaining arrangement that we have signed with them to decide that they're going to cut certain benefits because we don't have a current agreed agreement in as far as salary increases are concerned. Council approved the appointment of executive acting positions that do not meet minimum requirements. We've made an example when we made this consultation, the appointment of the acting registrar. The reason why we're saying that is as follows, Chair. That the minimum requirement of a registrar is that you should have a master's. When you look into the structure of the university, we are having 2 deputy vice-chancellors. We want to find out as organized labor if they are transparent enough to tell us how did they go and pick somebody else while they're already individuals who are senior enough, who are deputy vice registers. Chair, while we proceed with our presentations, the university has failed in its capacity, Chair, together with management or enabled by management, to hold accountable individuals who are fingered within the management together with the council to be put aside. Practice will dictate, in as far as labor is concerned, that you can't be investigated while you are on duty. However, in this case, the report that we are hearing that is being mentioned here, that council does not want to present or rather to offer to honorable members who are here, is that it was executed by management while the chair of council was the chair of council and the CFO was the CFO. We find it to be unfair, and we felt that they should have maybe put them on a precautionary notice, put them aside so that they're able to deal with that. Chair, in my opening remarks, I indicated that I will also zoom into how the VC was appointed, as we are hearing it for the first time here, was appointed without, excuse me, Chair, was appointed without the involvement of organized labor. You will, Chair, understand if you read legal documents of the country and as far as the Act and the policies. Section 16 of the Labor Relations Act of 1995, Chair, enjoined, in fact, and also dictate to employers that they cannot employ outside the consultation of organized labor. Now, while you are congratulating the VC, it becomes unfortunate that this very same section that I've read right now means that council itself, for not listening, for not responding, for not taking ourselves serious, has went on through the process of recruitment of a vice-chancellor without organized labor, and they've infringed that very same rule. It is for that reason why we're finding that the congratulation of the VC at the same time with yourself. So we've become a stakeholder that is actually, in fact, undermined, silenced, because the campus has been militarized. That is where we are in as far as issues of organized labor at SMU is concerned. In the sitting of the Vice-Chancellor Chair, as I indicated, we started writing to HRCC, in fact, Council, since last year in sometimes April, to say we need to be involved in these processes. We have even quoted the laws, we have quoted cases where employers were found wanting by not involving organized labor. To this end, we spoke to deaf ears because there's no any other response that came back to our favor, or did they in fact disregarded the law and the constitution of the country. Chair, on the 7th of March, we got a letter from the same management of the university to indicate that they've shortlisted 5 candidates. Those 5 candidates, amongst them, we found out that there was a candidate who was not without a PhD. The requirement indicates that a candidate must then have PhD. So we're asking ourselves, was there any sober decisions that were taken in this whole entire process up until where we are? As organized labor of SMU, in fact, we're convinced, Chair, and we should tell you, that we feel that the Chair of Council who's outgoing, who did not manage to make it here, Ms. Maria Ramauri, is then picking individuals who are either agreeing with her so that when her term comes to an end this June, she's still able to interfere and handle the processes of the university. And that is disheartening if you are sitting as labor, because we should somehow be accountable to one of our own. We should be accountable to SMU as a legal body. But at SMU, we feel that that is not the case. Sitting before ourselves, we feel that the acting DVC operation, the acting DVC research, teaching and learning are going to, in fact, follow suit. So it's an appointment of individuals that are knowing are putting each other so that the process that maybe were raised through this anonymous letter can continue. Others, in fact, are even lobbying for the VC, saying that they're going to be advisors to the VC. They're present amongst ourselves and they're members of council. Because while they were boosting on campus to say we are not going to be included in this process, they even went on to say, spam, bespete. They even went on to tell us who is going to be what. And we are seeing it happening as you congratulated the VC today, because this was pronounced. It was future told. And we are seeing it happening today. But we want this whole entire process to be investigated because we have the feeling that deserving members who also qualified, who applied, might have been overlooked in order to protect an individual.
As you wrap up, the 15 minutes just finished as you wrap up.
Chair, there's collapse, in fact, of executive management. We went on to indicate that everybody at executive management is acting. You have the chair, the VC was acting, recently appointed. When we did our presentation, the chair was acting. Chair, you equally have the DVC, the CFO, both DVCs. We're worried, Chair, as in when we present to ourselves that the campus has been militarized. In fact, we were arrested ourselves as the chair of NEAO and the chair of APSA due to, we were at a legal strike. They have developed policies that don't agree with ourselves of the strike policy, which infringes the law of the country. Because it says we must strike outside the university. Outside the university is the hospital. So when you go outside the university, we're arrested for infringing the National Road Act. They even went on to persuade police to charge extra charges. My charge went on, I was at strike, my hands were raised. I was even charged that I was disarming a police officer. Even when we went on to ask to be provided videos, because at the gate they have 16 cameras, Chair, we can tell you that management refuses to give us those. Chair, we went on to indicate that labor is excluded in as far as issues of appointment processes within the university. Issues of policies are now between council and only management. So they wake up tomorrow, decide to actually make a policy. Tomorrow we just wake up with a policy that is approved. Policies, Chair, in our views, are supposed to be policies that are nationalized within the university, where we all can discuss, engage, be able to criticize, commit, and send our comments to that, so that a policy that is informed can be taken. Chair, workers at SMU don't have PPE. At cleaning department, they last received PPE in 2022. Their boots are, in fact, water is leaking inside their boots, and management has failed to do that. They're undercapacitated both at transport, at gardening, at security, at gardening, and everywhere else. Chair, we were equally told briefly that we should also present that there's an issue of Old Mutual Pension Fund, which belongs to the workers of the then Medunsa, who also transferred to the Sefako Makgatho University, that workers are saying they're frustrated, that they need to be paid that money. The money was paid to the university is failing to release that money to the university. Chair, while we are summarizing and concluding, we also presented, Chair, to yourself that the 2,000 bed construction, Chair, was meant to be completed in 2023. Now we are in fact in 2025, 2 years later, the 2,000 bed is not complete. The overspending of that project, Chair, it was meant to be at 500 million. Taxpayer deserves to know that the overspending at that project, Chair, alone, is in fact 40%, which is over 200 million. Now we want accountability in finding out that we can't even complete the 2,000 that is in question, but we are unable we are now saying we must go and celebrate the opening of 1,000. We want to know if we've already overspent by 40%. What is the entire project going to cost when we go to the other 1,000?
Thank you very much, Dr. Chipiwa. Really appreciate you have exceeded your 15 minutes by 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
We have a very tight schedule. Members, I'm coming to you. It's 12 minutes to 12. So the house starts at 3. So scheduled to finish at 1. We have a house sitting. So what 10? So that should take 10 minutes each. It should be 100 minutes. 1 hour 40 minutes. It will be way beyond. It will be 20 to 2 when we finish with 10 minutes. So I'm going to note your hands. Maseko, you'll be number 1. Ngubane will be number 2. Low will be number 3. Khaha will be number 4. Crocodile will be, Shukwambana will be number 5. Desiree will be number 6. Sazane 7. Souls will be number 8. Khabo will be number 9 and I'll be number 10. 10 minutes in that order. Members, invitees, when a member asks you a question, assume that they've got context, assume that they've got an answer, just answer them. Let's not try and fly to Harangu and back because they're going to stop you and tell you they don't have enough time. So let's just take that. I don't want to be coming in because there's an order on this and that. Mama Seko.
Thank you very much, Chair, and again, thank you for the presentations. But before, Chair, you can start with my time, I just need to request...
We don't
hold
have time.
it. Okay. I'll use my time for the benefit of the members because the engagement, this is the same scenario like the CUT that we are not going to do justice in asking the questions and finish today. So we will have to continue with the engagement and we'll Chair, through you, to look at the times where we can go and engage. We've got the stakeholders, they're talking parallel to each other. They disagree with everything. And the fortunate part is that I come from that side. I know what the students and the unions are saying is the reality. And fortunately enough, one of your professors that have retired is my mom. So I know what is happening also in there. So the stories that we are hearing here from the management is totally different from what I used to hear all the time. So let's, Chair, I would request that we continue, but I'm going to ask my questions now. Starting with the issue of the suitability of appointments of candidates for executive positions. If maybe I can get that clarity, what does it mean? Unpack it for me. When you say there's suitability It's one of the issues. We are going to interact, so answer me. Who's going to take it? Okay.
You must press the mic.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Suitability of candidates to be appointed at executive levels is guided by qualification. It is guided by the criteria that is set for that specific role. So for the VC role, you've got a non-negotiable criteria, like we had a PhD as a criteria for the VC. So that is guided by that, and also the portfolio itself, what it entails.
So, thank you very much. I'm stingy with the time. So if we engage again and then we request the qualification of the people that we have appointed and versus the suitability, as you mentioned it, we are going to get it that way. Okay, so we are going to do that. It's one of the things when we continue to engage that we will request that. The other question that I want to find out, you said that you are done with the library. The union is saying that it's not done. The SRC also is saying it's not done. What is the real story behind the library of the university?
Almost 98% complete. We are definite that on the 13th of June, the library will be commissioned, will be handed over, and will be in use from that day onwards.
Okay. I know English is not my first language. Presentation le feditse ka library. And then honaya no halafet.
I can't.
Okay. Your presentation, you said you are done with the library. It's done. You didn't say 80%. So why is 80% changing to you when you were initially you were saying you are done with the library, but now it's 80%? What is the reason for you to tell us that?
Okay, I didn't say 80%. I said 98%. Like you probably know, with most buildings, when you complete them, you literally complete them, you move them in, and there may be still one or two things that you may find that you still need to repair in that building. So that's why I'm using 98% instead of using 100%, because once people move in and use it, they may say this is not working or this is, and then you still have to fix that. It happens with every buildings that you do.
Okay,
you would
thank
always
you.
have those snags.
Thank you very much. The union rep, if you can help us out here, is the library 98%?
Sure, the library is not complete. It's not inhabitable, it does not have a book, does not have anything. In fact, we should indicate that last week on Friday, we had undertook to actually walk there. It's not complete.
VC, what is 98%?
Well, 98% for me, it means that there are still some snags. For example, as far as I know, the books are being moved into the library so that by the 13th it is finished. But the actual renovation itself is complete.
See, that's what I meant, that we are hearing the total different. The books are in there, the books are not there, and we are not there to can see what is happening in there. Students, are there books in the library?
No, on our last visit, there is no books. They were just cleaning and trying to finish some things, but there is no any equipment.
Okay, thank you very much. From all the presentation you told us, what is right and what is not happening, because now it seems like we are going to ask the question, we'll find that you are lying to us with some information. So from the presentation, you said it's perfect with the bill, with the accommodation, perfect with the library, but we are hearing the total different story. So take us into confidence. What is it that we can ask you the question that it's really happening, like you are saying, it's not going to be parallel to what the union and the students are saying?
Okay, what is not parallel to what the students and us are saying is that the library is complete, the library was to be renovated. In that renovation, you had to move your books. From there, you had to move your furniture there. It is for this reason, whilst I'm saying to you, the library...
I'm not talking about the library.
Can I just finish then, please?
No, don't.
I'm
it's
talking
my
about the library.
time. Can I have my time?
Okay.
Yeah. You answered me.
Okay.
So I'm saying from the whole presentation, I'm done with the library. From the whole presentation, what information is correct that you can say to me, this one I can ask you the questions. is the true
My-
version of what's happening.
To my knowledge, the information that I've given you, it is true, and that is why I've presented it as such.
Okay. CFO, on the issue of the accommodation, the project started with share and it was supposed to be finished by when?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll take a bit of time there.
I'm sorry, don't take time.
Okay.
Tell me the project. You had
Okay.
to start this time and finish
The
this
project
time.
was handed over to the contractor in 2013, August 2013, and it was supposed to be completed by August 2021. It was supposed to be completed by August 2023, which was a 24 months construction of the project. However, there were a number of challenges that were then encountered during the construction project. I don't know if I should go through there, but it was supposed originally to have been completed by August 2023.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the cost to the project, was there an increase in amount from the project itself implementation to how much difference was there that you had to increase for the project?
Chairperson, the contractor's cost increased by 49 million. The reason for that was, of course, the extension of time and other things that happened. For example, there was a rock that was found underneath that had not been picked up by geotech survey. So there was an extension of scope and the delays, so extension of time that cost the university 49 million due to the contractor. Over and above that, I should indicate there were other cost drivers. When the scoping was done, there was an estimation that the ICT and security installations will cost the university 18 million, which was a significant understatement of the costs. It came out that the installation of security installations would cost around more than 20 million, and the installation of ICT by itself will cost also more than 20 million.
Okay, thank you
And,
very much. I
loose
tend to
items
believe
were not
all
also-
that were included in the initial project itself.
No, the second leg that I'm speaking to were not included in the so there was underscoping in the project. Those costs were underestimated. So as a result, there were expansions in that criteria, Chair.
Okay.
And that's what led the cost from the initial about 500 something million to more than 600 million that we are referring to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And who was responsible for the construction within the university?
There have been a number of executive directors responsible for
Mention all
operations.
of them from the first until the last one.
When the project started, there was one called Dr. Muleki, who was responsible. After that, there was, but the handover happened during the time of Mr. Mtebele, who was the executive director responsible for infrastructure and operations. Then after his tenure came Mr. Fanas Banyoni, whose contract also, who left the university. After his tenure, I think I presented, Chair, that there's been quite a high turnover. There was the time of Professor Patrick Dimana, who acted in that position as the acting COO. And I should indicate that during that time, Chairperson, that was the period of 2023 and 2024, the project had been moved. And it was only that I have taken over now that the project has moved and nearing completion. Thank you.
Okay. Sure, I'm sorry, just to finish on this question. When I started, I asked about the suitability of appointments of candidates in their responsibilities. So you mentioned how many people?
During the construction phase, there was Mr. Mtebele.
Just give me number. 4.
There were 4. There were 3. I'm the 4th.
Okay, you are the 4th.
Yeah. I'm
Were
the
you
fourth to
all
take over the
suitable
portfolio.
for the construction?
Can I proceed, Chair? The Deputy Vice Chancellor of Operations, or COO as it was called then, is an executive member. In my understanding, they are all qualified to be executives in those positions. They met all the minimum requirements, including myself. I meet the minimum requirements for that position, or as much as by profession, I'm a chartered accountant.
I'm sorry, I mean for the construction responsibility that has cost extra 49 million. The suitability of all of you, including you, for the construction. Do you have that? Because it's in your policy that you hire, you give responsibility based on the suitability.
The person who is responsible for that, overseeing that, is the Director of Built Environment. And I can indicate that, to my recollection, all the people that were appointed in those positions were suitable for that job.
Okay, thank you. Like I said earlier when we started, we will not have enough time with Sefako Makgatho. That's why I indicated when the meeting started that we'll come back for them. CFO, the question she was asking, you did not answer. Let me tell you why. The answer you should have done, because the university had appointed project managers on behalf of the university to oversee. And the ones that you appointed was Royal as colleagues, that you had appointed for this particular project. So the question she's asking, we are overpaying by 49 million. Who is responsible? You pay because the people you have given the responsibility, it's your project management, project managers. So the answer you should have given to her is that don't give us the DVC operations, what are they signing? They're not signing. In fact, you as a CFO, you don't sign because DVC operation said sign here. So your answer is not right, and I don't want to assume that it's deliberate, because if it is, it's going to give us problems. The answer that you should have given to her is that we had project managers, here they are. We had these problems, here they are. And you are, towards the end, and I'm going to give you Mbombu now. You are saying all the people who have given these responsibilities are suitable. And I will go to when I come. You don't have to answer. I'm going to give Honorable Nzubani. When I come, I'm just preparing you. That there's the person who's, I don't know whether they're acting or not in the built environment. I want you to tell me if they are engineers. You said everybody you put there, they are suitable. So I would want you to really think about before you answer the next set of questions. Because don't assume we don't have this information. I told you we have. Assume I showed you the file that I have. I'm just on page 1, rectifying what we are doing there. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's clear again, Chair, that we're having an executive that is not in touch with the reality of what's happening on the institution that they are running. If they are in touch, then it's clear they are running the institution at the pilot on paper at the high level, but they are not into grips with the real issues that are happening at the labor level and at the student level. That's why you see a big disjunction, one claiming to say, no, library is complete. It's complete, 98%, and other one says there are no books. It's because the other one, Chair, received a report, a paper, that had pictures of library with books and everything, and they were signed off, Chair. Eh? And then he saw the paper, the report, and it says, hey, this library is completed, we've paid so much million. And when he read this thing at night, he said, we're delivering. It was signed off, and he signed. He said, boom, we have a library. That's how they run this institution. They're at the pilot level, and they have no clue what is happening at the workers level, and they have no clue what is happening at the students level. Hence, you're here, Chair, the student saying there is a resident that is equal to Marabastad. But if you ask the VC and the principal, they will say, no, there is a state-of-the-art accommodation there, 4-star, if they can tell you. And again, they will do the same thing. They will sign off the pictures. These are problems, and these problems, you find them in these universities, and even you find them at the DHET as well. We mustn't exclude them. because the DHET as well received this same report that are given to this executive. And even the DHET as well, they think that universities are being run smoothly and everything is correct, because they are busy with papers and they are not on the ground on inspection. Even if they are not on the ground, they don't have tools. You don't need to be on the ground. You need to have tools in place to make sure that what you are given is correct and it's able to checks and balances. So they don't have that, Chair. They're just running at the pilot level. On first presentation, you said that your whistleblowers is being handled correctly, and you said it's being handled by the internal audit. What I would like to ask is that why is it being handled by the internal audit? Is it good practice according to the universities or the standard that the whistleblowing must still be handled by your internal audit? Do you believe that your internal audit is independent enough to handle the whistleblowing correctly and those whistleblowing be independent? Because I tell you why. The other universities, they take the whistleblowing process and they make an independent company handle them. Because everybody inside, even your internal audit, reports to you, they get paid to you, they are inside the institution. So do you think that's the right practice that you are doing? Have you benchmarked that management of the whistleblowing that you are saying with the other university or other institution that you are doing the correct thing? Because it's clear that why you're missing all these things that you are missing, your internal audit is not is your really internal audit, is yours.
You will start afresh.
Okay, our whistleblower and the hotline is managed by an independent company completely. What I was talking about today, I was talking about the anonymous letters that we received. Those anonymous letters then were then handled by the internal audit and the Audit and Risk Committee of Council. And for the reasons, there are many reasons for that. One, there were a number of people in management that were also mentioned today. There were also some people that were mentioned in council, and hence, because the ARC chair is also an independent person, an external independent person, that's the person who then handles that. Not handling the report itself, but say, for example, what do we do? Who do we appoint? Those kind of things, not necessarily the actual investigation, if I'm clear.
Okay, so the report is being handled by a company outside.
The report is being handled by a company. So there are two processes I'm talking about here. We have a hotline, a whistleblowing policy, and a hotline that people can phone, and that is handled by an independent company. Then we got anonymous letters that we needed to deal with it because they didn't come through that process of the hotline and whistleblowing. So that is when then the ARC is then responsible for that, for appointing the investigators and others.
Okay, so when the first independent whistleblowing report comes or any,
No.
it comes straight to you or to the internal audit?
No. If you and I go to SMU hotline and we make a phone call, we report that person X is doing this, that is handled by a total different company. Remember, an anonymous letter does not come to that hotline. It was sent to the portfolio committee, it was sent to the minister, it was sent to the media. So that's a totally different line of reporting, which then got handled differently.
It's clear, I get you. I'm asking again. When whoever, here's me, I whistleblow about SMU, and then they receive the report.
Okay.
Who receives it first at the university?
Because that hotline is not meant by the university, it's meant by the independent company. They receive that.
And where does it go once they've received it? Now, there is this whistleblowing or complaint.
Okay.
Where does it go after
All right,
that?
maybe you're bringing up another question here as well. Remember, when you do a whistleblowing and I say you have done something X about you and I call this line, it doesn't come to the university. It goes to this independent company that deals with it. They may ask me certain things. There is a process in our policy how that works. They may ask me certain things. For example, I can't just be saying, you have done this, and that is enough for everybody to just saying that we must have an investigation about this. So they would ask you, do you have any evidence of this? If it's worth for them to go on and pay, investigators and all of that, they handle all of that process. We get the reports only as a university.
Okay.
We don't get involved in that process.
All right, it's fine. And then the other things that are coming out as well is the issue of NSFAS as well. It looked like the integration and collaboration with the NSFAS. Is your institution have that seamlessly being handled correctly? Because we know these issues that they've raised, Chair, some of them you find that we've received them at NSFAS, the defunding of students in the middle of the year. But as an institution, how do we handle that? Because somewhere, somehow, as I said, if you don't have, because stakeholder engagement, management in the institution as well, is at the lowest level. Hence, you'll find that they complain to you about the defunding of the student, whereas some of the issues is the issue of an NSFAS. Then how is the university handling that communication, NSFAS and student and university seamlessly?
I'll ask the former CFO to ask to add as well. But I must just say that we are having a meeting with the NSFAS. But I think what we are talking about, what the students are talking about, is what happens between, because your financial year runs from the 1st of April to the 1st of March. Our year runs from January, say the 6th to December. So what then happens, the students come in. This is something that we might have to, as we are going to meet the CEO of NSFAS, we may have to discuss. Then what happens is that NSFAS, when they give us the money, or all universities for that matter, they give it on their own financial year. This happens as well with our subsidy. We have to wait for the subsidy before we get it because there's a difference in our financial years. However, I think SMU has, that's why I showed that data to you to say where our students come from. I know that we have, when it's possible for us to be able to support students. Of course, I can't give them the entire amount that they were going to get from NSFAS, but we've been able to support them to say, okay, for these 3 months.
But the communication between the university and the student, where is it handled correctly? How is it being handled?
We normally meet with the SRC, we meet with them quarterly to be able to discuss, but usually at the beginning of the year, I think they can also confirm our meetings can almost be like almost weekly, because as the year begins, there's a lot of issues that are taking place. For example, the NSFAS, some students that can't afford. So during that period, our meetings are much more than our normal meetings that we normally have them quarterly. Yeah, so we do communicate.
Oh, okay, all right. And then one of the things, Chair, that they presented, which is not a true reflection, again, I'm going to provide you with facts, Chair. The foreign employment in this institution is not a true reflection. They've just lowered down all the executive. They didn't reflect the real employment of their executive of foreigners. And somewhere, somehow, it was cleaned out, but I'm going to give you that there is an element of executive foreigner employment in this university, but they didn't reflect it on their presentation. And then the SRC, the student, they presented, you presented that we must do away with these things of unemploying all the medical workers. What I would like that to come out clear, are you talking about employing of all those health workers in the university or generally in the country?
Sorry, if you can repeat that.
You said, you mentioned all the health workers fields that people need to get employed, that they are not employed. Were you specifically mentioning them that they need to be employed at the university or in the country after their graduation, the product of the university?
Yes, no, this is inclusive of everyone. Yes,
oh, okay.
Because we have a problem as healthcare professionals, the prospective and the ones who are currently working.
Okay. Chair, I think it's the problem of yesterday. The issue is affecting us in South Africa, but because we're not handling it correctly as a country, it's going to affect our producing of our health workers. They're going to produce these health workers, they're not going to be employed because we have this fascination in this country of employing foreigners more than our people. So that's where you see now the clogging.
Yeah.
I think the other question, the Chair, because my time was a little, I'll then submit them to you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Law. Please switch off.
No, thank you very much, Chair. CFO, I saw when we are busy with critical things of students, I can tell you now students do not have water and some parts of the campuses and expected to attend school, classes.
Two, I'm told, and I can tell you that 4% of increase on transportation of students is quite concerning because the majority of the students are the motive forces. They are benefiting from NSFAS. And I want to ask you a personal question. Are you corrupt?
I'm not, Chair.
Okay. I want to ask you a question now. Can you provide an explanation regarding the allegations of receiving kickbacks from contractors, specifically in relation to payment stalling? Are you stalling payments?
Chair, through you, we have never, to my knowledge, we have never installed any payments. In fact, we run a payment run every Thursday, and any invoices that are due on that day, they are paid. Our payment regime is such that we make payments on a weekly basis, and we have got no exception where the invoices have been received.
VC, are you aware of the allegations of corruption of the chair of council and the CFO? Can you press the mic, please, and come forward?
I'm aware of the anonymous letter that mentioned that's topped off the allegations.
What did you do about it as you entered?
Well, that investigation is within the council. It is within the council is doing with it. And
But you said to us that you said to us that everything is fine. No, wait.
You asked me what have I done.
Ma'am, wait. I'm going to assist you. You said to us that everything is fine. You never raised this issue of allegations of corruptions when you're making presentations. Hence, I'm asking to you, what did you do immediately? The first thing you're supposed to do was to come and tell us about those allegations and what you're going to do with them. You said to us everything is fine, isn't it? When you presented, you said to us everything is fine. Am I lying?
I did not say to you everything is fine. I said to you, whilst we may be having challenges and other issues, but there are good things that we are doing. That's what my presentation was about.
When you come here in high-level parliament, you come and make reflections on key issues of allegations that affect the students and affects your university. Are you aware of that? You must reflect on them. Deputy Chair, you are the Deputy Chair of Council, ma'am.
Yes.
We are aware of your allegations of the Chairperson of Council, and what did you do about them?
Yes, we are aware of the allegations that have been labeled through the CFO and the Chair of Council through anonymous letters that we have received, which were tabled in Council. We have appointed an investigator, and the investigation team is almost complete with their report. It's going to be tabled on the 10th, and thereafter we will then inform this committee in terms of the Council decision
So
on the report.
During the investigation, what did you do to the Chair? Was the Chair proceeding with the work, or what was happening?
Yes, the Chair was proceeding with the work because remember, you can't just act on the allegations without having proved them, at least having some investigation done. Because the anonymous person, you see the difficulty with the anonymous report is that the anonymous person doesn't come forward to actually give you more information of what is in the letter. Hence, we had to appoint an investigator then. So once then we receive the report of the investigator, that's when we are going to act.
How will you prohibit that they don't interfere because they have been alleged that they're interfering? What measures have you put in place?
Come again, sorry.
How will you make sure that they don't interfere in investigations? And what measures have you put in place to mitigate the fact that these are the allegations that are very serious, dealing with finance of the institution, team up with the CFO, and these are the issues that day and day they are stealing payments, and students don't have water, students don't have access to the university. And I can tell you today, even the library, there are no shelves. The library has been half painted and it's not yet complete. I wanted to understand, how are you making sure that these allegations are going to make sure that there's no interference in between the two CFO and the Chair of Council?
The allegations, Honourable Member, are being done by an independent person. And on those allegations, currently, we are sure that the university is running properly until we get that report. Our hands are tied. Until we get that report, then we'll act.
What mitigating factors do you ensure us that they will not interfere in the process of that, on top of the allegations? They are alleged of serious financial corruptions. They are alleged of meeting projects contractors. And students don't have water. The library is not yet done for most 3 years, 4 years. I want to pose a question to the CFO. I want to get a surety that indeed as a council you are independent, because I can see there's a serious jolly relationship. And this is very wholly in between management and council. That's why you can't play your oversight role.
No, that's not correct, Honorable Member. That's not correct. We do not interfere in the operations of management. We just had to interfere when there were delays in the projects. Hence, today, we have been able to fast-track the projects, and we are having 1,000 beds opened on the 13th of June.
Okay. On top of that, why didn't you involve labor in the appointment of the VC?
Unfortunately, that one is guided by policies of the university. It has been communicated to management through the Secretary of Council, which is the registrar, that unfortunately the policies didn't allow. It's not that we cannot review the policies, but unfortunately we cannot do anything outside the policy because again we'll come to this committee and be blamed. So there's a process that is now started by the chairperson of Secretary of Council to say, let's look at the policies, benchmark with other universities, see what they are doing, and review our policies.
As a conscious citizen of South Africa, appointed to spearhead council, do you think it's important to exclude such an important stakeholder called the labor unions, who are workers, who are an integral part of the institution, in a critical part of appointing a VC? Do you think it's fair for you to say that it's because they're an integral part of this institution? In any country, we're expected labor to take part of the decision in terms of a management decision. And you as council, you preside over to do what? To make sure that there's unity and there's unity in between the two and they can work together so they're able to take the university forward. Do you think it's fair if labor is not involved?
Honorable Chair, I'm not going to say it's fair or unfair. All I'm going to say is that we are reviewing our policies to accommodate that.
Okay, can I ask you again, before the VC was appointed, what was her position in the institution?
She was a DVC, academic and research.
Okay. Is it true that for the past 3 years, she hasn't been went to the institution? How true is it?
Come again?
Is it true that for the past 3 years, she hasn't been doing duties as a DVC, albeit that she was appointed as a VC? How true is it?
Well, I'm not aware she has not been doing her duties.
Okay, we'll furnish you with proof. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's get to you, CFO. What is the name of the company that constructed the 200 beds?
The 2,000 beds?
The 2,000 beds, yes.
They firstly appointed is called CCB. They went into financial difficulties.
I just wanted to know the company. What was the view of the DBSA on the procurement process?
The DBSA raised concerns around, for example, the advert not having been registered with CIDB. That was not a requirement by our policy or in other regulations at the time. We appointed senior counsel to look at the procurement process, where it was cleared. And we initially appointed as a university, we jointly appointed senior counsel, ourselves, SNU and DBSA, the senior counsel that we jointly appointed cleared the process, and they then subsequently agreed to funding the project.
What was the amount of the initial project?
The initial project was supposed to be 533 million from a construction point of view. That 533 million was then reduced to 498 million because after consulting with the Department of Education and Training at the time, we realized that the room sizes were bigger than the minimum norms of the DHEAD. So we reduced the size. Then the contractor was also forced to reduce the amount to 498 million from 533.
If the amount went up or it went down?
Initially, it went down because of the appointment and the sizes of the rooms. But subsequent, during construction, like I indicated, the rocks that were found caused the escalation of 49 million from the contractor only. But I haven't gone to other escalations. When the contractor's costs go up, the principal agent that Real Asconi has been referred to, who was responsible for the project management.
How much did it go up or down? Your initial appointment value was 600 million. It ballooned to 700 million. The Clear Choice Builders that was appointed, am I lying?
No, that may not be accurate through you, Chair. The initial appointment of clear choice was 533 million. We can provide evidence to that effect.
Thank you.
Their
Can
final appointment
you
was for
provide evidence?
498 million.
Can you provide evidence? My last question, Chair, before I go down. Can you tell me about Sunset Africa Coach Lines? What is the initial budget of that tender? And why, if you've got that amount, why are the students paying 4% increasingly, whereas they are from the poor background and their motive forces?
Thank you, Chair. It is an inaccurate assessment, Chair. I should indicate, I'm afraid. CCB, when they were the Sunset Africa, the bus provider, when they were appointed, the budget per annum is between 33 million and 40 million per annum. And in the last 2 years, their rates have not gone up. They have been kept stagnant. What is transpired through each year, which is the correct position, is that the university 2 years ago was subsidizing students to the tune, initially, in fact, 3 years ago was subsidizing the transport fees. And then we
have you appointed
had to
them for
catch
100
up.
million? Have you appointed them for 100 million, yes or no?
If you look at it over a 3-year period, Chairperson, I said the appointment was for 33 million. Cumulatively, it becomes
yes, you must know you are the CFO. Is it 100 million? If the outer years
over a period of 3 years.
Yes, I agree. We got the first year and the outer, which is 3. Is it 100 million? I want you to confirm.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. The last one. Why are you excluding more students when you are chairing a committee, or that committee that you have formed? Because it is putting more pressure and stress to students. Thank you.
Chairperson, factually, it's only 12 students that were excluded in our student data pools committee. Only 12 out of 154 that were considered. The reason for that is mainly they were academically not progressing, and some of them were foreign students who, by law, should not have debt owing to the university.
Thank you, Chair.
No. There was a question asked there which I just need clarity, Deputy Chair. You are saying what is the report that is coming on the 10th? What is that report?
Is the investigation report, Chair, on the anonymous letters that were received by your office in July, just forgot the date, and in September.
Who was doing the report?
The investigators that were appointed.
Yes.
It's Sekati Incorporated.
What?
Sekati.
Yeah. Okay. And what is the terms of reference there?
Honorable Chair, yeah, it's quite a long document.
You'll give it to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I?
Honorable Makgatho. Yeah, we are at number 4 now. Yeah.
Chairperson, Vice Chancellor, I want us to engage on your GBV stats. The presentation you gave us gives a clear tabulation of the resolution versus the referral to SEPS. I just need you to quickly, in 2 minutes, give me a breakdown on why all of them weren't all referred to SEPS, what differentiates those that were referred to SEPS and those that were resolved internally.
Answer is that it also depends on the actual case itself and the investigation that has taken place. And
Can I cut you? I'm going to ask Isma. I really truly respect you, but you've seen there's 10 minutes and I don't have time. So obviously I understand that you had an investigation, and obviously by virtue of there being a differentiation, it means the nature of the investigation is different. What I need you to explain quickly is explain the nature. Don't give me the history of what a nature is. Just quickly, the nature of the differentiation. So in case 1, the person withdrew what? Give me that.
I cannot be able to do that to you now because I've given you full numbers. Also, I would now need to go back and say out of these 16 cases in 2024, what happened to each one and why each one was referred to SAPS. I wouldn't know that off by heart.
Please, can I request that you do that in writing, but in that writing, also give submissions for the psychosocial support referrals, because there's a deviation as well. Because in my understanding, if there's 16 cases in 2022, then it means there must be 16 psychosocial supports unless people died or unless people just didn't want to go to therapy, or what? So please explain that.
You've just answered it. You can't force a person to go to therapy.
Yes, okay. But then it must be clear from the university side that you referred and the student said no, because from the reading of the presentation, it looks like it says referrals, not referrals accepted, which are two different things altogether. So it can be clear. But my interest, number one, is how, because for me it doesn't make sense that out of 17 cases that were reported, that only 5 of them were referred to SAPS, because then it means you did your own internal investigation inside, and then that means there was no criminality, and that the cases that were reported were not worthy for SAPS to deal and continue with prosecutions. That's why I'm asking. Give it a detail so that I don't assume why only 5 of 17 cases last year were referred to SAPS when the rest were resolved internally. That must make sense. Number 2, SRC President, Matsetse. Are the beds fine now as we speak?
I would say that because we had to put pressure, we haven't gotten an indication from the student. So I would assume that they are fine. I don't want to say that they are perfectly fine.
So are you saying, since you made a noise about it, there's no other student that has, in your recollection as the executive authority of students, that has come back to you to say,
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
Yes.
So I can safely assume management addressed the issues of Matsetse? It's
I
okay
would
to say
assume
yes.
that, because I don't want to speak on behalf of the management,
Fine.
right?
Okay, that is okay. Again, you spoke about restrictive policies. Apart from the permission to protest, which is a standard across South Africa, even myself as a member of parliament, if I want to launch to the streets, I must apply to the police for doing that. So that's very legal, and we must do that within the legals. So what exactly, when you say there are restrictive policies within the institution, what exactly are those, so that we can help you deal with them? What are they?
Okay. I think, okay, because,
Let me answer.
can the SG answer it, because she dealt with it into them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. So, when we are talking about the restriction policy, we understand that the one of protest, that we understand that you are saying that it is the standard policy, but we have got the main concern when it comes to policy is that as students we are not even consulted. You will just see, for example, let me give you an example with the thing of online voting. They just called an SRC and say that you must have an online meeting, for example. Then after that meeting, we did indicate that we are not sure about this thing, if it's going to be good enough for students. Within an hour, we were saying the communique that was saying that in consultation with the SRC, we are going to have an online voting. So all the policies that are in Sefako, most of them, the students didn't raise their voices in them. Residence policies, segregation, and all those kind of things. I feel like they're suppressing the student voice, and they are not fair, because we were not consulted. You just receive a call, hey chief, hey, we have got the what that is happening, an online meeting or whatever meeting, and then whatever opinion that you raise, they don't take it.
Okay, thank you, SG. So now you've raised the second matter, ne? The issue of consultation, it's a serious one and it's wrong, particularly if it's going to affect how students are governed every day, how they live, how they enjoy campus life, and how they exercise their democratic right within campus. So you can't just exclude them and think as management you are the gods of the gospel and you know better than them. So that's wrong. But the issue I'm raising here, when I Secretary General, it's separate to the consultation. You mentioned specifically that there are policies that are restrictive. So I want to help you deal with the restriction right now to say what policy is restrictive. Is it is policy number 1, and this is how it restricts students, so that we can advise on how to make it flexible. That's what I need you to help me with.
Okay, personally, I feel like the very same policy that is restricting the students is the one of student. It is the one which is called a policy and the management of student protest action. because I feel like it restricts us, because as SRC we don't even have energy to apply those things and all that, because there is no any other policy that can protect us. Or if maybe these people are not responding to our strike, what should we do? And also these policies, sometimes I feel like when it comes to students, like this policy, I feel like it's restricting us because it's suppressing our voice.
Okay. SG, I'm sitting here as a former president myself. My goal is to help you. I can't help you do illegal things though, however. So my issue is, if you're going to say, you must be able to help me prove how the policy of the institution is inconsistent with the provisions of the rest of the country as far as demonstrations are concerned. So that I can help and the committee can help you best ensure that management doesn't keep you quiet. So if management is saying, like the university, like the Central University of Technology in the Free State, for example, the Vice Chancellor thinks it is bogus altogether for people to protest. And the minute you protest, they clobber you with an interdict and you must go to court. That is completely wrong. And if that is the case here, then that is what you should be dealing with. But if management is saying, protest all you want, but at least do it within the law so that there's a notice, as we as the political parties, even your own party, the EFF, would know that they must submit a thing before. So can I ask that I give you time to, in writing, to submit through the Secretary General a list of policies that are restrictive, that infringe on your freedoms as students, that infringe on your academic freedom on campus, and then to give us highlights so that we can help advise how to make sure that there's consistencies there. That is okay. Okay.
Yes,
Because
I
of-
will do that.
Well, you'll do that, okay. As far as infrastructure is concerned, DDG Sotikwa, there's a reoccurring theme about infrastructure being a problem within the institution. So I want to get to you. Are you of the opinion that the reason why the institution is unable to maintain and rebuild the infrastructures because either they're not getting enough money, or have you given them money and they've not used it properly?
Oh, she's out of the meeting.
Is the mic on there?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Honorable Member, the infrastructure problems at SMU in particular are a product of many issues. One of them, from where we are sitting, is poor project management, poor procurement management, poor contract management, and poor oversight. So that's what we've observed. We've engaged extensively. I have an internal project team inside DHEAD. Myself and DDG Gaza work around infrastructure matters. And you would give SMU deadlines, for example, on the library or the 2,000-bed project. And every time you meet them, so every quarter, every time you meet them, the deadline is extended. Ultimately, we said to our project team they must go and babysit the SMU staff. Then they would have a revolving door around the directors appointed to oversee infrastructure. So every year, there's a new person appointed to oversee the same project.
GDG, my worry then is, I can't be sitting in this meeting hearing the department complaining about their kids, because you are responsible for reprimanding and holding this institution to account. If you are of the opinion that you have had multiple engagements with the institution to try to ensure that there's compliance, make sure that the coffers of this country are protected and used respectfully. So you are supposed to come back to us and tell us, how have you held them accountable? You can't come and complain that they are ungovernable, because when that complaint to me, Chairperson, means you don't have the teeth to bite. That all the department does is to bark, but ultimately you don't have the capacity internally within the department to deal with delinquents.
Chair, I wouldn't say universities are delinquents. I really wouldn't say that. I would say they struggle, and we have intervened. We have project managers who went and literally guided them, but ultimately, universities are autonomous unless the Act gives us the powers to take over the roles of all these executives that sit here. We don't have those powers. We withhold funding, we curtail funding. Sometimes we withhold it to a point we see project updates. More than that, we cannot do.
Just one final one, Chair, I'm just done. Just my
10
conclusion.
seconds.
Yes, 10 seconds. I think this again takes us back to the drawing board. Because I'm tired since the previous administration till even in this administration to be sitting in the room with DHET and universities and DHET saying they don't have the power to hold institutions accountable, and then institutions come here, they don't even rate us for half a mileage. That's why they don't even respect how they engage with us in honesty, because they know they can't be held accountable. So yeah.
Thank you. We will make our remarks there, because I don't think DDG, our hands are tied in holding these universities accountable. Honorable Shikomba.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone who's here. Chair, I want to fully agree with or welcome the presentations of the students and the labor. And this comes from the experience that, Chair, every time when universities appears before the portfolio committee, the presentations that are going to be made by the either SRCs or the labor, it's always, they are always crying and complaining about how they are being treated by the management of the institutions. So management of the institutions, in the most cases, all institutions that appear before the portfolio committee, always ill-treats the students and the labor forces. And it also worries some when we've got a Department of Higher Education that must hold these institutions accountable, come before us and they say that their hands are actually tied in deal. That is why these people disrespect the labor and also disrespect the SRCs and the students in particular, because they know that there's no one who can hold them accountable. The department itself, they've actually gave up to say we can't do anything about this issue. I think these things must change, because we can't continue to come to meetings, we sit here, people appear before us, come and lie, like the lies that we just received now from the institutions that is opposed to what the labor is talking about and also what the SRC is talking about. The newly elected VC, I did not celebrate you or welcome you as the new VC, the chair of the committee that congratulated you, and the deputy minister congratulated you. I did not congratulate you because for a fact I know that there were some issues around you being appointed that did not go well. It's not you alone. I mean, it's not labor alone in the institution that they're actually crying about your appointment. But that is another issue that we will speak and reflect on it at a later stage. CFO, my question to you is that are you aware of the Auditor General findings that were made on the contractor, who's the CCB, and the principal agent, Old Royal Haskoning, that were made by the Auditor General? Are you aware of the findings that were made by the Auditor General of these companies?
There were two findings, I think, from my recollection, Chairperson. The first one was relating to the failure of the management of the project itself to complete on time. That is very correct and accurate, and we accepted that. There was also an issue that was raised that related to the university not fixing the price when they appointed the CCB as a contractor, which we disagreed with because we've got evidence to the contrary. Of course, that the CCB had its own problems. That, in fact, I would say, our honourable member, that when they started, they were ahead of schedule. Then they started having serious financial difficulties, and the university took a decision to force them to cede the contract to somebody else. And this is the reason why we've had a turnaround now in the delivery of the project.
So, and then around July 2024, the then Vice Chancellor, Professor Mbati, made a recommendation that a comprehensive independent forensic investigations must be made based on these delays of the project. And I hear now that the investigations are ongoing of all corruptions, everything that is happening there is. So my question to you, it will be that since July 2024, after the then Vice Chancellor recommended that there should be this forensic investigations, when did you start conducting these investigations?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Maybe I can just answer briefly on that. In July last year, what happened was the Vice Chancellor did not ask for a forensic investigation. He asked a team of management to look at what were the problems besetting SMU in terms of project delivery. He asked me to be the convener or the chairperson of that committee. In there was the Director of Internal Services, the Director of Built Environment at the time, and other colleagues. I think there were about 7 of us. We gave the report to the Executive Management Committee chaired by the then Vice Chancellor, as well as the Council in the month of September 2024. It diagnosed the problems that we had. The investigation that you are referring to now only came as a result of anonymous letters. And the anonymous letters, like the chairperson of council has indicated, are being investigated.
Again to you, CFO, how many service providers were appointed to construct the 2,000 bed students accommodation? And then out of those companies, has the university removed any service provider due to the poor performance or failure to meet the project timelines?
In terms of the main contractors, Chairperson, there are 2 service providers. The first one was CCB, and they were forced to cede the contract to the new contractor who was on a site called Insight Construction. And all the due diligence was done, technical due diligence, legal implications, due diligence, financial due diligence in terms of their working capital and liquidity. And so far, the university is very happy with their performance. We haven't had any glitches as of now. So there are 2 contractors that have been appointed to the project. But of course, there are other ancillary service providers that are working on the project.
Do we have any company that was actually held accountable due to the delays or the poor performance in terms of their appointment to construct these beds?
Chairperson, there are a number of employees, for example, who were held accountable for the delays in the 2,000 bed project.
Companies?
In terms of the companies, CCB will have had their contract then ceded. That was the action that we took. We also have made charges against them on their performance guarantee. I should indicate, Chairperson, that on that score, our hands are tied. CCB is under business rescue, but we are one of the registered creditors who are making a claim against, first, the construction, the guarantee, and against CCB itself, so they've been held accountable. There are also concerns around the principal agent, Real Asconing. There is an investigation that is currently ongoing in terms of how they handle the project management side of the process.
Right,
Thank you.
fine. We have been informed, CFO, that the former director of Built Environment, Ms. Yandisa Lekhwase, resigned because you allegedly pressured her to sign off work that has not been completed in order to process payment. Is this true?
That is a lie, Chair. I should indicate that Mele Ngwasa did not resign for that reason. There was an investigation that was commissioned by the then Vice Chancellor, Professor Mpati, which was investigating her herself and myself. it cleared me. She was found wanting on all four allegations against her. She resigned soon after that report came out. So in fact, I can say she ran away from the consequences that will come out of that investigation.
Deputy Chair of the Council, why is the now newly appointed Vice Chancellor, who actually at some point was Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Research in September, somewhere around September 2022, if I'm not mistaken, you will correct me. This newly appointed VC, she was once a deputy, right? Of I mean the DVC, and then now you have appointed this VC despite not meeting the advertisement requirements. The one, wait, I'm not done. Your advertisement requirement, actually, it was actually saying it needs someone with a 10 years, a proven experience in academic leadership. 10 years, right? And then, and the advert clearly stated this experience must be at the level of a dean, deputy dean, or a head of academic department. And at that time, she did not have these qualifications or these leadership levels that you were actually expecting when she was appointed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, let me tell you that the current DVC has met all the criteria that has been stated in the advert. It is not the first time that she is employed by the university. She came to Sefako Makgatho from Cape CPUT. She has 27 years of leadership experience in the academic field. So we scrutinized her. She met the and for your information, the advert was widely advertised in the newspapers. It's not that we just looked at her CV only. It was widely advertised. There were many applicants from various universities, and the shortlist was done based on meeting the criteria. So she met the criteria.
Can you mention one or two of those criteria that you were actually required, and then she was meeting them?
I've mentioned the PhD. I've mentioned the 10 years that we are talking about in academic experience. She met those criteria.
These 10 years, she was within your institution or outside your?
It doesn't have to be in our institution. It has to be in the academic field. Not in our institution, because other candidates didn't even come from our institution.
Thank you, Crocodile. There's a CFO, you said there's a report that cleared you and did not clear Ms. Yandi Salengwasa. What was it called?
So the first report that the honourable member referred to, that was commissioned, or that was requested by the then Vice Chancellor. It was presented to Council in September 2023.
What was it called? What is the name?
It was just looking at the reasons why.
Who was conducting it?
At that time, it was an internal report. I was chairing it as a convener. Then the rest of the colleagues.
You cleared yourself?
No. No, I'm going there, Chair. The second report I think that you're referring to was done by Maponya attorneys. That's the one that cleared me. The first one was not to implicate.
So the Maponya one?
Yes, the Maponya one. It cleared me.
Took information from the one that you checked?
No, there was no relationship.
So this one is called Maponya attorneys?
Yeah, they were independent from the university.
Okay. And then what was, you'll send it to us with the terms of reference of what is it that it was looking at. Honorable van der Walt.
Now I have a surname.
It depends on the mood. When I'm hungry, you know, I start.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, Chair. I'm sure I'll be brief. I just want to start by making a comment, Chair. And if I look at this, I think there's something very huge missing in this relationship, and that is that you realize you're one team, with supposedly to have one goal, and that's to get students through varsity with good marks. But nevertheless, I'll comment on that because Labour raised issues and they have a very specific mandate. SRC has got a very specific mandate, and if you want to march and protest, the country's constitution covers you no matter what policy says. That's the ultimate legislation, but your rights cannot infringe on anybody else's rights. That's what you must always remember. I'm not going to go into executive and management. I think you know what your role should be. I'm just very surprised, Chair. Over 100 policies to be written, etc., etc. Those things, I think we must stop concentrating on theory and get into the academics and practical. But I want to raise one thing, and that is your campus a danger? Because you have like just over 7,000 whatever students, 1,800 or 900 staff members, but you have 219 plus security guards. You've got drones. I read about the locks and whatever. You have, what else was there? 250 surveillance cameras. Remember, Chair, we did oversight and we went to a campus in Northwest where we also felt like we're in a war zone. That cannot be a conducive environment for learning and teaching. I'm very worried about that. So maybe just tell me, why is it necessary for such absolute security?
For us, we take the safety of the students very importantly, because we also know if anything happened to one of our students, it is just one too many. That's one. Secondly, we live in an area where we have our community just next door, next to the fence, and you've got, there's a, sometimes they come inside the campus, either to strike, for example. It's one of the things that's never mentioned here with our infrastructure, where, for example, when we started the library, this community comes there with guns and everything, and they'll be looking for my office, for example, and why they haven't got the job. That is the truth of what is happening, where SMU is situated. So there's a lot that is happening that it's not easy for you to explain in one sitting like this. In fact, it's so important that you come and visit yourself. Then maybe what we're telling you will make a lot more sense. So you have to have that security for our students that stay on campus. On top of it, we have this vast piece of land. So you don't know. I mean, we've got land that has already been occupied by the community of Garankuwa. That was SMU land. So you've got to keep on protecting. How far are they going to come inside the campus? We don't know.
Okay, Chair, thanks for that. I know Garankuwa, I lived in Pretoria for quite a long time and in Joburg, but I take your word that it is necessary. But surely there must be a SAPS office or can beg for safety to be mobile, close by, whatever, in cases of need, and panic buttons or whatever. We must talk about that because that is serious. The other issues, I'm not going to talk about the construction companies, but one thing that bothers me, CFO, is that surely there must be penalty clauses in every single contract you sign for construction, that if you don't deliver by that time, I've said it in the past, if you build a house and you submit your plans to the municipality or to the bank who finance you, once you've done the foundation, it gets inspected, you get an amount. When the walls go up, they come and inspect, they get an amount. But there's a tendency with government money especially that we just, until they finish, whenever that might be, the quality, etc. And I think DDG, you've got one thing, and that was maintenance. In that list that you gave, that's not happening on the infrastructure. Maintenance is crucial in any development. But I'm very concerned that about the penalty clause, because surely you can get rid of poor quality contractors by law if there are penalty clauses, or don't pay them if they don't perform. I don't know what your comment on that.
We do. In fact, all our contractors are based, our contractual preference is that they're on a JBCC contract, and it enjoins us to charge penalties. We have charged penalties on CCB, as an example, that contractor that we then later took away the contract from. But as you might understand, this is a comment that has gone past, financially speaking, and for that reason, we only seek recourse from the guarantee that they've deposited with an insurance company, but also we have also sought recourse with the business rescue practitioner. That's all we could do under the circumstances. They may go through liquidation, as an example, or they might survive. We don't know what the outcome will be. But we do exercise those rights. Further to that, I should indicate, Chairperson, that we have also calculated the opportunity costs that we have incurred as a university. As indicated earlier on, this building was supposed to have been completed at a certain time. We budgeted that we would have the students occupying it by January 2024. That did not happen. So we incurred an opportunity cost in the sense that we don't earn the revenue that we're supposed to earn. We have also loaded that cost with the business rescue practitioner. Thank you.
Chair, my other question is the issue about your GBV cases. There are several slides. I start there by slide 77 up to 81, 82. And that is always something that concerns us. Can you just tell me, without going into detail of each case, where is it happening the most? Amongst staff and students, students to students? Where is it happening? Because I come from basic education, so does the chair, and we know it happens at all levels. Just explain to us where is your challenge.
Mike. Yeah.
Over 80% of those cases are students to students, or sometimes students' friends that they bring to residents, or sometimes they're okay outside of campus, because remember, our students also study in clinical platforms. So where they then meet other people in those clinical platforms, but majority of them affect students.
Thank you, Chairperson. And then I want to say, let me leave it at that, Chair. It's fine. I'm fine with that. I'll go back to the policies and all those things. I think the one slide said your aim to do 100 policies by somewhere in 2024.
Oh yeah, no, it was because remember when we moved from Medunsa, Limpopo, then SMU, when we became SMU, we didn't have not even one policy. So for quite a number of years, remember we're only 11 years old. So for probably 5-6 years, we've been using policies from University of Limpopo, not sometimes always speaking to ourselves. So we've needed to create those policies and have them as the institution. There are standard policies that an institution must have. So we just needed to create them. So we were just proud that we were able to do it within that time, because, you know, creating a policy is not easy.
I was just scared you're writing 100 new ones. I was going to get a fit right here where I'm seated. Chairperson, I think that's all. I'm just very concerned about the safety of anybody. It doesn't matter whether you're a student or an executive member or so. We know that area a little bit, but surely there must be more help from the authorities that deal with crime-related matters. But I'm very worried about the maintenance infrastructure projects in general. I think you must get a better way of looking at who you give contracts to. I know that Inside Construction was only established in 2020, so it's quite a new company. I don't know where their directors or so comes from, but we'll look it up. And then you've got to work as a team. You can't run this, neither can you, and they can't interfere with yours. You all have to work together, because that's the aim, because this is not on who's the boss. This is the students are your customers. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Chair of Council, next time after finishing talking, switch off the mic. Now put it on, I want you to clarify just one or two things.
Put it off?
Yeah, no, the Chair of Council. the Deputy Chair of Council. So, Deputy Chair, the CFO says this Maponya attorney's report cleared him. What is your knowledge of this issue?
Chair, the Maponya report was initiated by the DC and not by council per se. But we were informed about it, we know about it, and yes, the CFO is right. He was not implicated in that report.
Well, that's interesting, Chair, because the VC was asked to report to council, and he did. So are you saying if we can write to the former VC now and ask him, because the understanding, like I said to you, you see this big file of mine, it's too big, and this is version A. I've got second edition until 8th edition. So when I say to you, let's be truthful, I want you to be truthful. What happened in that meeting, I want to tell you, because I can see you are not going to tell me. That former VC was asked to present, before. The CFO in that meeting indicated that the report cleared him. And the former VC said, no, it did not. The chair of council asked the former VC to write in detail what did the report say. You don't know that detail. You're not in that meeting.
Yeah, I can't remember that detail.
You only
I will
remember.
have to go back. I was not in that meeting. I will just have to go.
But how do you said to me, you know that report cleared the CFO.
Because the report.
Because that thing was discussed in that meeting, the one that you no longer remember now. Member of council, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Just to have the teacher, I was part of the meeting.
Yeah. It must be read.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was part of that meeting,
Yeah.
and the former VC did refuse to give us the report. We've never seen the report. We were informed by Mr. Manyawu that he was cleared, but we've never seen such a report.
So that meeting did not say to the former VC, write to the chair with the details of that report. That's what you are saying.
The meeting requested the report itself from the VC, not to write to the chair to give us their conclusion regards to the report. We requested the report from Maponya, which we never received.
Okay. And how did you conclude as council that it cleared the CFO?
We did not necessarily conclude as council that it cleared or uncleared the CFO. As Deputy Chairperson has raised that, the matter that was raised, it was really, firstly, that report was, the investigation was initiated by the VC because it was a matter that was seen by VC as an operational matter that is not meant to be dealt with by council, which is the reason why the VC eventually never ended up giving us that report on that. And then the other person that was implicated left the organization.
Yeah, you see how we choose our words. It's extremely interesting. So you don't have the report?
I've never seen the report.
But you know there was somebody implicated?
Yes.
How do you know? I mean, if you say to me, allegedly, then it's something else. But if you say to me there was somebody that Yandisa Lengwasa was, if you say, you're saying in good confidence, this one was implicated. You have not seen the report. How do you conclude as council that this one was implicated?
Chairperson, it must be English that threw me away there, as I was supposed to say allegedly.
And you guys were not charging that person who resigned?
No.
Okay. And I'll come back to this. You see, because you see how we use our language. We are able to detect alignments, and which are, you know, this is our job. We are politicians. Our job is to read between the lines. And how you colleagues put these things, you are making me very uncomfortable where I'm seated. Honorable Mr. Zan.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I'll also try to be very short because we don't have time. Hopefully we can get a full day of or something very soon so that we can deal with these matters and actually do justice to them. In fact, before I even get to my questions and remarks, Chairperson, the CFO was very confident when he was saying it was actually that person that ran away. It wasn't me, I was cleared in speaking about a report that the council and management cannot account for. So it's very disturbing. But I want to start by this point, Chairperson, before I get to my questions. I hope I can cover quite a few out of a lot of questions that I have. The matter of the SRC having to apply for a protest or demonstration, I feel that it's a matter that should be dealt with immediate effect when there's a review of these policies that clearly did not include the SRC, Vice Chancellor and Council. Because the SRC has indicated, I do not know, you are disagreeing, Deputy Chair of Council, but the SRC has said that there's a number of policies where they've not been consulted or have not been part of those engagements. If ever they are lying to the committee, I think you'd get an opportunity to say that they are lying. Then it might mean that you would have concluded on policies even though they disagreed with them. But I want to put it on record that I equally, from where I'm sitting, do not believe that the SRC must apply for demonstration of the university processes, because if they must apply, it means that you are saying those of you that feel strongly that you are against certain issues must protest over there, will continue with our business. We have experience, as Honorable Khahau has said, we've led very big universities during our times at SRC level. Then the university will say a bunch of students were protesting there, but university operations were continuing. So I think that one, you should really meet with the SRC and review that particular policy of protest or demonstration. That's not a question. Maybe you'll come in when you are responding, then you can actually say they are lying if they are lying, or you feel they are lying. Chairperson, it's very interesting that the university, SMU, was at some point not so long ago part of UL. It will seem as if, you know, we're mixing issues. So I do not want to go to that length, Chairperson. So I'm going to be very brief. VC, the Deputy Chair of Council says that you have vast experience in executive management experience. She says that at least 27 years of executive management. So I think this question was asked by one of the colleagues we have in the committee. But I also want to ask that question. Before Vice Chancellor became Vice Chancellor, what other two roles at executive level before that? I heard that she was a DVC in academic, I think it would be academic and research. I do not know how it's coupled in university. So before she was academic DVC, what role did she occupy either in the university or outside at maybe CPU, T or somewhere else? Just precisely.
Yeah, let me give the opportunity for her to answer.
I've been the dean, I've been the HOD.
Okay, so you
Department.
Okay, so you were DVC before that you were a dean?
Yes.
At the same university?
No.
Okay, so you were DVC at the university though, academic?
Yes. But remember, the experience is not being asked that you must have 10 years experience in this
No,
university.
VC. I'm just asking
Yes,
so that I know.
At SMU I've been a DVC.
Yeah, even if you've never been an executive there, you can still be a VC there. So I'm just trying to understand because it's going to filter into my next question. That's why I'm asking.
Yes.
So academic is coupled with research, or is only academic DVC?
But academic, we consider it is both. Academic, we consider it both teaching and learning and research.
Oh, I'm saying, is it coupled together?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there in the presentation, there is indication that you have 3 foreign officials in the research component. It says 3. Is that true? Foreign nationals in research?
Those 3 foreign nationals that were put there, they were put under the postdoctoral fellows that were employed. So that 3 is correct.
There's 3 in research.
No.
The
Can I open
presentation.
the table, because I'm not sure how we are looking at the table together. Because you are looking, maybe you are looking at something else, or maybe I'm answering something else.
Let me assist you. This is page 21.
Okay, I'll just
Yeah,
answer.
it says research office, 3 foreign nationals.
I'm just going to go quickly to it, if you don't mind. Is that slide?
21. I think while you get at that, and then it says.
No, but it's, okay, unless I've opened something wrong. Wait. Sorry. Oh, yes, I did.
Again, you send us many versions. You are probably on a different version. You see this thing of sending.
It is true. It is like that. I've had too many versions by the number of versions that have come to your office.
In any case, VC, you are DVC, and research obviously speaks to your division there. So you cannot know that there are 3 people in research that are
But I
foreign
want to
nationals.
understand your question properly.
This is a racial breakdown per faculty at SMU, permanent and
Got it
contract
now.
worker
Got it.
staff. Yeah.
Yes.
So there's 3 in research. There's only 3 foreign nationals in research that in this table here.
That is slide number 21, according to you?
Yes, on my gadget here. It's really shocking that you did not know the stuff that was reporting to you.
I don't think it has something to do, because I'm just seeing that to my slide is different, where you have...
In any case, this is a slide in your presentation that I'm looking at, or somewhere in these presentations that you've sent.
Go on.
It says there's 3 foreign nationals in the research unit. So there's no African, there's no Indian, there's no color, there's no white. There's only 3 foreign nationals in research.
Yeah,
Office,
hold on.
Yes, research office, but yes, research office, yes.
Hold on.
Yeah, but
just,
maybe-
hold on. Hold on.
Research office.
Yes, it's written research office.
Hold on. Honorable Mr. I've just cost your time. And here there's a point. Let's just hold on. Your mic won't work. Close the mic. Switch off the mic there. Yeah. It's fine. You don't know how to switch off the mic now, obviously.
Chair, I'm sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, Honorable Susan. Can I request that the VC relax IKK and be able to respond so that she's able to assist the management? I'm worried she's rushing, and the last time when we had such a problem, we could not even deal with it in the house. I'm a Marona. I want to plead with what they did. Just relax and give the answers. Thanks.
All right. The advice, Vice Chancellor, is that let's relax. We're not, like we always say, we're all stakeholders here. We're not fighting. Don't look at us as monsters or we're stakeholders. We want to. When we live here, all of us to be on the same page. So let's not, let's relax, let's not, I think I'll leave this, see Bambe, slowly. Honorable Mr.
Yeah. No, Chairperson, I think VC has found the slide. Yes, it's a research stuff. Maybe with that, Vice Chancellor, before, so that you just deal with that aspect altogether. And you would have been academic and research DVC at the time when they were maybe hired there. But it also says the academic component has 29 permanent residents, which are foreign nationals, because you might be a permanent resident, but you're a foreign national. So that's academic stuff in the academic component, where you were as DVC. Then obviously here, maybe it wasn't under your watch, but the admin permanent residents are 11, and then there is admin again employees that are 9 that are foreign nationals. So let's say that cohort is 20 admin staff that are foreign nationals. I just want to get your qualification of this. How do you qualify it? The fact that we have such a number of foreign nationals occupying simple jobs in the institution.
All right. that that's why I separated them into foreign nationals and the permanent residents. And then we explained that we understood it that permanent residents, they have permission from Home Affairs, they have an ID number that allows them to work in South Africa and stay in South Africa indefinitely. So that is, for that reason, we did not consider them, even though we know that they are foreign born, but they are very different from a category that comes in with a work permit only.
So you're not answering all that I've asked, Vice Chancellor, but I want you, so you are qualifying the fact that you would overlook at Africans because they hold a status that says they are permanent in South Africa.
We've separated them, but what probably we would need to do for you is to find out, is to say that did they become permanent residents after they were employed at SMU?
No, that's not the case, Vice Chancellor. You see, this research office, for instance, you'd find that even students that are doing their masters or even their PhD candidates can work at the research unit or research office for that matter. You have only, in that particular office, the space allows for 3 officials, and there are all three of them are foreign nationals.
Okay, can I explain? When we put them in this order, with those 10 foreign nationals, if I take away the permanent residents, right? We've separated them into 10 foreign nationals, only with a working permit. All of them are postdoctoral fellows. So when you see them in a department, like in a research office, could be that those postdoctoral doctors are being paid from the research office, not necessarily that they are there. So they are postdoctoral fellows, not.
So you are saying there's no South Africans that can actually do this job? Are you implying that there are no South Africans that can do this job and also that can be admin? Was at admin level you have about 20. 11 are permanent. No, I'm talking about all together. You see, academic staff, there are 29 academic staff here. There are foreign nationals, but they are permanent residents, but they are foreign nationals, right? Then I haven't even started. Then there are 20 foreign nationals. 11 of them are permanent residents, 9 of them are foreign nationals at the admin department. So are you implying that all of these, there are no South Africans that could have done this job?
Well, maybe let's go to the other slide that shows them exactly which departments they are and what they are.
These are precise, VC. You're not responding to the precise ones, because I captured it precisely. To say admin, there's 9 foreign, there's 11 foreign, but are permanent residents. That's admin. Then I speak about academics. There's 29 that are academics at the academic cohort. And they are foreign nationals, but obviously you term them because you separated because they are permanent residents. Yes. But they are foreign nationals doing academic work, which perhaps if you knew my qualifications, you might find that I can even do that as well. So are you saying that there are no South Africans that can do that job of academic support or lecturing, 29 at that level, and then 20 at admin? Are you implying that there are no South Africans that could be suitable for that particular job alone?
Well, most likely they are, and what probably was at the time of the interviews and the time of the selection at that time, I wouldn't say that because I wasn't part of that at that time, but I can only say that normally if you have an interview and you have a selection, normally people will take the best candidate or the most qualifying candidate. So I would just assume now that maybe at that time of selection they were not there.
Yeah, the last one. Don't worry, the theme won't be lost. Immediately after its honorables also, it will be the same theme.
No, thanks, Chair, for just giving me that opportunity. You see, Chair, I have like 10 pages here, but I'll just speak to one point that I think is very important. Yeah. The SRC, Labour, and IF spoke so loudly about financial exclusion. And there's a new policy that you have proposed here, and you even said that this new business model, a business model in the institution, that you say it's been approved by the department. It speaks about increasing tuition. Then again, it says increase of contribution of tuition to revenue. So it speaks about 2 increases. But you have a problem of financial exclusion that at least the other stakeholders are speaking of.
I would have wanted to touch as well on the issue of
don't touch on it.
academic exclusion.
Don't touch
So
on it.
I would want your comment, Vice Chancellor and CFO, on those matters,
Yeah.
those two in particular.
Thank you.
Academic exclusion and
Thank you,
financial
Chair.
exclusion.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
that's-
There were,
that's the mic.
we considered 154 cases this year, and the year before that we considered 181 cases. We excluded 12 out of the 154. As I indicated earlier, Chairperson, we are very cognizant of the background of our students. We consider each case on its own merits. The students that were excluded were either international students who had not met the legal requirement of them paying fees as is required, as a condition of the study permit, or our own students who would not have been progressing anywhere academically. So they were supposed to do a program for 3 years, as an example. They are still on campus for 7, 8, 9 years. Then they have accumulated so much debt because now NSFAS has taken them off because they didn't qualify to the NSFAS criteria. No other sponsor was to fund them. So the exclusion maybe needs to be very clear in terms of under what circumstances. I think we are one of the most lenient universities when it comes to exclusions of students financially. On the policy is not contradictory to that position. Our policy says, because at the time that we drafted the policy, our second stream income, which is fees that come from students in the form of accommodation, in the form of tuition, was contributing only 20% to our fee income share. So the result of that was 70+% of our income was coming from from the Department of Higher Education and Training, whose resources are also under serious pressure. So the strategy is to make sure that we balance the two. We are not increasing exorbitantly fees for students who are in the system. Until this year, we have always been following the minister's instruction to that effect. If the minister says you shall increase by 4.5%, we do so. In 2025, that instruction was withdrawn, so we went on by our budget assumptions and we increased the fees the way we saw it fit. So our fee increases are only targeted as the students that are first-time entering students. Chair, I can indicate to you that our fees are not comparable to other universities that render the same kind of services and qualifications that we do render. But our cost base is higher than those universities because it's not spread across many faculties. We don't have programs that are cheaper to offer, for example, commerce that I studied, for example, law. We don't have MBA. We don't have those kinds of programs. So what we have got are programs that are very expensive to deliver, but we are charging a fee that is much, much lower. That leads to financial instability. And that's the reason for the new business model.
Okay. Honorable Sons.
Thank you, Chair. CFO, where are you born?
Through Chair, I was born in Zimbabwe, in the Midlands province, but I'm a naturalized South African citizen. Thank you.
In your place of birth, would you expect the Zimbabwean government to prioritize jobs for Zimbabweans by birth?
I don't know if it's fair for me to answer that question. I thought probably I'm conflicted. I do not to answer you, but I thought maybe that question would have been directed.
Why would you be conflicted? You are born in Zimbabwe. I'm sure you are proud to be born in Zimbabwe.
I'm naturalized as a South African, Chair.
But you are born in Zimbabwe?
Yes.
And as someone born in Zimbabwe, would you expect the government in Zimbabwe to ensure that Zimbabwean citizens by birth are prioritized for jobs? That's not a conflicting question. What do you think, honestly?
I'm not sure if I should answer the question because I feel I'm conflicted, Chairperson. But obviously, I think
maybe see for what you should do. Calculate it this way.
Yeah.
Let me understand the conflicting element there. Why are you conflicted?
Can you repeat yourself, Honorable?
Why are you conflicted?
No, because I'm the subject matter. I did not employ myself. I was
Okay.
employed by somebody else. And I would expect that maybe those who employed me would have a better response than I would have. Zimbabwe has got its own rules in terms of employment. South Africa has got its own rules in terms of employment. They've got different priorities. Chairperson, I should indicate that I've been a resident and citizen of South Africa for more than 20 years now. My children were born in South Africa, and I'm a South African. Thank you.
Okay, let's change the subject matter. Someone born, not yourself. We're changing the subject matter. Someone born in Zimbabwe, other than yourself. Is it correct for him or her to feel that the Zimbabwean government must prioritize them, not you, them, for jobs in their country?
It depends on their circumstances. If they have grown up, worked the entire life of themselves, whether they were born in the DRC, and they worked the entire life in Zimbabwe, or their children were born there.
CFO, now you're changing the subject matter. That's wrong. What you're doing now is wrong. I indulged you. I changed the subject matter upon your request. Now let's talk about based on the question. Please answer the question. Is it correct for not you, a Zimbabwean that is in Zimbabwe now? Is it correct for that Zimbabwean to expect the government of Zimbabwe to prioritize jobs for them?
Zimbabweans.
Yes.
It's correct. It's correct. It's correct for the Zimbabwean government to prioritize jobs for Zimbabweans. It's correct.
Do you consider yourself South African or Zimbabwean?
Should I consider myself to be South African? I travel on a South African passport. Thank you.
You're no longer Zimbabwean.
The Zimbabwean constitution does allow for dual citizenship, so does South African. So I still hold my Zimbabwean ID. That's correct.
So are you still Zimbabwean?
Yes, I'm Zimbabwean by birth.
So why do you say you are no longer you South African?
I said I'm South African because
you should say
I've paid allegiance to South Africa when I naturalized as a South African. All my children were born here except for one. They have studied here, so I consider myself to be South African. All my adult life, my working life, was spent in South Africa.
What you should say, CFO, is that I am Zimbabwean, because it sounds like you are denying that you're Zimbabwean. You must be proud to say I am Zimbabwean, and I'm a naturalized citizen of South Africa. As such, I'm Zimbabwean and hold dual citizenship in South Africa and Zimbabwe. But I am Zimbabwean. Because Zimbabweans are watching you. And are you now saying you are no longer Zimbabwean? You must be proud. You must say I'm Zimbabwean.
Chair, I did not renounce my Zimbabwean citizenship. I'm proud of my dual citizenship of both Zimbabwe and South Africa. I still hold my Zimbabwean ID. I did not renounce it. Zimbabwe allows me also to be a naturalized South African, and I've naturalized as a South African.
Are you allowed to vote?
I'm allowed to vote in both countries. Thank you.
How do you view South African citizens that are saying that jobs that they vote for is occupied by foreign nationals or permanent residents? How do you feel about that?
Honorable Member, I take it that the context is now different. It has moved from my situation to that of foreign nationals and naturalized and permanent residents. Am I getting it correctly?
You're correct.
So you can repeat your question. You're saying the question is, how do I view?
How do you view it? How do you feel? As a naturalized citizen, you consider yourself South African. Now, other South Africans feeling that jobs that they voted for government to prioritize for them as South Africans. Now you must speak. I want to hear, do you have the patriotic South African vibe? Or will the Zimbabwean by birth creep in there somewhere? So
I-
as a South African, naturalized citizen, do you think that fellow South Africans is correct in saying that jobs should be prioritized for South African citizens?
I think the answer should be contextualized. I do agree with that sentiment. However, the context is we are a university. When we employ people at a university, we may also, from an internationalization perspective, consider foreign students, which is something that universities must strive to build, and also the international flavor in terms of the employees that they
Okay,
do
I have to interject you just because of time. And we're gonna now deal with contextuality. You say you agree, right? Now we're gonna deal with context. Chairperson of Human Resource in the council, right? That's the committee. Chairperson?
That's correct, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, what's your nationality?
I'm a South African, Honorable Member.
How are you classified? You're dealing with human resource. How are you classified?
I'm born South African. If it comes to classification per race, classified as white.
You're white South African. I'm very happy that out of 1,893 total staff, 1,732 is black South Africans. I'm very happy about that. Are you happy that out of 1,893, only 111 is white South Africans?
Honorable Member, I'm happy that the statistics accurately reflect the demographics primarily of the country and that of the region.
So you're happy?
Yes, I am, Honorable Member.
Director, what is your nationality? Director, Human Resource, did I hear correctly? Is that Director?
Senior Director, Human Resources.
Director, what's your nationality?
I'm classified as a colored South African.
A colored South African. Now, to the both of you, out of 1,893 total, there are only 7 colored South Africans employed. What is the reason for this?
Well, our employment equity plan works on the basis of natural attrition. So it's not working on the basis that we basically get rid of people in order to get the representation figures right. It works on the basis of natural attrition, and you will know natural attrition, especially in a South African university sector, where our turnover is something like 2.7%. You just don't get the opportunity to very robustly and aggressively increase the numbers where they may be lacking. That's the situation.
Are you saying that that's the reason why you only have 7 coloreds out of 1,893 total staff?
The principle we work on is natural attrition. Our other aspect is how do we attract people to apply for positions at our university. We have a number of impediments. The most significant one, to my observation, is the location of our
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Natural attrition. Let me put it to you this way. Foreign nationals, not permanent residents, foreign nationals are 10 in total. 10 foreign nationals, which the law says you should not employ unless it is a scarce skill. It's not permanent residents. I don't have time, but this would be my last question. It has to be. There's 10 foreign nationals. They are more than coloreds in total at the university.
Agreed.
How does your reason justify that?
Okay, because that category of employee is based on a contract. They're not permanent employees.
Are you listening to yourself?
Yes, I am listening to myself.
You have 7 colored South Africans in total. You have on contract, it's still employment. Somebody's going home with money. You have 10 foreign nationals more than colored South Africans born here, foreign nationals, based on the conversation we're having here. There's permanent residents, there's naturalized citizens. Now you have foreign nationals that doesn't have permanent residence. They don't have naturalized citizenship. You have more of them employed at the university and less colored South Africans born here. How do you justify that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Colored South Africans are being marginalized in this country. There is no justification. I overlook the whole permanent resident thing. I overlook the whole naturalized citizen thing. You cannot explain away now where the law says you cannot employ a foreign national, whether on contract, casual, or whatever. And what you guys are doing, you take 7 colored South Africans that are born here. You take 10 foreign nationals, and that's supposed to be okay?
Can I respond?
Is that okay?
No, it's not okay, and I'll tell you why it's not okay. Can I?
Please.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've spoken earlier about the whole issue of contextualizing issues. So I think the better question or the better evidence to give you is in terms of how many coloreds have applied for particular positions at the university. And I think against that background, we can then talk about whether employing only 7 is correct or not.
I'm going to close with this. And I'm going to close with this. My time is up, but I must tell you I'm extremely disappointed. Because you're choosing to justify this. You are basically saying more foreign national supplies than coloreds. Your stat says.
Yes.
Your stat says.
I'm saying that.
It's impossible.
I will show you the statistics anytime.
And I'm going to challenge that officially. There are hundreds of colored South Africans looking for jobs in this country. And for you to employ more foreign nationals and the law doesn't allow you to do so, and you are justifying it, and you from the race group, I'm extremely disappointed.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Souls. Just close the mic there. Ma'am, you know do you guys have what is the transformation policy there? What does it say?
Basically have an EE plan, which was reviewed last year. And the EE plan has got our targets against the national statistics, as well as the provincial, Gauteng provincial statistics.
What does it say about colored Indians and whites being employed there?
So it's a percentage, I don't have it offhand, but it's a percentage of what the statistics say we should have. And it will then also indicate to you how much is the shortfall or the deficit in each category.
And it will tell you, so you are currently have a shortfall.
We definitely have a shortfall in the colored, we have a shortfall in the Indian, and we have a shortfall in the white category.
And when you advertise, they don't apply, what do you do?
Okay. So what we have, what we indicate.
So you advertise, you've got targets, right? At the back of your head. But my target is to have 20 colors in total, 13 females, 7 males. That's your target. Currently, we've got 7. 4 males, 3 females. So you need 10 females. We advertise for 100 positions. They don't apply. What do you do? Because if you continue the process, then you're not going to reach your target. That's where the question comes from. What have you done to make sure that you reach your EE targets as far as that is concerned?
Absolutely correctly, Chairperson. As I said, our EE plan with the reviewed one was just last year, November. At the council meeting in November, it was approved. And we're moving from, in our adverts, talking about affirmative action to asking for specific naming of the representation group that we're looking for. So that is going to be the move in relation to our adverts.
Okay, it's fine. We are not answering us because you are not reaching your targets. Whatever that you are saying you are doing is not yielding results. It's what Einstein talks about insanity. Doing same thing over and over again and expecting different results because you are not reaching your targets. And the answer you are giving me is that you've got it all worked out. And I don't think City, but it's okay. We will, like I said, we are going to have a second bite with yourself. Honorable Khabo, is that a point of order?
Yes, Chairperson.
What is the point of order?
When you say to the member that they are not achieving their targets, it should be properly stated. They are intentionally marginalizing colored South Africans.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Souls. I know you are charged up. I don't want to say out of order because you are going to come again. You are fine. You are. It's a point I'll take, Honorable Khabo.
No, Chair, before I get to my issues, while I'm on my 10%, probably one must recommend that you must look into other avenues as a way of getting the message across. There is a narrative in the public space that creates an impression that colors are not accommodated. Ne? And there is a narrative that they are deliberately being excluded. When in actual fact, the reality of the matter is that there is a lack of information getting across to them. So you probably must look into your other ways of communicating the issue of inclusion of other races so that we are able to strike a balance, so that tomorrow when we engage on this matter, you are at least able to demonstrate that the university is willing to deal with this issue of transformation. I just wanted to indicate that one. Chair, let me go. I'll indicate who must respond to my questions. CFO, I think one of the members has indicated that you are a committee of parliament. When you appear before parliament, expectation is that you should be honest. And anything that you say that contradicts honesty or the truth will then be taken to task. And I'm going to plead with you, Chairperson, that at some point we'll have to do example. Because most of these universities are presenting before us and typically they are lying to us. I'm going to plead with you not to lie to me. I see you have put on a rosary there. Expectation is that you are a Christian, but we are going to put that to test. You said you are, when you were introducing yourself, you said that you are an acting DVC and a CFO. Did I hear you correctly?
The CFO position is my substantive position. Currently, I'm occupying only the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor Operations.
So you are acting as a Vice Chancellor?
That's right, Deputy Vice Chancellor Operations.
Deputy Vice Chancellor Operations.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So in which capacity are you here in? As a DVC or as a CFO?
I was tasked to address both the areas of finance and of infrastructure as was requested. My colleague, who is the acting chief financial officer, would not be here with us. Honourable Member, I'm addressing both.
Okay, thank you very much. CFO, how long have you been the CFO at the university?
Shy of 8 years now.
It's 8 years.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. 8 years, 8 years. No, let us not go to town unnecessarily. What is your highest qualification, CFO?
I've got a PhD in finance, if you consider that to be the highest.
Okay. Where did you acquire your qualifications?
I've got a number of universities.
Let's speak about your PhD that you have just made the reference.
PhD is from the Gordon Institute of Business Sciences, that's the University of Pretoria.
Okay. No, thank you very much, CFO. I want to check with you. When you are paying a certificate for the work done, how do you verify whether the amount is aligned to the certificate that has been submitted?
I'll give you an example. For example, the 2,000 beds that we have spoken about, There is a principal agent who verifies the work. He's an engineer. The company doing that is Royal Asconi. They go through that. They make a presentation to all the funders that sit in a room through a
CFO,
committee.
Let's stop there.
Yeah.
That attitude of prolonging your responses with an intention of confusing me, it's a Christmas you'll never see from me. I'm asking you, in a minute or two,
Yeah.
how are you conducting? You receive a certificate, you verify, you go on site, or you send someone as part of the delegation, then they bring you a report, then you press enter. I just want that explanation.
No, okay. So when we're making payments, the user department is the one that confirms that work has been delivered. So we match the order against the invoice and the confirmation of the work having been delivered.
Okay.
It's called the three-way.
So do you want to tell me that out of all the payment certificate that you have processed, we will not find anything whereby you have overpaid the contractor in line or not necessarily having assessed the work done? Or basically, let me make it simple. Do you want to tell me that in all of the payments that you have done, it is aligned to the work on site? Even if you can make an assessment of the progress, it's aligned?
Chair, all the work that we have paid for would have been confirmed by the user department. Obviously, if there's misrepresentation, that could have happened, but we are quite comfortable that our systems are robust when it comes to that.
Thank you very much. I'm raising this because of, I think, Institutional Forum made an allegation that, number one, you are colluding with service providers. You are having an unholy relationship with service providers to an extent that you are prolonging payments, you are prolonging projects. There is an allegation of the swimming pool project. How much did it cost us there?
Chairperson, I don't recall the figure.
Okay, fine. When you don't recall the figure, you'll submit it in writing. Eh?
Yeah.
When was the project started?
The project that is being referred to happened somewhere around 2022 or thereabouts.
It's fine. Include it on our report.
Yeah.
Is it usable? The swimming pool, is it usable after spending that money that you had spent? As a person who has approved payment, is it usable? Because there are allegations that it is not usable.
To my knowledge, Chairperson, currently is not being used and is not usable.
It's not usable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's
it's not
my
usable
knowledge right now. Yes.
It's not usable. My understanding is that its condition does not allow Penny Hayes to go and swim there.
Yeah, because it has been more than 3 years since it was.
Thank you very much. Meaning that government have spent money on a project that they cannot benefit from the fruits of that project.
No, Chairperson, I need to clarify this.
No, don't clarify. Don't clarify.
No.
I'll ask you to clarify if any needs arise.
Okay.
I will ask you to give us a detailed report of all projects that you have conducted for the past 5 years. Give us a detailed report. Include the project name, the scope of work, the project time frame, when did it start, when was it supposed to start, the budget, the initial budget and the augmented budget, including the project management team. Because largely there is a challenge of your project management. It has been proven otherwise. Do you have a maintenance plan now that the allegations, in fact, there is a view that the infrastructure has aged. Do you have a maintenance plan in your current budget?
Chairperson, there is a maintenance plan that we present.
Thank you very much. How much
but,
is
I need to indicate that it is in its infancy. Our maintenance department has been identified as one of the weakest points of the university. And we're in the process
CFO,
of turning
don't
it
play
around.
that game with me. When I raise my hand, you must know that I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You'll force me to stop you in the process. You said that you don't have a maintenance plan.
We have got, but it's not fully funded because of the deferred maintenance that we have got and other issues. Like the honourable member indicated that just today we had our pipes leaking as we woke up this morning.
Fine.
So we have to spend money.
Is there
from
a budget
to
in
fix
your
those.
budget? In your budget, is there budget kept aside for maintenance? I'm not sure, people of construction, is it 5% or 10% of your overall budget that must be kept aside for? If you say that it's not enough, why is it not enough?
We do have a budget. It's not enough because of the limitation of resources and also because of the aged infrastructure that we have got on campus. Like I indicated, our infrastructure is more than
You are the CFO,
50 years old, yes.
You are the CFO?
Yes.
You are a person of numbers?
That's true.
Yes. Why is it difficult to look into your assets that you have and have a budget before you and be unable to reprioritize your budget as a way of refurbishing this aging? Remember, part of maintenance plan is to avoid the decay of of the property.
Chair, our requirement for deferred maintenance alone is close to R1 billion. And our total operating costs for the university on an annual basis is far less than 600
CFO,
million. So
sharp.
we do not have the resources
Fine.
as much as we know what needs to
Do
be
you have
fixed.
reserves?
We do not have. Our reserves that we have can only cover us for a
No,
period of
don't
3
answer what I
months.
did not ask. Do you have reserves, yes or no?
We do not have.
You don't have reserves?
Yes.
Let me allow you to cool down in the meantime. Let me go to the Deputy Chair of the Council. There are allegations of sexual harassment against the CFO. Is there any case of sexual harassment that you are aware of that is opened against the CFO?
I'm not aware of the case, Honorable Member, but those allegations that you are talking about are part of this investigation. They were in those anonymous.
So you are aware of the
reports.
allegations of sexual harassment?
Yes, I'm aware.
Eh? Okay. Barry. Chef, can't what is happening here? Do you, Chairperson, can we clarify that you are not in a management meeting where you do as you wish here? Yeah, you are in Parliament. You are going to be held accountable in line with the accountability framework that is there. I'm going to plead with you to conduct yourself in a professional manner. Are you aware of the allegations of sexual harassment? I'm going to repeat myself. Are you aware of those allegations?
Honorable
Yes or
Member,
no?
I've said yes.
Oh,
from
thank
the
you very much.
from
I
the
could not get
anonymous
you.
letters.
I could not get you because
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
CFO wanted to misbehave here.
Okay.
And we'll attend to him decisively in no time. The appointment process of the Vice Chancellor is questioned. Why was in fact, the organized labor is arguing that in 2024, they have sent a request to form part of the labor recruitment processes in 2024. Is it in 2024 labor?
Correct, Chair.
Thank you very much.
2024 first term.
2024, and you are saying that the reason why they could not be accommodated in the recent process that included the appointment of the VCs because of the current policy does not allow their inclusion in the process. Between 2024 and 2025, what is it that you have done as a council to resolve the inclusion of the labor in the process?
Can I request the Secretary of Council, who is now the acting DVC, because I think this matter was before him, can he assist on the matter?
You are a deputy, eh? And you said that you are standing here on behalf of the chair. Now my question is directed to the council. Let me qualify my statement. Both the labor and institutional forum have said that you have unholy, you know, one day I'll unpack this unholy. There are allegations of corruption in this relationship of yours. They are arguing that you are sidelining them. They are not included in anything as council. Now my question is to you, as a deputy chair of council. What is it that you have done to include the organized labor in the process of recruitment? Are you the deputy chair? Are you the deputy chair? My question was specific.
Can I then answer, Honorable Member? I think I did answer this matter. That's why probably I wanted a different voice on the matter. 2024 is not too long. We are in 2025 now. To review a policy, Honorable Member, doesn't take 6 months.
How long does it
Takes
take you?
a process.
Okay, ma. How long does it take you? I understand the interpretation or meaning of process. How long does it take you to review a policy?
Well, Honorable Chair, it depends on the parties that are involved.
All right, you are unable
Because
to respond that how long does it take? 3 months, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, a year? You said that a year is not enough. How long does it take you?
No, I will give you an example. For the policy that the students were referring to, it was back and forth. In fact, that policy that they are talking about, it was sent to them as the SRC. It took 3 months for them, and there's been change in SRC, The new SRC wants to have their own say in the policy. So it depends from policy to policy. That policy took more than a year to
Thank
be
you very
reviewed.
much. Ke a go kopa gore ba o kry-le metsi o iketle ke a bona ka rotse ga ke maikutlo e bile o tshimola o oketsa lentswe. I want to understand with you, Chairperson, this is my last one, I'm wrapping up. Just this one of policy reviewer, and I'll just submit my proposal. I want to understand with you, there are allegations that you are running or you are refusing to accept the advices of the institutional forum, as it has been alleged there. Ne? Second to that, it is alleged that you do not take into consideration the views or the role that key stakeholders like your labor and students must have in any process that speaks to the day-to-day running of the institution. I want to check with you, how do you conduct your policy review process? Agropalotso, you failed to respond to me on how long does it take you as an institution to review a policy. That one you have failed to respond. Which process do you embark on when reviewing a policy? And second to that, which stakeholders are left? Chairperson, I'm just left with one question, if you can allow me. I wanted to squeeze this one of the investigation, if you would allow me. You can respond in the meantime, I was talking to the chair.
Honorable Member, please know that the review of policy is in the remnant of management. It's not a council prerogative. It then comes to council to approve. Hence, I was referring you
Council.
to the secretary of council to assist
Council.
in this process because we are not involved
Okay.
in the process.
Let me tell you,
But
let me
we
give you an
do
example.
approve the policies.
Let me give you an example. We are not involved in the affairs of the minister. Ne? But in terms of the legal framework, the minister accounts to us as a portfolio committee. You are not involved, even though it is alleged that some of you are involved in the administration. In terms of the legal framework, you are not involved in the administration, but you hold the administration accountable. Now, as a person who had realized that there are certain policies that hamper the smooth running of the institution, to an extent that one of the critical components being labor has written to me, as a person who must hold management accountable, that there is a gray area, especially on areas of recruitment. That's why I'm asking you that question that is very simple. What is it that you have done between now and at the time when labor had raised an issue? But you can leave it, ma. You can leave it. I'll submit my question in writing and I'll expect you. My last question, my last shot. And in fact, it's aligned to yours. When you are dealing with this policy review, who does these reviews? Do you do them internally or do you appoint an external service provider to conduct those revieal process? Maybe I must just guide it with the last one.
It's okay. Switch off the mic.
Answer.
Who's answering? We want the mic, yeah.
All right. Thank you. When we do a
Don't come with that attitude to me.
but you're also coming with an attitude.
What attitude am I bringing?
You can talk to me respectfully.
What do
you
they
can
do?
also talk to me respectfully.
How am I disrespectful?
No, but you're not talking
How
to me.
am I disrespectful?
No, I will not accept it. You can also have the right as an organization to be
How am I disrespectful?
Chair, the house is
Vice
degenerating.
Chancellor.
Chair.
Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor. Why in a meeting in Parliament? Can you please not do that?
Chair.
I'm still addressing the Vice Chancellor. Switch off the mic there. I'll give you, I'm addressing the Vice Chancellor. But please, Vice Chancellor, let's respect our meetings. Because if you behave like this, I'm unable to protect you from members. You are now moving out of the protection that I have a responsibility to afford to all of you. And I've been standing here calling your name, Vice Chancellor, your title, but you are not helping yourself. Honorable Shugamba.
No, thank you, Chair. I think we need to protect this process, Chair. We cannot have a situation where we're going to have people exchanging words like that. And I take a concern of this issue because it's just that I respected my time. But in one of my questions was to ask her about the F words that she's using on their WhatsApp groups against the other staff. And this is what is actually being displayed now to say she loses it at some
Okay.
point and goes
Okay.
to other things. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Law?
Chair, I think it is only fair that the Vice Chancellor must apologize, one, and she must relax. She's leading a big institution with bigger problems. If she's exploding with such a small thing, it means we've got a bigger problem and we'll have an issue. She's here to account to us, not the other way around. And we'll respect them. We'll always do that, but we'll never allow to be disrespected in our house in Parliament. She must apologize.
Thank you very much. You also want to add Honorable Mrs.
No, it's not adding, Chair, but I want to clarify something. Honorable Khabo was saying, Vice Chancellor, do not come with that attitude to me. That's not attacking the Vice Chancellor because he was precise on his question. So the response from the Vice Chancellor was rather unbecoming.
Yeah.
He did not attack him.
That's okay. Vice Chancellor, can you please withdraw the words that you would have said, even when I was calling you to order to restrain and you did not. Can you just please apologize to the meeting so that we can conclude?
I apologize to the meeting, Chair.
Sorry?
I apologize to the meeting, Chair.
Thank you very much. Chair of Council. No, it's fine. She's going to answer now. Chair of Council, do you guys have a sexual harassment policy?
Yes, Chairperson, we have.
What does it say?
I must be honest that I cannot be able to articulate it now.
I don't know. I don't want you to quote it verbatim, but just the bigger picture. What does that policy say? You don't know.
You have put me in a, yeah. I will have to go and review it.
Yeah, that's a big worry for me because as the leadership of governance, there are certain policies that you as governance must implement. If, for an example, there's a sexual harassment case against a very senior leader of management, it can't be handled by HR because that person might be very senior to HR. So it is handled by yourself, obviously, sometimes using your HRCC and all of that. But I must register that I'm worried. Register. What does the sexual harassment policy of the university say?
Chairperson, it does underscore the importance of zero tolerance to any form of sexual harassment. That's one. It also provides for investigation processes and so on in respect of that matter.
So it says if there's an allegation, what must happen and who must do that? So there's an allegation against the CFO through an anonymous letter. What is the policy saying? The steps that must be followed.
I'll not be able to quote the policy verbatim because I don't have it in front of me here. But at a broad level, Chair, it says there has to be some form of investigation, allow the individual to present himself or herself, make representations on the matter, and then on the basis of that, then the relevant policy of the university will then be invoked to deal with the matter.
And in this case, was there any form of investigation? I don't know who's supposed to do it. Was there any form of investigation on this matter, noting that the allegations would have been made by a senior member of management, which is the CFO, and yeah, was there any form of investigation as far as this is concerned?
Chair, to my knowledge, there were a number of investigations that have taken place.
On this sexual harassment?
The person who could...
Were very specific.
Yeah, the person who could provide some details is the chair of the HRCC.
Chair of HRCC, help us.
Chair, if the reference is made, then I stand to be corrected, because I'm not exactly sure in which document this allegation is made. I'm aware of 2 specific anonymous letters that forms part of a comprehensive investigation that's led by the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee of Council, myself and Deputy Vice Chancellor. That is the report that we are referring to that will be tabled to Council on the 10th of June.
Yeah.
And it's included in that.
Yeah, but I'm asking, the reason when I started, I'm asking specifically about what is your sexual harassment policy, because you can't say to me, because these sexual harassment allegations form part of a bigger 10 other agenda items. We have then given it to an independent person to do. Then it means you have not done you have not implemented your sexual harassment. Because if it means the sexual harassment policy, or if your sexual harassment policy is if your sexual harassment policy says, once there is an allegation or a complaint against anybody, somebody has got about 48 hours, 72 hours to institute or to do an interview with the alleged perpetrator, whatever the case may be. I don't know what your policy says. But you can then say, I've decided not to implement anything here because it formed part of a bigger agenda of 10 other items. Then that will mean yourselves have transgressed against your own sexual harassment policy. And that is the question I'm asking. I don't know if my English is making sense, but are we on the same page?
Yes, Chair, we are on the same page. And it was dealt with within the set of other allegations, with the understanding that when allegations are made, there needs to be an investigation. Once we have that result and that outcome, obviously it will be dealt with accordingly, based on the outcome of the investigation.
Why do you have sexual harassment policy then? Because you have this thing for a reason. No, let's leave it. Like I said, we're still going to come. We don't have enough time. No, let's leave it. Okay. We'll have a conversation here about this. And I'm not saying, CFO, the allegations are true or not. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. What's wrong? CFO, hold on. Hold on first, Chair.
Chair, through you. I need to help the committee take a decision. There was never an allegation about sexual harassment.
Okay.
The allegation said, I've dated a colleague from finance, I've dated a colleague from supply chain, I've dated a colleague from transport. That's what it says. It has never said I've sexually harassed anyone. And I need to be very clear.
Order, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's the order? What is the order?
Chairperson, the Deputy Chair of Council has just told us that she's aware of sexual harassment allegations against the CFO.
Yeah.
And the CFO did not dispute that. Yeah. Now suddenly he makes a U-turn on an oncoming traffic. You'll cause an accident.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think the CFO just wanted to tell us that, I don't know how to put it, but, in my language, all the departments, but we will follow up. Deputy Chair, you wanted to raise something?
No, Chair. I just wanted to bring clarity to this matter.
Yeah.
That this sexual harassment that we are talking about, it's in there, it's alleged, and it's in that anonymous report, which is different from a case where I go personally and report that I've been sexually harassed by the CFO, which then will invoke the sexual harassment policy.
Okay, so now you know your policy. Because you said you don't know it. No, you said you don't know it. Okay. Okay, let's get to, we received allegation, or maybe before I get to this one. I'm very worried about general corporate governance at this institution. Vice Chancellor, when you left as the, when you acted as the Vice Chancellor, okay, maybe let me first deal with the policy and finish the policy issue. What is the Chair, Deputy Chair of Council, what is your policy saying about acting Vice Chancellor? What is the duration that the person can act as a Vice Chancellor?
According to the policy chair, the chairperson of council has powers to appoint the acting DVC of up to 3 months.
Okay.
Thereafter, if the position has not been filled yet, he must then make a submission to council to extend the term until the position is filled.
Yeah, and then how long is the now Vice Chancellor, how long did she act as a deputy, as an acting?
11th November to
6 months.
11th November.
November.
From November to May, 6 months.
December, January,
May,
May.
6 months.
6 months, yeah.
Okay. And did the council in February extend the term of the VC?
Yes, chairperson.
Thank you very much. I wanted to take that one out. Now let's get to the corporate governance general. When the VC now left the DVC research and to act, the register was then taken to act as the DVC. Then somebody was put to act as a register. And because we don't have DVC operations, the CFO was then pushed to act as a DVC operation. Then you had somebody who went to act as the CFO, right? Does this make sense, or in terms of upholding corporate governance standards generally? Does it make sense to you that almost everybody there in the senior management is acting? Deputy Chair.
Chair, remember we had to have the university operating and to recruit permanent position, it's a process. I must tell you that the process had started to recruit the DVC operations, but we couldn't start any process to recruit DVC academic research because that position has got its own person who is the acting VC.
Yeah,
so the pressure that we had as a council was to fill the position of the VC so that we take care of these acting positions.
Let's
I know it's not an ideal situation, but it was the situation that we found ourselves in.
When we say let's leave it, do we want water? Somebody so that we don't, yeah, please. We must not, so let me tell you, Deputy Chair, where you and I disagree on corporate governance. So a CFO is somebody who, on behalf of the university, signs SLAs and tenders. CFO, right? So these projects that we have, they are signed by this very same CFO. Mabeli CFO, do you also want water? Relax.
No, Chair, I just wanted to
No
correct
one said you must open our mic.
Okay.
Relax. I'm making a point to your deputy chair. I don't know what is it that you want to clarify. Supply chain management is under CFO. So when we say it's you who signs, we're saying it's the department that you hate. When we say it's Sefako Makgatho that has won whatever, is number 10 out of 26 universities, we say it's you because you are as the VC, you are the CEO there. So there's nothing to clarify. We're telling you that the CFO is a person who signs tenders there. So these BECs or bid specifications, all of them, those bodies, they fall under you. Bid specification, bid evaluation, bid adjudication, the whole supply chain falls under you. And when we say you signed those things, it's a fact. It's your department that signed. And the corporate governance issue I have, Deputy Chair, with this thing, is that now the CFO is an acting operations TVC. What is the role of operations there? Is to oversee these projects. What is the problem here? Is that the same person who has signed a contract with Nsezana Consulting is now overseeing the same project. It's a very serious conflict of interest in my view. West Part members would have said to you, they would have, from DBSA, from the day it started, there would have been issues with even the appointment, by the way, of these CCB contractors. From like, there would have been issues that these people, there's no capacity, or the process, whatever, but there would have been issues. Right? Now, the CFO is now overseeing this process or these projects. For me, it's a very serious corporate governance problem, which I think you must look at it. But like I said, we're going to get to that problem. Maybe you don't agree with me because you have a PhD in finance, no problem. But you wanted to raise a point or wanted to clarify something, CFO. Ari.
Chair, I think you've covered me in that sense. But in terms of the delegations of all appointments, of the decisions of appointment at our university, they lie with the Vice Chancellor as the accounting officer of the university. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Auditors that audits this institution. No, let me start by AG first. AG, I know for a fact that you have raised issues with the implementation of this 2,000 beds, the water, what there, the boundary wall. There's a report that you submitted to management, to DHET. They've not yet made it official, but I'm giving you permission to comment on it, and even the auditors, I'm going to give them permission to comment on it. What were the issues raised about this project, AG? Because you raised issues, and you said management must look at X, Y, and Z. What were those issues? Please, they might have forgotten, remind them.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. From my side, perhaps, Chair, let me start by clarifying. I think in one of the opening remarks from the department, they stated that we are conducting investigation. Just to clarify that part, from our end, we are conducting an audit, not an investigation. So our audit is looking at the procurement process. We also look at the project delivery or the lifespan of the project, where we're specifically looking at the planning of the project, implementation, management, as well as commissioning of that project. So I'll just hand over to Zinhle just to take you through in terms of the issues that we have raised in that regard. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Good day again, honorable members. My name is Zinhle Matthews, and I was the senior manager that audited in the previous cycle. There is a follow-up that we are currently busy with. I will not be able to share the current issues of this year. However, I can share what we found last year. Maybe I should start with the planned completion date of this particular project, the 2,000 beds. That was 12 July 2023. That was the originally planned completion date. Of course, we did hear from the university that there is 1,000 beds to date. We will confirm in the current year audit. But it is to note that this date included the 2,000 beds altogether. Okay. The appointment date of the contractor was 20 March 2019. The planned commencement date was 3 May 2019. However, the actual commencement date was July 2021. Of course, this shows that there was 2 years lag between the planned commencement date and the actual. And the main reason was there was a requirement of rezoning the land. The land had to be rezoned from a place of instruction or education use to residential. This was not finalized prior to the appointment of the contractor. And this was the first oversight from the university. The impact of this led to an increase of cost price adjustment provision, which originally was set at 24 million. It increased to 78 million, which is an increase of 54 million. What we found as the Auditor General of South Africa prior to the commencement of the work, this is now 2 years, over 2 years later, the entity did not confirm the reasonableness of the prices which were established over 2 years prior. For us, this was a concern because we could not obtain the assurance that the decision to increase the cost price adjustment provision from 24 million to 78 million, whether that decision was economical, as no reasonable test was conducted to confirm the relevance of the prices obtained over 2 years prior. It is also to note that there was the market was not tested at that particular time. So this oversight demonstrated the lack of transparency in the decision making, and consideration of economic use of the entity's resources. The following is just to note, based on the discussion that was had to clarify the contract amount. The contract sum, as per our audit last year, was 498 million. The expenditure to date in the previous year was 439 million. Of course, this has increased. However, we will confirm this in our current year audit. This excludes the consultants, the fee of the consultants, which was 46 million. What I also wanted to clarify was the water issue, which was mentioned by the SRC. When we did a site visit last year on the 3rd of April 2024, we did note that there was a water challenge connection. At the time, it was noted that the bulk water project, which was a separate project from the one that we were auditing, that it would be completed by May last year. We are yet to confirm whether that was done. To also then confirm there were penalties charged to the contractor. We will, of course, verify this year, knowing now that the contractor was on business rescue, how that impacts the recovery thereof.
Yeah.
At the moment, we
think
are
you've
not.
covered- I think you've covered what
Thank you.
we wanted you to cover on that part. About the problems of the contractor there. We have pressures of time. So for now, we'll let that one rest. I'm sure members also have a lot of questions on that part. I'm also going to let it rest. We received the report that we are waiting for next week, the 10th. Is it responding to the letters that was written to council, ourselves, the minister, on the 2nd of September 2024? Is it
Yes,
that one?
yes, Chair, let me correct. It's not going to be coming to you on the 10th. It's going to be tabled at council.
Yeah, the report that's coming to you, that we are expecting. It's okay. So you wrote to us on the 11th saying, look, we have received these things. We are going to investigate it. Chairperson or members of council, so that you don't also fly all the way to Cape Town and you don't say anything. So maybe I must give it to you to answer this one. So you guys wrote to us on the 11th of September on that letter. What happened after that? Maybe take us through the timelines. When did you appoint this firm that is going to deliver to next week and all of that? And what would have happened? What are the steps that you took in between? You can assist. Yeah, let's hear. And remind us of your position as well.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Insofar as the timelines are concerned, Chair.
Remind us of the position you occupy now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my name is Tapelo Mamuno. I am the Substantive Director, Legal Services, but I'm taking care temporarily of the Registrar's portfolio. Going back to the matter that has been raised, Chairperson, the firm of attorneys that has been appointed to undertake the investigation is Sekati Incorporated. I think the Chair has already pointed that out. Secondly, insofar as the timelines are concerned, they were appointed to undertake the investigation by the end of September 2024. But subsequent to that, there had been some requests for extension of time in order for them to be able to collate documents, interview persons, and the like. It is finally that this year that the matter got to the point where they were able to conclude the investigation, and that is why, as the chairperson has pointed out earlier, that the matter is actually going to be serving before the council, to be exact, on the 9th of June 2025. The date has been set, the logistics have been arranged insofar as that meeting is concerned, Chair. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We will come to this one. So thank you very much for that. I think the explanation we can take. So, CFO, you guys agree that there's a delay in the implementation of, or the delivery of the 2,000 beds, perimeter wall, bulk water, whatever. So there's an agreement that there's a delay.
We do agree, Chair.
Yeah. What then happens? Because in February you appointed a separate firm or separate somebody, Judge Lekgodi, to investigate. But I want you to tell me what then happens. You take a decision, there's a delay, let's investigate, take us through. I know it was a decision of council, but it must have been because of your report to council as management.
Chair, I should indicate that the delays in the, as a CFO, the delays and of course the consequential increases in prices worried me as a CFO. I personally wrote to the then Vice Chancellor on the 22nd of June, raising my serious concerns around what was happening around infrastructure at the university. I then subsequently wrote to Council about my concerns and frustrations about what was happening within the built environment structure as it was, specifically highlighting the projects that you have just highlighted. In terms of the action that has been taken, Chair, my assessment is that the delays was a result of a number of factors, some related to our own officials, employees of the university not doing what they're supposed to do, some about our own project managers, in this case Royal Asconi, that we thought there was a concern, and some were to do with the issues that were to do with the contractors. When it comes to the actions that we have taken, I think I've already elaborated on what we have done against CCB with regards to a claim against their guarantee. I think the auditors have just confirmed that we also had penalties that we levied against them and those kinds of things. That's one action that we've taken. And after all we had tried and they went into business rescue, we then had to take away the contract from them.
Maybe let's break it down so that we don't lose each other in between.
Yeah.
So you wrote to the Vice Chancellor on the 22nd of June.
That's correct.
Complaining about
the entire issues around the delays,
yeah,
and the action that was being taken by management to address that, which was not satisfactory to me, and requesting him to investigate those issues and address us on the issues.
And then what did the Vice Chancellor say?
Chairperson, the Vice Chancellor met with me on the 5th of July, the then Vice Chancellor. Effectively, he was trying to influence me to change that report. In that report, I indicated the ethics that I'm bound by, the professional qualifications that I belong to, and how I insisted on that having to be conducted. So I insisted on that report, on that request. Suffice it to say that after that, I became a target of everything that you can imagine. I have to say.
No, it's fine. We'll get. So the then Vice Chancellor asks you to change a report, literally.
On the 5th of July.
On the 5th of July. To say what?
No, he felt that I was too harsh. But it was in a verbal meeting that I had with him in his office at 2 p.m. And since that time, I've insisted that I'm not going to change that report, and I've got that in writing.
Yeah, and then what did you do? Did you report that conduct? It sounds like it's not from an ethical point of view. It's not, so what steps did you take?
After that happened, Chairperson, I should indicate that in my letter of 22 June, I indicated to him that this is my first step in the event that he does not act on the issues that I was raising against him, because I thought that he was part of the reasons why the projects were delayed. He was an integral part of why the projects were delayed on campus. I then indicated to him, if he does not act, I will escalate this matter, firstly to the council, and if that doesn't come through, I'll escalate to the minister, and I'll escalate the matter to the bodies that I belong to. Nothing happened. I wrote to the Executive Committee of Council to escalate those letters. I don't recall the dates off the top of my head, but I am happy to share those letters that I wrote. Council then instituted an investigation which the Vice Chancellor has just reported that it was subsequently then handed over to a retired judge.
So you
the
did
report
not
is awaited.
you did not report the unethical behavior of the then VC when he asked you to change a professional report. You did not report him. You just threatened him. You said, if you don't act, I'm going to report you. Is that what you are saying?
No, in his approach, he felt that my report was, I don't think it came across as very unethical to me in terms of his approach. His approach was saying that some of the issues, by the way, Chairperson, I should indicate, there have been 4 anonymous letters to SME between 2024, the second half of 2024 to date. And at that time, the first anonymous letter, which was making allegations against Mayor Salangwasa, the previous employee of the university, had just come through. So he indicated to me, but you see, there are issues that were dealt with Maponya investigators, as I've reported earlier on. There are also issues that have come out with the first anonymous letter that you are raising in your submission. Some of these issues might be duplicated. So I took it that was the context in which he was raising these issues. But of course, as I was seeing what was happening over time from that time, he then requested that maybe I should amend the report to show that some of the issues had already been investigated. For instance, the issue of the Maponya investigation, I made 4 claims against Belengwasa. She made 1 claim against me. In my reading of the law, I have to say, I was not found to be on the wrong by that report. She was found to be on the wrong in that report. Then she resigned. So he thought that those issues that were raised there should come out of my report, because I indicated serious issues around supply chain, around infrastructure, against her. And she then indicated that then he was requesting that I should remove those issues because they'd been dealt with. But I felt that if I remove those issues, it was not going to lose the context that I wanted to put across. Remember, I'd written this letter to him, and I indicated to him, I'm writing to you, I'm not escalating it as yet, because I think it is still within your purview, and you can address these issues, and the university can function properly as it is to.
Yeah. Storytelling is very nice. I like listening to stories, but we don't have time today. We will afford you some other time. But you are confirming that you did not report this thing to the relevant authorities. HRRC Chair, the Deputy Chair of Council said, and members of Council said, on the claims by the CFO that this report that he's talking about now, clear deal. I want you to confirm if it's true or not, that meeting, because there was disagreement between the then Vice Chancellor and the CFO on whether that thing cleared him or not, did the then VC send you this report together with the Deputy Chair and the Chair? Because the allegation is that no one has this report. It's only the Vice Chancellor, the then Vice Chancellor. Now I'm asking, because there's other reports that we have that suggest that he did send it to the Deputy Chair, the Chair, and yourself. So I'm asking you, as the HRCC Chairperson, do you have this report? Did the then Vice Chancellor send you this report?
Chair, I stand to be corrected. I do not recall receiving the report. However, I understand the question. I've made my notes. I have every undertaking to, when we leave here, go through the information that I have available and answer your questions in that specific regard. I'm not sure, but I ask your allowance to just respond in writing. Let me please just go check what transpired there.
Okay. So you don't check your emails regularly?
I do, Chair, but it was some time ago. Apologies. There's a lot happening at any specific stage. So I want to go back to the minutes of the council meeting, what happened. I want to go back to the correspondence, and I want to present you with a comprehensive response, which I will do.
Deputy Chair, I hope I've given you time to try and remember. Are you saying to us with certainty that you don't have such a report sent to you by the then Vice Chancellor?
Chair, yeah, I just have to think also, you know. Let's go through our emails and our minutes.
Okay.
And respond to you.
No problem. We don't have time, so it's fine. We'll get into deeper issues when I think we might need to go to SMU so that we can see even these residences of 1B, 2B that students are crying about and all of that. But I want to inform you, colleagues, when we ask you questions, it's not because we don't, on most occasions we know the answers. And see if I can tell you, I know for a fact that there would have been a number of requests that would have been made by the former Vice Chancellor to Council to consider having a forensic investigation on what the context is, the possible deliberate delays in implementing agreed upon targets by the contractors for the 2,000 beds. And this, you know, I'm reading for you, ne? I'm doing it deliberate so that you know this file of mine does not have blank pages. This is only an emails, number of emails that would have been circulated around yourselves there. And like I said, we'll get into the finer details when we're with you. What worries me on this one is that instead of having, you know, when you have a delay, Deputy Minister, there's a delay, Msazana Incorporated is not delivering fully on the targets. Then there's allegations of management involvement. In your view, CFO, the VC putting his hands on some of these projects. Then yourself as well, probably the other section says you take 10%. They call you Mr. 10% there. They say everywhere you go, you're like MTN, you know? So there's allegations against yourself as management. There's allegations on this letter against the chair of council who they say met the providers and you don't know what happened there, you know, all of those things. But when you decide as council, which is, we're going to have a proper discussion on your time, I can tell you, the terms of reference, I also have them, by the way, that you gave to Judge Lekhodi to investigate. You say, the terms of reference says, go and investigate the involvement of management on the delays in the implementation. And in those terms of reference, you don't include the contractors, which is for me a serious red flag, because these contractors are the ones who are appointed to do this thing. They're not doing it. That's why you are investigating. They are not implementing, they are not reaching their targets as they should. But in the terms of reference, you don't include them. It's a serious red flag. Why? Because you could have included them there, including your project managers. Because these project managers of yours are the ones who give you a final report for you to sign, CFO, the invoice. But you don't investigate their involvement in all of this. Serious red flag. It raises a serious red flag for me. So some of these things, like I said, we're going to discuss them in detail when once we know, when Parliament tells us that terms from this day to this day, we'll then do our own program. But would want to come to you because the picture is not looking good. We want to ask you, VC, you are newly appointed. Open the doors of engagement with your stakeholders. What we saw here earlier on is a horror movie. You can't have everybody saying management is not treating us well. You have a responsibility to reach out to them. We'll probably come there in September, in the third quarter. So you have about 3 months to try and fix relationships. Last year we wrote to you as an institution asking you about this thing of online elections. Your letter indicated to us that there were students agreed that, but we knew, by the way, all of us here, we come from different political parties, and all our political parties have got student wings. We know, when we asked you to, and you lied to us, we knew you are lying. You are not telling us the truth because members of the student command they would confirm that they were not consulted. Members of SASCO said so. No, MK did not have anything at the time. But so they would have told us that they were not, for all of them, they told us that they were not consulted. But because sometimes when you are in charge, you think you are in charge of the system, you simply type some things and say, portfolio committee, where do you enter? We've consulted with our people, which we knew it was a lie. And I'm glad, President, you guys addressed it, that you are never part of those decisions. Even the previous SRC would have told us the same thing. So I'm blowing upon you. Stop taking decisions for students without students. It does not help. You know, sometimes you guys make concessions. You say, if you owe 90,000, or if you owe this much, we'll give you a concession that if you pay 50%, will allow you to register. It sounds good on paper. But when I come and I owe 180,000, it means your 50% is 90,000. Where am I going to get 90,000? It doesn't make sense. In fact, your own throughput rate there says to us that, especially if you look at dentistry, the School of Dentistry, for example, you have very small, about 28% throughput rate that are doing it within the record time, 28%. And then those who are doing it N+2, or if it's 6 years, those who are finishing it in 8 years, are about 85%. What does that mean? It means majority of them, and I've excluded N+1, which is around 78%. But what does it mean? It means from N to N+1, they will be covered by NSFAS, for an example. But NSFAS says only N+1. then the 80-something percent, 85%, will then have to find money somewhere to register, to get whatever. So if your concessions that you have there, you are making it in the boardrooms with the nice aircons and students are not there, you'll not understand that this child or this student, 85% of them who are left with 2 or 3 courses to sometimes 2 to conclude, they owe university this amount of money and they are unable to register. So you are tactically excluding them. So that's why when we say to you, when you make concessions or when you make any policy, don't make it on your own. Look at the affected people. Sometimes you make policy about workers and you are not including them. And when they strike tomorrow, you complain. When students strike tomorrow, you complain. So I want to implore upon you, like I said, we are going to have the second dance, probably in September when we open. Go and talk to students. Vice Chancellor, President of SRC, you must always meet so that you have an appreciation of what are the issues affecting students. Register with the SG, same story. CFO with the TG, the SRC, same story. If you meet there, you'll know, you'll understand. You'll see even when you make recommendations. You'll see when you make recommendations that the students will not have problem because they've put their issues there. There's this matter. I'm going to give you to just respond to the issue of the SRC, as NSFAS, because we can't live without you responding there. But there's this problem, Vice Chancellor, of very corrupt individual, or disruptor. No. Yeah, disrupting us. There's this problem, Vice Chancellor, of having businessmen working in our institutions. They are businessmen at night. Many of them, they work in SSS, student services. What they do, them and supply chain, what they do is they do exactly what the students have just told us here, that they run down the university-owned student accommodation because they get Jojo, cold drink, from the ones that we are leasing or privately owned accommodation. What they do is that they know, they don't put Wi-Fi. I know you have Wi-Fi problems in the university-owned student residences. Sometimes there's no water for a few days. It's bad. So they're doing it intentionally, Vice Chancellor. They're doing it intentionally because that's their business. Their business is to make sure students fight to stay on off-campus accommodation. One, that is overpriced. Two, because it gives them Jojo. So this overpricing, it's bread and butter for them. You must watch them when they go to DSTV Delicious. At work they come with a Polo, Polo Vivo, no problem. When they go to DSTV Delicious, they're driving Lamborghinis from these monies that they are getting from these things. But they are reducing our students, which are your clients, to sleeping in what they call a matsetse infested beds. What can be difficult? To buy new mattresses for, you are even charging them more. We know where your location is. I don't understand why would you have kids, no, not kids, students I'm sorry, you know, sometimes I call them kids and they'll fight with me. But why would you have students sharing one room, there are 4, and each is paying 66,000 per year? This thing of student, that is you guys defrauding the state. You are just stealing money from the state. For a room, how can you better say 4? You want to earn 27,000 something, 26,400 in a room. Oh, well, that's robber. You are commercializing education in South Africa, and it's in a township. There's no excuse. More, I don't understand. It can be. And we have said to NSFAS, and many of it, by the way, they are telling you that you are charging them beyond the cap of NSFAS. We will go there, and when we come there, we'll be very clear. We'll say, okay, this rest, how much each child is paying here. Because sometimes you assume that it's only students it's only students of NSFAS who are being charged. They are private owned, or those who are outside of the N plus rule. You are literally excluding them. If you put a top up, NSFAS, let's say, says it pays 50,000, you say 66,000. Where is this child who is raised by a grandmother, who has no mother, who has no father, that what they would do cheats? Where is this child going to get 16,000 from? You don't care. You just put student there and say no. So that matter of student accommodation, something that I've said, that's why I don't want it. I don't want student accommodation to be dealt with by university alone. I refuse. I've told NSFAS, I've told them that we've had problems here where kids or where students were put in shacks, Honorable Khacham, shacks. And we were told, NSFAS, when it checks, that institution had given them fake photos. And when we ask them to be accountable, they can't be, because it's you guys who are doing these things. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That thing can't be with you alone, because I've told you, Vice Chancellor, we've got business people by night there at your institutions who are putting lives of these students at risk. We can't also have this thing where a medical health sciences institution, we don't have a library. We can't. There are certain things we must fix. We must not even fight about. That library we are talking about, students were telling us last week it did not have windows. Maybe it's a window. We don't know. But we can't have a university when we say we don't have a library. We can't have that. So we'll close. We're not done. We're just giving you a break because we don't have time. We're just giving you a break because we don't have time. Before I give you another vocabulary, let me give NSFAS to respond to the issue of students there. And then I'll give you, and then we'll close our meeting. But I hope you've heard. We are a stakeholder here. We want to be your partners in resolving. There's an email that has been sent to me by anonymous students. Please open, is it this one? Please open it for me. But they are making very serious allegations about a certain doctor, Dr. Akin, who, according to them, just failed students who are activists on this particular course. On gynecology and this one I can't pronounce. Obstetrics, on obstetrics and gynecology. On 6th year or final year medical students. And in fact, the letter goes further to say that they've reported the matter, and you guys say that you'll investigate, you don't investigate. But what is worse here is that the allegation is that this Dr. Akin character is targeting student activists there. I don't know for what reasons. Maybe you don't want, and then when they report to you, you suspend him or you put him aside for 2 weeks, you bring him back. There's nothing that you communicate. Let's not, when you will respond, but we don't want to hear any of these stories anymore. We can't. And this is not, by the way, sent to us by one person. We just decided to choose this one. But there are many. Some of them, that are available, you know, we send them to you to respond to us as we get them. But this can continue. Legal advice, legal person, they are saying that you are given to act as a register there when according to the requirements that it wants masters and you don't have, whilst there's 2 deputy registers that are available who has those qualifications and you overlooked them. These are the things that I think even Labour touched on them, but these are the things that would have been given to us. Let's fix those things. When we meet with you, we don't want stories. I've raised my concerns on corporate governance where you sign a contract and now you're overseeing it. And in my view, you can go and check maybe with your legal people, maybe your legal person behind you can help you to understand whether that constitutes a thing or not. Mukunduleli, if you can just take 2 minutes to address the issues of the students here.
Thanks, Chair. Let me start with the issue of delays in the release of payments from NSFAS. So, yeah, the standard process, Chair, is that beginning of the year and towards the end of January, we release what we call an upfront payment so that institutions can be able to pay then allowances. However, the issue with the health science universities, it's around them, the request. And I remember there was a letter that was written that health science students would like for NSFAS to pay allowances for the period of 12 months, meaning January until December. And unfortunately, that is a policy matter, Chair. I think even in the letter when we responded, we indicated that it's something that maybe should be considered when we look at the policy, the 2026 policy, and then we will be able to see what can be done. So that's why Sefako Makgatho would say to you, we pay allowances late. Our allowances are linked with the 10-month installments, which is February up until end of October, which is for November. So that's the issue. That's where the issue is. Maybe then the issue of January and December allowance is a different issue. It needs to be looked at maybe in a different forum. Then there's an issue about defunding of students. I managed to speak to the people who are responsible for Sefako Makgatho. I even spoke to, while I was here, to Sefako Makgatho colleagues just to check with them what happened with the students. Unfortunately, it's not that the students were defunded. These are the students who are flagged as exceptions. And this is because of different reasons. The total number is 84. Some of them is because of duplicate registration, meaning we've received more than one claim from different institutions. So what our system does immediately, it goes and block all the transactions up until we get a confirmation from the affected students. They need to confirm with us which institution should be paid. So my advice to the SRC here is that please do visit Mr. Moloto's office. He will give you the email address, the mailbox where the students should submit the confirmation, so that then NSFAS can consider this student when we process the next disbursement. There are issues around the qualification check. There are also issues around the students who applied in January. It's 48 of those. And that's the matter that is still being considered. At the moment, we don't have a straight answer. And then around the issue of, just a sec. I think the accommodation, the university accommodation, Chair, you will remember that NSFAS is piloting the accommodation. Maybe it's high time that NSFAS consider accrediting university-owned accommodations. And this is triggered by what I heard while I'm sitting here, that students are not happy. It sounds like students are not getting value for money. So it's something that as NSFAS, maybe we need to consider. I am going to also raise it with the colleagues who are responsible for that space, so that it's important, it's high time we consider doing that, so that when we pay, we know exactly what we are paying for. We started with the private accommodations with the hope that universities and TVET colleges are fair enough to be able to charge students fair price. But what we are hearing here, Chair, is different. So those are the few items that I wanted to comment on, Chair. Unless if I miss something, then I can respond. Thanks.
No, it's fine. We will arrange that as we leave here. You meet with the student quickly if there are issues that you must raise. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Mine is a simple and straightforward one. I know we've got powers as a committee of parliament to invite someone into parliament or to appear before the committee. I would plead with this committee that we must extend our invitation to the former VC in the second round. That is my first plea. The second plea is that we must plead with you probably to remind the Vice Chancellor that we are allowed to conduct an unannounced oversight visit, meaning that we can rock up in the morning. We should not be sent police now that we are informed that the campus is being militarized. Those are the two issues that I wanted to raise. September is too far. Would want to entertain this university as soon as possible. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Members are allowed to go to any university. They don't have to be members of this committee, by the way. It can be any member of parliament. They can decide to come to your university. If they write to you, it's out of courtesy. They can just come in the morning and want to see. Because Barry, if we tell you, you will paint the area. They will find new places. Students were telling us that when Dr. Nkosazana was going there, you once painted the wall for 2 days, or something like that. Dr. Mabelebele paying a lot of people there. There's a point I want that, there's something that you said, Vice Chancellor, which really did not sit well with me. You can just open it for me. When you said that, when we were saying be deliberate when you recruit, and you said no, it depends on the performance, the highest qualifications in the advert. I don't agree with you, and I want you to go look at the Employment Services Act of 2014, Chapter 2 of that Act. Section 8 speaks about the employment of foreigners in this country. Section 8, subsection 2A. I'm going to read for you what A says, what that thing says, so that, because if that's your understanding, then you'll have a problem. It means you are transgressing against the act that allows you to employ people. So chapter 2, section 8, subsection 2A says, open quote, the employers must satisfy themselves that there are no other persons in the Republic with suitable skills to fill a vacancy before recruiting a foreign national. That is what A says. Or it's a whole article. So read that thing, because I don't think sometimes, especially at universities, Deputy Minister, I've written to your minister. I've asked her to ask these universities to give you the stats of who have been employed especially foreign nationals. All of them, all universities have written to your office. And we said, we've even tried to explain the table we want it in. You must say Dr. Mabelebele or what is your name, CFO? Manyawe. Dr. Manyawe, CFO. I'm going to, maybe let's say, nationality. I know you are neutralized, and I'm making an example. I must make an example with you because you are here. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, naturalized. I'm not getting. Neutralized. Oh. I said neutralized. Okay. No, I'm sorry. You see, I'm a soldier, so in a military language, we neutralize people. You know, naturalized. So, we'll say Dr. Manyawe, position CFO, nationality Zim. When did he get employed? It will say 2017. And then on this side, it will say there were these other 5 people who also applied for the same position. So this is what we have asked them to do. Why do we want to do that? Because we believe that sometimes there seems like there's a deliberate attempt, Deputy Minister, to exclude some South Africans in the sector. A case in point is that there was a dean position at CUT where a South African who, by the way, was highly qualified than the person they gave the position to was shunned, was not given the job. And even because this one was an internal person, once they assumed this role, the role where she was as well, the person who's acting, is also a foreign national. So we want to understand when you do these things, how does it come to pass? So we want to thank you for coming. We will indeed come to, either you come back or we'll come, it will depend on the thing of Parliament. All the best, Vice Chancellor. Don't be emotional. Sometimes you will not be asked nice questions because these people, they are public representatives. They are also not asked nice questions. I mean, if I go to my constituents and people swear at me and they tell me you guys are not doing 1, 2, 3, 4, when we come here and we must also ask you those questions. So it's not out of disrespect for them. It's because they represent the people. And those people in South Africa currently, they believe that we are not doing what we're supposed to be doing. They believe that they are ill-treated by your institutions. They believe that these institutions sometimes, I mean, they are militarized. They think they are just, you guys are just running jails. You know, and when students cry, and you don't listen to them, because the SRC arrived there and told us literally that you guys don't listen to them. So they must then, those people come to us and we must ask you. So it's not out of disrespect. Let's try and be calm. It's a long route. We've got a very long road that we are going to walk together with yourselves. So let's not be emotional. We will get it right. The first step to get it right is to acknowledge where there are mistakes. Let's try and fix. Like the swimming pool that you're talking about, we know it does not have water, Dr. Manyang. You said that you don't have, what do you call this thing? Today there were best pipe here and there. We know there's always best pipes there. Because we are, we live with these students. Where they come from, we come from. So let's not think when we're coming to Parliament, we're going to meet some people from Martin or what do you call these things? From Mars, There's no such. You have people that live where we live and they are able to tell us. Some of them are our neighbors, our younger brothers and sisters. So we know these challenges. Even when we are talking about drones, Vice Chancellor, that we've got so many drones. They were saying, and cameras, they were saying the only drones they know, they're snakes that are there on your campuses. and monkeys, you know. So they don't have the drones and the cameras that we are talking about. So let's try next time to improve on our presentation. I want to thank you, all of you, council members who took their time, you know, to come. Thank you very much. President of Convocation. We 56. You know, so you flew all the way from Gauteng. You did not. You only introduced yourself. You know, I wanted to give you president, but thank you very much, Labour, student leadership, Labour, and everybody else. Deputy Minister, thank you very much. I know the House is sitting now. We're all going that side. DDG, thank you very much. I will give you to speak when we are there. Just that today, because of time, I know sometimes even our questions when they come to you, you guys you believe sometimes we are taking you. It's not because of that. It's because sometimes certain things are not sitting well with us. But team from the DG, I had allowed the DG to go see the doctor because he was not well. I'd asked him to go see the doctor because even though we're having a meeting with the Sefako Makgatho here, we don't want people to perform ER here, or, you know, emergency responses. We don't want that, so I said the DG must go see the doctor. Thank you very much, members. The meeting is now adjourned. Thanks. Okay.